Testing, 2, 3. All right, yeah, I think we're running. All right. We're live. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Peace, power, and profit. It's your brother African Emporium. Late, but I'm in the building. Right, scheduled for 1:45, and it's 2:06. So that means I'm behind. Right. Again, I was scuffling a little bit trying to grab my lunch here. Again, late lunch. Still haven't even eaten it yet, but I have a mandate to go live when I try to say I'm going to go live. So definitely want to make sure I get those who are hanging out with your brothers today again, which I'm always appreciative of. Want to make sure I get this thing popping for you guys too. All right. So again, hope everybody's having a great day on this Friday, right? As people say back in the old days, TGIF, all that kind of stuff, right? I don't know how great it is, obviously, understanding that we're dealing with this coronavirus, right? But we're making the best of our days. For some of you guys, this is a good hobby, hobby moments for you guys. Dusting off some old projects you had around the attic or maybe in the garage. For some of you, you handy men out there, and also handy sisters, handy women out there as well. And so, what a great time to be, focusing our time towards some things that we've wanted to do for quite a while anyway, that may have gotten sidetracked due to work or, anything of that nature, right? And so, for us, again, the market becomes that kind of, pastime for us because we enjoy the idea of what it brings. And being able to watch it unfold and be able to engage it, obviously, as a trader, investor, just the many different opportunities that it affords us day to day. It's an exciting journey, and it's a great opportunity, that we definitely don't take for granted. So much so that we want to share it with everybody, right? That's the ultimate goal, right? Share this craft with everybody, right? Even for those who are kind of looking at you like, what is this about, right? But we do understand in moments like this, this is, this is pretty much what we study for. This is what we plan for. This is what we strategize for. We do understand the power of finding ways to, again, procure income through other means or different avenues, through different platforms, right? Engaging opportunity, right? That's the whole the creed of an entrepreneur. Obviously, we wake up every day searching for opportunity, period, point blank, period, in a discussion, right? And so for us, again, we're just finding it in more, I would say lucrative ways in terms of engaging the financial markets, right? Which everybody has the right to, if you are definitely intertwined into the American politics, as a citizen, this, that, and the third, you have equal opportunity to engage these financial free markets, as they call it that. So again, with that being said, we're going to jump into it a little quick. I got my screen on, as you can see. That's the, where we are as far as the Dow. Actually, those numbers are off a little bit because I think they had a glitch over there at CNBC. And because of that, their system is down. So we're definitely down a lot more than 58 points here on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. We're actually down to, if I'm not mistaken, around about 518 points. The last handle on the Dow Jones is roughly around 20,894 points on the day's blotter as of now. So definitely forgive me for that. That's not my fault. That's CNBC. They're trying to, I guess, paint the picture that the market ain't dumping right now. Right? Yeah, Trump may have something to do with that, right? But we're down a lot more than 73 points. I can assure you that. So hopefully that'll fix itself or normalize itself out, and we'll get back to the. Hold on, let me see. I might need to refresh everything, and maybe it'll, because this thing's like totally off. So yeah, it's I think they went down. Yeah, I think they're down. Oh well, no worries. Let's see. That was yesterday's. Let's see if there's something going on over there real quick, just in case. If not, I just pull up investor.com, which we always do, and we just run it. The typical numbers we see over there. Although, watching it that way is obviously much more bigger and gives you a little bit more better of a vantage and viewpoint. All right, let me see here if this thing's gonna work. So, okay, what's all this about? Oh, this is a commercial. All right, yeah, so it's probably gonna act retarded. Who knows? Anyway, let me just set up investing.com and just get on with the get on, right? Because I'm pretty sure if you guys are submitting your time here, you want to get to some meat and potatoes, especially if you guys got a question to ask. Again, I kind of titled today Q&A day a little bit, just kind of going over some market information. You guys have any kind of questions concerning the market? Man, see, yeah, that's what I don't like using investor.com. That white's not going to come through. Let me see if I cut my line. That helps. Barely. Even if I dim it, yeah, whatever. All right. So yeah, so I'll just have to pull up, the regular screen itself. So just kind of getting on to the day a little bit. As you can see, again, S&P 500 is down today. We ran roughly around about 2.58%. We have the Dow Jones down 2.46%. Nasdaq is down 2.61%. Small cap Russell, obviously always laggard of all of those top indices, is down 3.51%. We have the VIX that's waving right now as well, which is odd. It should definitely be popping a lot. But again, this is the part of the market where it becomes very nutty. All right, we do have oil. The oil market is popping right now, which we're kind of still waiting to get some news on this whole OPEC meeting that the Russians and the Saudis are trying to come back to the table and deal with, right? Trump obviously trying to play the middleman in this whole process. Obviously, he kind of prematurely dropped the tweet yesterday to engage the market, to get the market obviously pumped up off the idea that they were going to, again, try to rebrand this deal to get this oil market, with a little bit more support underneath it, right? By obviously also trying to submit that they're looking to kind of acquire more oil as well. But as we always know, we received some information that came out a little later in the day where the Saudis, right, and the Russians, like, they had no clue about what he was saying, right? It was pretty much that he was exaggerating, right? It was a good gesture, but he was exaggerating. But for us that trade the markets, that's all the market needed to hear was, potential, and then they used that as a catalyst to pump the markets up yesterday, right? That's the part of what we call market manipulation that typical people who are in position of power wouldn't necessarily get away with if they wasn't at the president level, right? If Martha Stewart can't do it, then dang on Trump can't either, right? No one gets a pass, right? Or anybody else that get charged with insider trading, no one gets a pass, right? And so again, just for me, we have to make sure that we understand what's happening when it happened, and we don't find ourselves lost in the sauce and not knowing what's happening. All right. So again, peace, power, profit. Got a few people in the house game. We had our illustrious sister Eva Monica Lamb in the building, guys. Round of applause for that sister as always, coming through, dropping knowledge, also just adding flavor to the chat. Can never say how much I appreciate that sister. The whole Dagger Squad family as a whole. Everybody in the fold that's obviously out there doing what we call village work, right? People who's actually out there devoting their time to help people, come to grasp with terms of opportunity, knowledge, just anything that can help build them up. And so that sister definitely is works tirelessly, try to add value to people's life every day. So if you know her and you see her, definitely thumb her up. Subscribe to her YouTube channel. Just look out for her, period, because again, she's definitely a gem in the community, right? We got Brother Raul in the building, right? And he's kicking it out today out there in what they call sunny Southern California, right? Dodging that coronavirus, but we in the building either way, all of us. So peace, power, and profit to you. Over Sunline in the building as always. Peace, power, and profit to you, Over. Trying to make it happen. You already know. We have Brother Robert Senior in the house. Good to see you, Over, as always. Peace, power, and profit to you as well. You're always welcome here, as I always say, and we're gonna try to answer your questions if you have any. We had the Family Dagger Squad came through today. We got Over Garfield in the building. I don't know if he's a busy man, right? It's a busy man, right? It's hard to even try to get him away from doing all the things he's doing as a miracle worker in his own right. Helping people get their taxes, well, pretty much their credit together, especially now, even more so, getting ready to deal with this tax credit stuff and this, this stimulus check and all this stuff is what a great time to be getting your business together, right? You have all this free time on your hand. You might have been wanting to kind of clean up your credit report, just kind of get, move some things around to kind of take advantage of some of these grants that will be coming down from the government as a whole. And he's your guy, right? Hands down, right? Hands down, he's the guy you want to be connected with. Professional, 100%, knows what he's doing up and down the board, can really get you on a path of success. So definitely subscribe to the Dagger Squad channel as a whole, where we also host our Urban Economic Empowerment Show, typically every Wednesday, but we do it sporadically now because right now everybody's home, right? You got nothing to do, right? It's kind of like, again, y'all know the whole Friday movie, right? You home, you got no job, right? We're going to get you messed up today in a good way, right? We're going to get you high on some knowledge, right? Some financial literacy knowledge, right? What better opportunity than something like that? So definitely subscribe to his channel. Don't hesitate. Click that like button over there. Click that subscribe button. And let's keep it popping, right? Again, we got a few people also. We got Tri-City in the house. I think it's also Eva Monica I think that's her. That might be her other YouTube or the email or Gmail handle. If not, peace, power, and profit to you, family. I see you down there. Good to have you in the building as well. So we're going to discuss this market. As always, we got the awesome brother over Chris Logic in the building on the panel as always coming through, right? Mr. Data Hound himself, right? I'm just going ahead and pass that torch to him because he's definitely the new Data Hound. He stays on top of the information, getting it in every day, increasing his knowledge bank, understand what it takes to be proficient in the global world in terms of financial literacy. This is how you get to that next level. You have to submit yourself. You have to have that interest, and that brother definitely has it. And I can only imagine when he's going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. The sky's is no limit when it comes to investing and trading because we have no cap on the amount of money we can make if we understand how to engage these markets properly. So without further ado, let me introduce you guys to Ober Chris Logic in the building. Peace, power, profit. Ober, how you doing?
Peace, power, and profit. I'm doing well. Thank you, Ober.
Always. Asante to you as well. Always. So again, the link right there, as I always say, guys, is in the back chat. You guys got to come on the panel. Got to stop hanging out there in the YouTube chat unless you're just overly busy. I get it. But I do want you guys to come on here because we present our platform as a village community, right? Again, there's no such thing as intimidation. Ain't no such thing as no dumb question. We don't come at you crazy. It's all about learning, right? Because when you learn, you earn. That's basically how this works. You learn, you earn, right? Because we're in the business of going after what? Equity assets, opportunities through equity markets, Forex, crypto, whatever, you name it. This is what we're engaging in, right? We're trying to find ways, again, to, help increase our ability to make money outside of, working for somebody else, right? Just keep it frank, right? Keep it 100, right? And so, that's the whole, meat potatoes behind what we do. So with that said, so brother Chris, I know you probably was out there, again, like you always do, kind of scouring the market, seeing what's happening in the news. What's important to you today as far as current events? Have you seen anything out there worth talking about as well? And before we kind of get deep into it.
I know I shared some links about I think the job market today, and then
Okay.
the oil
Right.
shot up 13% again. So it shot up again today.
Right. So definitely two important topics too, to be exact. Again, dealing with these different data points that are now coming out in terms of the overall government performance value, right? Because the government gets rated like a performance report card as well, same way we do when we in school. It's not this, that, and the third. So they're not again, omitted from that kind of reality as well. So today, we know yesterday they dropped pretty much the jobless numbers, right? The unemployment numbers, right? Which was staggering, right? 6.6 million people. And that's just not, that's probably wasn't even the real number, but that's the number that they was able to kind of, bring together before they dropped that data. But I'm pretty sure it was a lot more people than that. But either way, that was 6.6 million people that actually filed for unemployment that was on the books by yesterday, which obviously brings the total between the last 2 weeks up near 10 million people. Right, you're talking about a nation of 356 million people. I think they said that at least well over 156, 160 million people are gainfully employed in America. Even if I think you try to add in the gig economy people too, like barbers, salon, Uber drivers, all that. And within that, you just had a $10 million, a 10 million people drawdown in terms of people that just went, unemployed in a matter of 2 weeks. Right, which is obviously unheard of because typically that doesn't happen in any nation reality. It kind of trickles out, trickles down, trickles up. but we understand why that number is so, so large, right? We're dealing with this coronavirus, right? We're dealing with a nation that's on shutdown, right? We're dealing with again, where people's lives are being disrupted, right? We do know that a lot of businesses are not going to come back from this coronavirus shutdown, right? They were already on their last leg. They were already behind on their rent, right? They were already behind on their mortgages or their land leases, right? Like we're dealing with some of these commercial properties who are underwater right now. Cheesecake Factory being one of them, right? Let that marinate. Some of you guys like going to the Cheesecake Factory, right? Love taking your little, your little spouse to the Cheesecake Factory to show off and all that. Well, guess what? Cheesecake Factory close to going bankruptcy right now because the amount of real estate that they're on right now that they haven't been paying rent on for quite a while now, it's starting to compound. So they're gonna have to do a lot of begging. They're gonna do a lot of begging to remain on these high dollar real estate item, excuse me, real estate land pieces that they're building or sitting on, right? Typically, expensive strip malls and inside of places like that. And so they've been behind for quite a while again, and now they're trying to do anything they can to salvage their business, right? To salvage, excuse me, right? And so that's important. So again, if you are an investor who's looking in the Cheesecake Factory, their stock, which is the ticker symbol cake, right? Let me post that in the back chat. You might want to go do some research on that because if they don't get a government bailout, they're going to be in trouble, right? Just make that plain and simple. They're going to be in some major trouble if they are not able to, again, get some kickback or get any kind of help from the government, dealing with this coronavirus, right? So that's one stock worth watching. I mean, amongst many others, obviously, but that's just one that's on the, that's definitely been in the news a lot lately. So they even offering free slices of cheesecake if you spend at least $30 or more on one of their delivery services right now, because obviously you can't dine into the Cheesecake Factory, right? So they're doing this heavy barrage of online delivery, right? They're trying to sling them cheesecakes out that window, right? But anyway, how about you, over Chris? You been by a Cheesecake Factory lately?
Oh no, I haven't been there, and it's been a few years.
It's been a little time for you as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they definitely under fire. Again, trying to keep their business again up and running. So this coronavirus is going to test a lot of businesses, like we were speaking about before. It's going to test a lot of businesses, and whether they're able to weather the storm or not, regardless of this government bailout, it's just important that again you have to run a tight ship regardless, right? 100% right. Ober Marquise, I got Ober Marquise in the house. The stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient, right? That is so true. Let me repeat that. The stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. All right, quote by Mr. Warren Buffett. You guys know him as one of the greatest investors, obviously, pretty much on the planet. And that's such a true statement because in this game, we understand that it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? So when we say that, we actually mean that, meaning you have to be patient to understand that, you might have started out slow, but doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to finish slow, right? That you need to think about this thing long term, right? This is a game of chess, not checkers, right? It's not a lazy man's game, right? It's a thinking man's game. It's a forward thinking man's game and also a woman's game, right? So you have to realize that you're putting again your intellect to work, right? By understanding how businesses actually operate, right? We understand that this is commerce, 101, right? And so I'm excited for that, man. In terms of what this is going to do, in terms of getting you guys, positioned to realize the power in investing in trading, right? To realize the power in investing in trading. Hey, what's going on, family? Electric Bikes or Corona Del Mar? You say, Nipsey Hustle, bro. Yeah, long live the marathon. 100% right. Again, y'all know about again our brother Nipsey Hustle. We already know his story. He obviously being a person who engaged financial literacy even as a artist and took it to the next level. Right, the guy really put his money where his mouth was and went back to his community, start buying up the block, right? He went and bought back the block. Obviously, opening up the Marathon shopping plaza, which he was unfortunately killed at. But again, he still laid the groundwork to show people that it could be done, right? Average people that's in your neighborhood who rose up and began to use getting the system to their advantage, right? So again, can never say enough about that brother. And also speaking about that, that documentary that he was working on before he passed away, unfortunately, it got picked up by Nick Cannon, and they finally got the trailer for the Dr. Sebi, pretty much biography on and popping. So that movement is going forward. I look forward to watching it. Again, y'all know my stance and how I feel about a lot of the work that the late Dr. Sebi will put forth. As just being a pioneer in our community, right? We have a lot of great people who laid and paved the way for a lot of us to, really, delve deep into thinking in terms of how to, really look at life, society, nature, just the whole nine, right? Again, you just can't, say enough about these great people. And also, obviously, our late ancestor at this point now, Dr. Layla Africa, him just passing away just recently as well. Again, another, pioneer vanguard in the community when it came to health and wellness. Again, very, very, disheartening to hear him pass away. But again, his work still survives, right? Again, you guys probably seen one of his best-selling book. It's the African Holistic Health book, right, by Dr. Layla Africa. And it was also recommended by Dick Greger. So Dick Greger also had some, influence in this book before he passed away. This was a lot early on in years, but he was definitely a big influencer in helping, bring forth this information in terms to, again, holistic health and things of that nature. Just kind of learning how to use nature to your benefit. Just simple as that. How to use nature as your benefit in moments where you can't get the pharmaceutical stuff that you might be used to. Then there's always, nature, right? Which is the first, the first healer is nature, right? Period. Point blank. Period. In the discussion, right? Because it was here before all this other stuff came. It'll be here after it, right? So just simple as that. So again, but yeah. So just kind of moving on here. Again, today, like I said, we're gonna do a little Q&A session. If you guys got questions, that's it. Over Rob Rich, cake is the Cheesecake Factory symbol, right? That's Cheesecake Factory. So you see that CAKE, that's Cheesecake Factory. That's their ticker symbol. So real quick, matter of fact, so I can bring it up real fast. All right, then again, the panel. You guys want to come on the panel? Come on the panel. I'm gonna have to run upstairs in a quick second and grab my lunch because again, I had it warming up. And I did want to come down, at least start the live stream, so we can kind of get it in. But yeah, so let me do this. What's going on over Zane Montego in the house? Peace, power, and profit to you, fam. Right, as always, right? It's always good to see the family coming through this evening, right? Again, so we can kind of make the best of our day, right? Sharing in the wealth of knowledge when it comes to learning how to get this money, right? Simple as that. Secure the bag, right? This is called secure the bag politics. Right, that's the kind of politics we do. Secure the bag politics, right? That needs to be a T-shirt, right? Wear the stuff that you really own, right? Own it, brand it, wear it. Simple as that. So again, looking at Cheesecake Factory here, since we were speaking about that here, and let's kind of take it back a little bit here. Let's show you just the fall, so-called fall from grace, if you want to call it that, for Cheesecake Factory. Again, up here around about August of 2018, sit up at a good price point around about $59 there. Again, I think it's all-time high was up there near like what's Cheesecake Factory all-time high? I think it's around about $70-$80. I'm around. Yeah, I was right. Could be wrong, but give or take. But I think they all-time high was around about $66, $68, and they're $70 a share. Again, the company was doing pretty well. I mean, they got a pretty much good business model, but they were behind on a lot of debt, like a lot of these retail restaurant companies. I call it a retail restaurant company because number one, it was sitting on a lot of expensive real estate. Most cheesecake factories were in well-to-do neighborhoods, right? And so it comes along with that property tax. You're gonna pay the expensive property tax, even if they leasing the property that's underneath their business, right? Or renting it, so to speak, right? So not only do they have to kind of squeeze every bit of margin they can out of their business model, because y'all know the restaurant business is brutal, right? It's a brutal business, right? In terms of competition, the amount of cost that it takes, the level of margin that you will actually make money you can make out of the restaurant business, right? You have to really count every penny, literally to the T. All right. Come on. What's going on here? Okay, this thing is that crazy. Yeah. So it's important. So looking at the stock now, again, when it fell, again, it lost to 200-day moving average here, which is this thick yellow line. That became very apparent at that point. Again, that's when the coronavirus news really set forth. At that point, it was already drifted down anyway, coming back from like $59, up near 60. That was just pretty much letting all the air out the stock at that point. It just got left for dead. And so now you see it trending down here at a key level of support, right? It has to hold this $15 level. Again, this is stock that was trading at $60-something, $60-something bucks, about near a year or so ago, right? and now it's all the way down to $15 a share. $15 a share. Right? Obviously lost the 20-day moving average here. Lost that, a while back up here at a point about $40 a share. Again, 200-day moving average, the yellow line, kiss that goodbye. Right? And so the only thing that can save them, looking at the RSI down here, is highly, highly oversold, obviously. But that doesn't matter, right? Because it was actually oversold more than that at the base point of the initial drop when it fell, when the coronavirus news really hit, came down and hit a low about 13 on the RSI, which is crazy for the RSI indicator there to let people know just how oversold the stock was. People left it for dead. They called a small bid. Awesome kind of news that's coming out of the White House in terms of stimulus checks and all that stuff, but it didn't last long. Kind of retraced back up near $20 a share, hit some resistance up there, pinged up around $21, and now you're right back down to what, $15 and change. With a market that's under pressure right now, meaning the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones, the small cap Russell, all those stocks, those indices are down. And again, it's getting ready to getting close to no man's land. So if we go back, now we do a little historical research on it really quick here. If we go back, let's go back on the month. Let's go pull the monthly chart. Last time this stock was trading at $15 a share, right? Trading at that point was back in what, April of 2009. Let that marinate, guys. What was y'all guys doing in 2009? Right, 2009 was a good year for some of y'all, or maybe a bad year, who knows? But way back in 2009, the Cheesecake Factory was trading at $15 a share. So ever since 2009 up until, again, at that apex point or its zenith to the degree around about $64, $68 a share back in 2017, April 2017, right? The stock, was kind of just, churning along, because basically just went back to a point. If you look at this $30 level, where it was kind of trending in a channel, way back in 2005, and was waiting to really break out. It had a breakout year in 2017 to a degree, went up there and hit an all-time high, and ever since then, it's just been doing nothing. I mean, go back and look at the chart when it was, when it IPO'd. Cheesecake Factory been around since the 90s, the early 90s. Y'all remember listening to Outkast and all the people saying going to Cheesecake Factory? Some of y'all, y'all know what's up. So going way back, I'm sorry, I got some people in the house. Sorry, Oba Marquis kids. Sorry about that. I had to go back and check. Right. But yes, going back to 1992, Cheesecake Factory, when it IPO'd, you're talking $3 a share. Right. It took them literally from 92, go to 2002, right? And then now, the 2012, just kind of going forward, and this stock just had started picking up and getting its little feet underneath itself. And now, guess what? Right back down. Crazy. So yeah, Oba Marquis, but hey, what's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit.
Peace, power, and profit, family. What's going on, man? Peace to the chat, man. What's going on?
Man, trying to look at some of these old charts, man. It's Friday, right? It's payday for us, right? For traders, we always say Friday's a payday, everyday payday for us, obviously. But it just feels surreal when we say that as day traders, right? We just take advantage of even a moment like today, where the market's gonna get liquidated to a degree.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I didn't do anything in the stock market, man. But I caught a mean play on that pound.
So yeah. Yeah, you've been definitely increasing your forex knowledge again. Definitely. Building with the sister Camille, sister Drumette. Obviously, over Chris, he trades forex as well. So again, like I was telling you guys before, we do have people. We have the multitude, as they call it. You got people that trade the forex market, crypto space, equity stocks, options, you name it. We just engaged in the opportunity, right? That's why we're here. And the brother been learning. He's been studying. He's been doing a lot of things to to increase his knowledge bank and again traverse across different asset classes, right? Because forex market is another asset class, just kind of like equity stocks, but you're just trading currency pairs as opposed to equity stocks, right? So again, yeah. So if you want over Marquis, man, by all means, you already know how we roll over here. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, man. If you got your trade, if you even want to share it, that's obviously putting you on the spot. But if you want to share your screen and share your trade, and just kind of walk people through it, you can, because the way you sound, I can tell you hit a lick. You hit a lick because yeah, I know y'all know what it's like when you hear people say, man, I had a mean trade, or I know exactly what that means.
Yeah. I'm on the phone now, man. But yeah, I
Oh,
caught
you on
that.
yourself? Okay.
Yeah, I caught it to the. I caught it to the downside, man. I didn't have. I did about 100 pips, man. So it was.
Ooh, man.
Yeah,
Woo,
it was a
boy.
nice move, and I was using some of that information that we was talking about yesterday. I was watching them, watching those treasury yields, and I
Yeah.
kind of seen it, going a certain direction, and man, I was on it. I wrote it, you know what I'm saying? Wrote it nice, and I could have got movement. I could have got about 152, but I just,
Man. Woo.
I'm still, I'm still trying to, make sure that I'm consistent and I'm managing my risk well, dealing with Forex since it's still new to me. But
Right,
man,
right.
it was fun, it was nice, man. It was nice.
That's power. That's what I'm talking about. That's why we say, power and profit, right? Because that's basically what we search for every single day when we engage in the financial markets, right? Right? Because we understand that profit also equals power, right? Or having the mindset and understand that your confidence will lead you to profit, right? Being solid in the decision making you have. That's what it's all about, right? So those two words are interchangeable, right? Power and profit and power, right? So again, shout out to you. Again, I wish you was able to share your screen up, but I'm sure we could probably, walk our way through it a little bit, and pull up, kind of help itemize it and show everybody exactly what that means. And when you say, 100 pips and what that really entails in terms of money value, right? Kind of like
Mm-hmm.
how we always breaking down, if you get in a point move, which we know like $1 in the stock, 10-point move, or like we're speaking about how, S&P 500 is down, the Dow's down, all those particular points. Well, that's a lot of money, right? That's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of implied value, implied money, you name it, right? So again, it's exciting, to know when you got the family out there, making good decisions, turning their knowledge into dollars. Basically, that's what we do. We turn information and knowledge into dollars, just by the press of a button, literally. All right, no ifs buts about that. And so again, it's exciting. All right,
Yeah,
just knowing that.
that trading with price action, man, is definitely exciting. It is new for me because uh, me trading, like I usually, I came up more trading, certain moving averages, of course, and I prefer, especially trading crypto, trading in uptrends, kind of on the pullbacks. That was more the classical way I was, trading using technical analysis, and then I started more using harmonics and Fibonacci based trading. You know, and yeah,
Right.
to incorporate the price action into my tool belt, man, is it's helping me see the market in a whole different way. You know.
Right. And that's what it's all about. Again, like I always say, again, repetition becomes repertoire. But again, I'm a staunch advocate of the idea that you should steal from, find your own niche, right? Your own niche, but steal from everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you, right? Because this is a game of what? Collective, it's data, it's perspective, it's vantage points, right? It's understanding how to compile all that and then go out there strategically make a decision. Kind of like a football team going over some plays, going over, the strategy, you line up, you practice it. Game time, you do what? You go out there and execute, right? And who executes the best, right? That's typically the team that walks away with the victory. Right. Well, for us,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like that same kind of mentality, right? We leave no stone unturned. We do all our check downs, right? We're checking the secondary, right? We're checking the, mid level in the field. We doing the whole nine, right? Anybody try to audible on us like a stock audible, we make sure we adjust ourselves to it, right? We set them stop losses, sell our trailing stop, adjust our position, or scale our size down, whether we're gonna go in or go out. I mean, it's the same kind of reality. That's why I tell people, people have a lot of innate skill set that they don't get themselves credit for that they could use in the market.
Exactly, man. Like, and just me growing up playing football. That was my thing. I played football in high school, and definitely when you have to go through those different processes over and over again, every day, going to practice and doing these same drills over and over again, you begin to, just become accustomed to seeing how to react, into certain situations. You kind of become one with it. And, that's what I'm definitely seeing with the market, because I'm so used to, trading uptrends. Now I'm more playing, overextended, what I'm saying, shorts. And, I
Right.
never really saw myself being that type of trader, but I'm starting to understand, myself better. And, I kind of, I kind of prefer to do that. I'm able to see that, you know?
Right. Right. And that's what it takes. Again, it's surveillance, right? It's again learning how, as we say, read the tea leaves, right? And that comes from experience and patience, more or less, like we were saying earlier. Like when you posted that quote, which is again one of Warren Buffett's most famous quotes, right? The
Mm-hmm.
stock market is set up for to transfer money from impatient people to patient people. Simple as that. That's business in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just running a business, and anything is relevant across many different avenues and lanes. And so it's the patient mind, it's the forward thinking mind, it's the strategic mind, right? It's the chess player mind that obviously finds way to what? What I'm saying? Eat at the end of the day, right? And for us, again, it's just a no-brainer because we use again these different, avenues through stock trading or just, again, entrepreneur endeavors. If you running your own business, same reality, real estate agents, whatever you're doing, where you learn how to put your skills, to work for you, and your income, your money to work for you, and reap the benefits from it. Right. So again, what better feeling than that? Again, to me, it's a no-brainer. Right. So again, just hearing that brother scored today on a wonderful trade, it's just exciting. So again, if you are again in a position to get home and get to share your screen, break down the trade, or you're definitely welcome over. You already know it, so just let me know. Because
Yeah,
again, those are success stories. I like, we like, hey, we demonstrate. We ain't just talking about it, we demonstrate, right?
yeah,
So people see
exactly.
it.
Yeah, I ain't even been asleep yet, man. I was trading since 2 o'clock this morning.
Oh, so yeah, you was at that. Yeah, you was up in the them European sessions almost in the or in the
Yeah,
Middle East sessions of the market to a degree. And so a lot of people don't know that. Again, we trade around the clock. You can trade around the clock if you choose, right? That's one thing about this. The money machine don't stop, right? Like not like the
mm-hmm.
job. The job shut down. It's a wrap. They cut them lights off. Well, in equity markets, forex markets, crypto markets, well, them lights stay on 24/7, right?
Exactly.
24/7.
And it's and it's exciting, man, just to understand how to use all these different asset classes and these different markets. And knowing when one market closed, something else is always some money to be made. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, whether you in the futures, market, whether you in crypto, like you said, you trade forex, you trade stocks, you know what I'm saying? Or you doing options, there's just so many different, avenues, to make a profit,
That's right. That's right. And again, you know, I always tell people, you're not. One thing about investing in trading, unlike a lot of different things, you're not limited. You know what I'm saying? You're not limited in being able to find a comfort place in this that works just for you, right? That works for you, right? That's what I love about this because uh, you just have to make pretty much set it up to kind of meet you where you are, right? Your mentality, right? And there's so many different ways you can trade the market. Is what I'm saying. That again, from what you know, just from basic knowledge, right? Natural observation knowledge, that you can find ways to utilize those skill sets in the markets before you can still learn, really learn all the more, intricate technical stuff and the jargon and all that. It's just understanding supply and demand. Buy low, sell high, right? What products are popping right now? What commercial you seeing a lot on TV? Is they relevant right now? Right? Are they? Well, who is their competitor right now? Right? What are they being impacted by this coronavirus right now? Again, you can talk your way through this stuff. I'm not just saying that from I really believe that because that's how I began to really self teach myself this in a way where I began to dumb it down to make it make sense, right? To what and how I view things in life, especially business, right? And so when you learn how to do that, that's when you really start seeing this thing like the Matrix, right? Like Neo, right? You know, you start becoming the one, right? Everything slows down. You start seeing ones and zeros, right? It's bruh. You know what I'm saying? Then it's just okay. Let me hammer it now. Let me stay. Let me just take it to the next level, right? And so again, it's nothing that you guys can't do. Again, I'm always going to come on when I can share this information because again, you get your mind right, your dollars will follow. You get your mind right, the dollars will follow, right? It ain't hard, to catch a runner. It ain't hard to, to strategically place a trade that obviously ends up yielding profit because you was what forward thinking, right? You did all the right things, to allow it to what unfold, right?
Mhm.
So again, for me, it's just, it's just doing the work, right? It's all about doing the work. You put in the work, the profit or the yield thereof will follow, right? The profit or the yield will follow, right? So again, that's what we studied for, right? So yeah, so real quick, again, I didn't give him a chance to even eat. Forgive me, I was trying to get everything together, right? But the link, like I said, the link is in the description box, guys. You guys want to come on the panel, right? You might want to again ask some questions if you just want. If not, you want to ask your questions in the back chat. You can, because again, I want to do, like I say, a Q&A day. It's Friday. Hey, we ain't got nothing to do, right? As Joker say, you're sitting at the house, you quarantine, right? You playing with the kids, or you by yourself looking at the wall. If you ain't got no spouse, somebody with you, you already know you need some company, right? You don't want to be in there going crazy, right?
Yeah.
But it's good to have that community, like what we have here, and sharing sharing to help, with getting you guys information, getting you guys some information that's beautiful and beneficial, right? So, with that being said, again, as you can see, I got the S&P 500 chart up again. We kind of talked about that over the past 2 weeks actually, and as you can see, just like we kind of been forward thinking and saying that we knew the market was going to actually roll over into the end of the week, right? Obviously, not being able to kind of crest above that, that 260 resistance level, right? And where we are today, right? We were right back down.
Hey,
you know.
ask you a question real quick.
Mhm.
Yeah, is that I'm trying to figure out is the way I can actually like see the YouTube because while I'm on this because I'm on my phone and I can only really see
Oh,
StreamYard. I can't really see
the
YouTube or
YouTube
anything at
itself.
the same time. Yeah, and my girl she teleworking right now at the computer, so I can't really
I
get
got you.
to it.
Well, typically, I know how YouTube set up. Well, I know it on my phone. You can open up the screen of YouTube and also still be on another apparatus, unless it just overrides it. But you typically can still have like YouTube playing like a picture in picture.
Yeah.
Right? Like if I have my navigation going, I can still watch YouTube on it. I mean, it'd be small, but unless I make it big and have the navigation small, but you can still have that screen will still be able to show up in the picture in picture. I know some phones are different, but I have Android, Samsung, whatever. But I can still see YouTube. And then you just click on to maximize the screen. You want to see it in the detail, then just minimize, and then you go right back to utilizing the StreamYard. Because I never actually even used StreamYard on my cell phone. I've always done it from my desktop, which is all it has. So I might need to look into that. Right.
Yeah, it's a little different. I'm
Yeah,
just trying
try that.
to
Oh, I'm
play the
sorry. Go ahead.
YouTube because soon as usually when I play the YouTube on my phone while I'm on the StreamYard, the volume like kicks me off of the StreamYard and takes over on the YouTube. So yeah, that be
Okay, so yeah, it might be a platform override then, like a coding. Because I know
yeah,
but most of those apps, you can still have YouTube open and like picture in picture form, and you can still surf the internet, do all that kind of stuff, and listen in on YouTube or watch it, from a small perspective, unless you got a big phone or something, and you'll still be able to kind of keep up with what's happening. So again, I'm not familiar with StreamYard for the mobile phone, how that works, right? But again, something I'm definitely gonna look into. Uh, in the future too, because that's good information to know. So yeah, you might just try it and see if it works. Because I got all kind of mess with tablets and all that. I have all kind of stuff open, when I need it. But see if that works. Maybe it may, give you opportunity where you can watch it that way as well. Let me see. See, I would have to probably download it. I can say I'm gonna try it on my phone, but I probably have to download it, the StreamYard, or just see if I could use it from the mobile browser. If not, like I said, if you definitely got a tablet, that's definitely obviously, I guess you probably know that, but there's something to use in that regard too. All right. So, but yeah, so while we're looking at everything, and checking out where we are again, the SP 500 again is down. Like we were speaking about earlier, roughly again about 2.08%. You have a small little kind of kickback here going into the power hour session, which is 3 o'clock. That's when all kind of what they call all heck breaks loose right, in the market, where the market pretty much going to barbecue or mildew, right? Going into the weekend, because we know every weekend that we've been dealing with over the past 3 weeks has been crucial in terms of people actually thinking if they're going to hold the market, right? Do they feel confident to hold this market until the weekend, right? The one thing we do know that's popping is oil, right? As you can see there, you got Open Sunline speaking about the oil market, right? Right, and then Boeing, right? Boeing obviously all over the place today as well. Trying to get this thing up and running too, because I had my. Let me see what's going on with this. Trying to get that. Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah. So again, what a crazy day. And again, in dealing with this market here. All right, let me get this up so I can share. I can share that at least, which is more, I think, more easier to see. All right, so all right, let's go. I have had some of the stuff set up, and some of it I didn't. I just kind of want to make sure I came on quick so I can kind of get the live stream going, but I'm going to have to close it out and come back in as far as this trading platform here. I was running it off my Mac and not on the desktop today. Yeah, let me see if I can close it out, then come back. Let me see. I just have to bring it back on. All right, let me do it this way. All right, so then again, when we start doing a little bit more Q&A, direct Q&A, I can just, do like I always do, open up these charts and, get this thing popping. Help you guys, if you have any, questions you may want to ask, I'll be able to do that. All right. Come on now. Don't start acting retarded now. All right. Hey, what's going on? Can you guys see my screen still? Is it still on? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure it's still showing. All right. All right. So as soon as I get this other yeah, so Raul said he could do both. He could do YouTube. I couldn't use both on my iPhone. Oh, not on the iPhone. That's why I'm on YouTube. Oh, okay, I got you. So it don't work on iPhone. So I don't know if you have an iPhone over marquees or not, but apparently iPhone ratchet. I gotta throw some shots at iPhone. They ratchet. Don't even let you have picture in picture. Right? But yeah, definitely Android. Android. They do it all over there. All right, so hopefully he'll get that together, and then we'll get this thing popping. Right, so I'm just trying to close out. I'm having a glitch on my TradeNet platform here, and I dare not open up TD Ameritrade right now because I know that'll cause everything to go haywire. So I may have to restart the whole entire computer. All right, let me get Brother Marquis back on. All right. So yeah, let me do that. Let me see how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pull up a newsreel while I'm going to get get my lunch, and then I'm gonna try to cycle out before I restart this computer so I can open up my TradeNet so we can do some Q&A. Right. Again, whatever question you have, bring it. Right. We're gonna delve into it. Right. That's what this is all about. Right. Sharing the wealth of this information. Right. Because we need, again, and I say we meaning, those who are out there obviously seeking opportunity in the financial markets. Again, that's what we're here for. Right. To share that information. Right. To be that village voice, so to speak. Where most people, obviously wouldn't share this wealth, share this, this data with you guys on average. Right. But now we're not in that mindset. We just want to, bring truth to power and bring opportunity to the fold, right? You have to have something to bring to the table, as they say, right? And so that's what I'm trying to, offer every day I can go live, right? That's the ultimate goal, right? So let me see. All right. All right, so let me cut that off. YouTube always trying to sell something. All right, let me. All right, so yeah, so okay, there, over Chris is back. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna share my screen. We're gonna put on Bloomberg, pretty much Bloomberg terminal. They're live, any kind of market news for a couple seconds. Over Chris and over Marquise will be in the back chat. Again, you guys want to come on the panel, excuse me. That's the link to come on to the live stream. If you want to, ask questions in person, if you want to just, speak about markets, coronavirus, y'all know we talk about it all over here. And it's Friday, so it's, we're going to go in. We are going to go in, as they say. I just want to make sure, you have the ability to do that.
Hey, Oba, you just made some money. I went in and got my account today.
Well, what you did?
Trading it.
Oh, okay. You went in. What they call it? Got your Ricky Bobby license today.
Yeah.
You got the Ricky Bobby license. You finna go fast now, boy. Woo! All right.
First or last.
That's it. You ain't first, you last. That's it,
right.
bro. Again, knowing where you stand, where you definitely position yourself to, again, you gotten better over time. Now, coming back in the fold and having that leverage, I have no doubt that you're going to take it to the next level. So again, I look forward to obviously not trading long besides or hearing some good good news when you in there getting it in. Right.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's what I'm talking about. Peace, power, and profit. To that.
Definitely.
Good news all across the board, right? And I said because I know what he can do with that. What he gonna do with that account. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, I'm about to tear it up.
Right? And don't work that baby there because some of you guys may be not familiar with trading that. Again, some of you guys may be familiar with it, but again, it's a CFD leverage trading account, which is a platform where it's an education-based, business. Well, basically, you're just trading under somebody else's, dollar to a degree. I'm just putting it in layman terms somewhere, but they give you a lot of leverage power to trade the equity markets with, right? And they do what they call a revenue split, right? Now, ordinarily, like I said, for instance, if you pay like the minimum account they have is like $500, right? Well, what TradeNet will do, they'll give you like $14,000 worth of buying power, right? Only for $500, right? And they say, well, we'll throw you an additional $200 on top of your 500 that you get to lose, meaning of your of that money that you get to lose up to $700 in trading with a $14,000 buying power. Right, so obviously you're doing the right things, and you're calculating. You're being strategic in your trading, right? Well, it ain't hard to transform that $14,000 with the buying power into 20, 30, 40, 50,000, a lot more than that. Again, at that point you probably be upgrading anyway, to a student account, right? So if you move to the student account, or if you get the student account, that account costs you roughly about $3,000. You get this, the promo I have is like for $2,700, right? That gives you $80,000 worth of buying power. 80 grand for only $3,000 or $2,700 basically under the discount. So you ask yourself, with $80,000 worth of buying power, how could you go into the equity markets having that kind of leverage to trade these bigger stocks that you typically couldn't trade with a small amount of money, like your Amazons, your Apple, your Googles, Tesla. Now you get to trade those stocks, right? You could buy again 100 shares for Tesla now, which is around about $500, somewhere around there, 470, 480. Now that'll cost you roughly about 47,000. But now you can trade Tesla, and y'all know Tesla makes big moves, so it moves $100 in any direction on a daily basis. And you're on the right side of that trade. Well, guess what? You just picked up 70, $80, with 100 shares. How much is that in profit? That's about 7-8 grand a day's worth of work, right?
Yeah,
no brainer. Yeah, go over, Chris. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Tesla. Yeah, we know how Tesla move.
Yeah, so and we were just talking about Tesla. Y'all know again. We sat there, looked at Tesla yesterday, and what did I say yesterday? What Tesla gonna do? Roll over. I'm sorry. It rolled right back over today on that news because we knew again that was just we know what it was, but fund managers, they do what they do. They desperate, they're hungry. They do what they do. For lack of better terminology, right? But excuse me. Yeah, we understand how this works, right? So again, with that being said, again, I am going to share this newsreel here. Let me see if I can get this thing to. Yeah, it's acting glitchy. All right. I'm gonna share Bloomberg terminal. Again, over Chris, you got the floor. You in the building. Over Marquise came back, so you guys can kind of again maybe want to talk about some trades, talk about some ideas, maybe want to talk about your account situation, how you plan on utilizing it, strategizing. Again, just for people that may not be familiar with TradeNet, whatever. Again, you guys do have the ability to share your screen if you like. All right, and I'll have the Bloomberg terminal in the. Go ahead, over Marquise, you there?
Oh, no, I was just seeing if I can hear me now, man. I was over here messing with this crazy iPhone.
Yeah, we got you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, Raul was saying that I guess he's on Apple too, and his don't work. Or you got an Apple iPhone where it don't work, where you could do YouTube and stream y'all at the same time. I guess.
Yeah, I couldn't figure it.
That's that.
Yeah, you know how this stuff is.
I trash. That's what I call it.
So you got the eye trash. It's an iPhone. Yeah. So yeah, I'm. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, I was just saying it's a rotten apple right now.
Now y'all know how they with these old. We got these little technology thing. You think they supposed to get down and act right? They be acting retarded sometimes. So I get it. I already know it. I can only imagine. So let me set that up right there for the Bloomberg terminal. At least we can see that cycling through. While we're on. While I'm going upstairs to grab my stuff. And again, like I said, you guys want to discuss your trades. You might want to break down that trade mentally. Over Marquise, what you did, Falls, taking that Forex trade that you obviously crushed it.
Yeah, either YouTube or something. I could definitely walk us through it, but I can't see nothing but the black screen right now and everybody's name.
Yeah, I'm saying if you just want to do it mentally, but if not, again, I got you as soon as I come back. I'll be able to open up mine and I can use me to share the technical. Then you might can walk through it if you want to do that too. But either way, we got you and being able to share that information. Get
it done.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying we'll get it done.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so let me do that real quick. Let me run upstairs and get my lunch. Right, I don't want to, I don't want to just go hard on me. Got my little coconut masala up there, my little vegan bowl. I need to get my greens in me. You gonna hop off for a second too? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, no problem. So I'm gonna do the same real quick. Just run upstairs and grab that. Then I'll be right back. Over Marquise, you got the floor, man. If you don't mind holding it down real quick while I go grab that.
Yeah. I can't really talk to the chat though. I can't see the chat, but
yeah. I forgot. I keep forgetting. Yeah. But if you just like I said, you don't take it. If you just want to talk about market stuff, whatever. Not. If not, I just I can open up Bloomberg. We just play the news till I come back. If you want to do that, I just do that.
Yeah, crank the Bloomberg. I'll be back when y'all come back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. So bear with me back, chat. Y'all just give me a hot minute. Let me run upstairs, grab my little lunch. All right, I'm gonna play Bloomberg. Bloomberg is obviously live right now, so any pressing news that's coming out about anything surrounding the market, at least we'll have that playing real quick till I come back, and then we'll jump into our Q&A session, break down charts, break down trades, break down whatever we need to, just kind of make round out this this live stream in terms of what we're trying to accomplish today. All right, so 1 second, let me open that up. I have to change my mic source as well so you guys can hear.
About to hop into the back chat with the fellas real quick. We're gonna chat it up in the back chat.
Okay, awesome. All right, let me. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. I had to make sure I tested, make sure it's working over there. Might check. All right, so let me. Hold up. Okay, let me go out of here.
Shape recovery, and frankly, it's really very premature to assess the characteristics of a rebound when the economy is still accelerating into contraction. So,
which is very important news.
We will be watching jobless rate, and this is the most timely indicator at this point of the extent of a downturn. So that and the Michigan survey as a gauge of sentiment.
Yelena, hang on for a second. We've got to go to California. Governor Newsom is giving an update. This is a headline plus is a Bloomberg. The Fed further swap the pace of Treasury buying $50 billion per day. Let's go to Governor.
Wow, that's interesting news, guys.
To make sure that we have essential staffing needs met at these sites.
I'll talk about that when I come back. Let me just go ahead and I'll be right back.
Needs. We are doing laundry service. We are having an intake process that is appropriate to the site. To the extent security is an issue, we will make sure we attach some priority to security, but doing something significant. We had Chef Jose Andres of World Central Kitchen, who's just been extraordinary. He was there with us when the Grand Princess Cruise came into the state of California, providing meals as we began the process of decompressing and getting people off that ship. He was there providing 3 meals a day for all the passengers and crew. Well, his organization is now going to be providing 3 meals a day for all our homeless on these sites. Incredible contribution to these efforts, and it just shows you the spirit of people meeting this moment, the spirit that defines this moment, the spirit of generosity and support. So I just cannot thank the World Central Kitchen enough for connecting themselves to this cause, connecting themselves to this movement, and providing those meals, working with local restaurateurs in each of the regions throughout the state of California to help support these efforts. So that's the framework of what we're doing. Phase 1, 15,000 units, roughly 7,000 that we've already identified. We begin to move these contracts county by county, county-run, state-led in terms of providing the framework of support. But we recognize the county stress, city stress, as it relates to resources. That's why it's important that I remind all of you that we have provided some $800 million in addition to the work we're doing to identify these motels and hotels throughout the state of California. $800 million of award grants have gone out just in the last number of weeks. The $650 million was approved in last year's budget to the cities and counties and our COCs to provide for support and services, identify sites to address $50 million for Tony Atkins that we were able to prioritize on an emergency basis just a few weeks back through our budget appropriation. So $800 million of grants, $150 million, the new dollars that are now out. Award letters have already gone out to support this effort. 75% reimbursement from FEMA, which would be no excuse for us to begin to scale these operations in the next days and weeks. It can't come soon enough because we had, of course, one tragic death, a homeless individual in Santa Clara, and we had a number of counties in the last days that have reported incidences of positive test results in counties large and small, including San Francisco, but other counties in LA that have shown at least a dozen, in fact, 14 in our last count. By the way, that's an undercount. We know that's just what's been reported to us. But heightened concern around the need to do more in our congregate facilities to isolate people into shelters like this and provide those basic essential services as we work through this crisis. Just a few final points before I bring over the head of our homeless task force, Daryl Steinberg, to say a few words. It's important to note as well that this is also an operation being supported by the support of the federal government. $118.5 billion of direct homeless grants have come from the CARES Act, $2.2 trillion federal stimulus. So that's additional resources that will be quickly dispersing throughout the state of California to augment some of the concerns around these facilities being temporary. And I want to make this point before I bring up the mayor. the anxiety off is, well, this is wonderful to help us for 3-4 months to get us through this crisis. But what happens after that? You're a county leader. You're saying, I'm not sure we are in a position to have the resources to continue these operations. That's why the federal dollars are important. That's why I'm highlighting it. I also want folks to know at the county level to address before the COVID-19 crisis, and we're not walking away from meeting that crisis head on as we move through this process. And that's why these operating agreements or these occupancy agreements in places like this include extensions and all the new templates that we have just engaged in the last few weeks include purchase options so that the state of California can help support through philanthropy, local government support, the opportunity to purchase these sites so we can look more long term as this being part of our panoply of solutions to address the homeless crisis in the state of California. So it's a long way of saying this. We're not just thinking short term. We're also beginning to process orientation and focus and energy around long-term supports so that we can get people off the streets in a permanent way. But again, this could not happen without FEMA's extraordinary support and partnership, and the partnership of leaders like the leader I'll be asking tonight in just a second. And that is the head of our homeless task force, the mayor of Sacramento, and someone who's been out front of this issue for years and is here again, once again, to see this crisis of COVID, the crisis of homeless, come together in a way that only reinforces this sense of urgency of the world, reinforces why we're really proud that he's there in Sacramento leading the efforts throughout the state of California.
All right, you've been listening to some comments by Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, talking about the intersection, the very unfortunate intersection of that state's homeless crisis, which we talked about a lot in Business Week, as well as this war pandemic, and those two coming together with, as the governor described, deadly say the least. All right, let's turn to Atlanta now. Back to our economic conversation. Steve Matthews is their economic reporter for Bloomberg. He's got a great story, one of my favorite stories on the Bloomberg today. Steve, first of all, hope you are doing okay and well down there. Georgia now sheltering in place, right?
We're about to. We're all sheltering at home.
So tell us about this story, because I read it and I know Carol did with interest and a little bit of, I dare say, abuse in the sense that this is sort of a carb-driven quarantine, it feels like, right?
Yeah, exactly. We've all in the grocery store today and kind of develop the power of it. We're holding self-directly. We're kind of after seeing all that, we kind of think, okay, what is really happening there? What products we're selling, what we're not selling, and we were able to find a database that kind of say, here's what happened in grocery stores, discount stores, and what's the expression? Let's just kind of that basically explains what's happening here. Sales of things like ham and baked beans go up 200 to 300%. Sales of things like lipstick were down 50%. And that kind of like tells you exactly this concept where they were spoiled, stocking up on food, stocking up on healthcare items, in preparation of your quarantine or this.
Right. I found a way to run my old computers with no hard drive. Here it is, and it's not in this computer.
January 1st, replaced John Yagenson, who was retiring. And she's a very interesting woman, very accomplished in her own right, and she's also married to the chief executive officer of not that exchange, the parent of the New York Stock Exchange.
Which makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, so she worked there. She was in communications, eventually was in charge of a spin-off that as well, at this point, digital currency. So she has executive experience, a lot of experience with financial markets and the rules of financial markets. She's wealthy in her own right, but of course she's worth more than $400 million for basically shareholding and other assets. So as a couple, they're worth more than $500 million. She just joined the Senate in early January. She's on the Intelligence Committee, and she and Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina, there's an early briefing, background briefing, or briefing just on how serious the coronavirus was around January 24th. This is well before early March, and it was a bipolar imagination here in the U.S. And the story last month was that Senator Burr, track over the stock, sold a lot of stocks, particularly hotel companies, in mid-February. He calls an ethics investigation. There's one, and there's an SEC investigation. Just as well.
Now, so, yeah, go ahead. No, keep going. I'm so spun up about this story, but keep going, Greg.
So the Senate personal financial disclosures have about every 45 days or so, or within 45 days of making a significant transaction. So that's how we all found out about the transactions from early February. Now we've seen the whole batch of things that we about March 31st about other transactions in late February and early March. And Senator Burr, so there's nothing there. There's still a lot of activity at the level, and I think she wanted to get ahead of it. She shared some of the details of her trades with the Journal and Bloomberg, and the details shared were interesting because they share more than just usually somewhere between 50,000 and 50,000.
think about this. Again, not necessarily letter of the law, but spirit of the law.
Yes, and to that point, absolutely, big picture. Let's assume that what's absolutely 100% correct. And it's all done by very professional skilled advisors outside. Still, buying and selling individual stocks by some of these conditions know much more than the average investor. Looks back. There's a reason the Stock Act was passed in 2012. It was after a public outcry, spearheaded by a fantastic 60-minute episode. You might remember.
Yes.
Basically nailing, John Boehner and a bunch of other senior congressional officials, including Nancy Pelosi, people like one big buy, and it turned out brilliantly because of Obamacare or because of some other major congressional aspects of that. It's like clearly inside information, but illegal. That's why the Stock Act was passed. There is, however, I want to add one other
Right. Let me switch back over to. Is my mic on?
Yes. We had to see on our show yesterday.
Oh, okay, right. Isn't that the old price line?
Okay, yeah. All right, testing. Can you guys hear me in the back chat? Can you guys hear me in the back chat? Ironically, we're speaking about insider trading and things of that nature, market manipulation. Some of you guys may have known about that senator in Georgia. Obviously, they just profiled her with doing just that, utilizing her power as a place to obviously, again, y'all saw the news reels about there was a lot of senators or politicians that was dumping stocks right before the pandemic really got really bad, right? And the stock market really began to crash. You had some of these people getting out of the market. So again, ethically, you can't be pro-America and yet you're doing something like that, as a sitting, congressman or a congresswoman or whatever. It just looks shady, right? It looks very shady. So, again, that's what we're dealing with. Y'all get it, y'all understand what it's like. So Senator Loeffler sold travel shares ahead of Trump flight ban. Okay, well, how important are those, those travel shares, right? What are some of the companies that's also in the traveling business, right? Who are some of these companies that are in the traveling industry, right? That in itself lets you know, these wasn't just random trades. She specifically sold stocks that were, again, intertwined or in the heat of the battle in terms of what coronavirus was obviously going to levy on them because of, people were not going to be able to travel, this, that, and the third. So again, you're talking about airlines, you're talking about cruise lines, you're talking about, anything that's, associated with travel. Booking agencies, if that's the case, Expedia, Trivago, bookingholding.com, that used to be Priceline.com, right? William Shatner, right? Old school, right? So a lot of those companies, they up out of there. And if you look at those stocks right now, of course she sold them. Right? So let's roll over here to the charts, right? Because y'all know to the charts we go, as they be saying, right? Let's go pull up some of that beautiful bean footage, right? And let's show you why, she dumped those stocks, right? Just one of many, right? We'll look at a couple of them, but again, good learning moment here, good training lesson moment here, in terms of how impactful this coronavirus is on certain stocks. This is Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, right? Royal Caribbean, right? I mean, you guys already know what time it is, right? You already know what time it is, right? People are not finna be getting on these ships. All these ships that are docked around the world, some of them that left out to sea, with sick people on them, they have this coronavirus, can't even come into a lot of different companies' ports. They're not even gonna have it, right? It goes to show you just how serious it is. Right? It goes to show you exactly how serious this is. So, like, how do you not know that she was planning to do that, in essence, to get out of that, knowing that a lot of stuff was going to happen too? Because keep in mind, Congress people were already getting briefed on the pandemic or the coronavirus scenario a lot more strategically before a lot of us was, right? We had to wait on the news to come out, right? Or a President Trump briefing. These people were already getting briefed on the news like they always do early. And so guess what? She started selling her stocks off early, which they went back and traced some of these sales that came from these these politicians. It was her and others too that did it. They start selling into the what? The downtrend of the market. Right? They were selling their stocks off into the market. Before the market actually really began to really roll over. So Royal Caribbean is one of them. I mean, look at how it was trading. It was trading up. Look where Royal Caribbean was trading at. Y'all talking about a stock that fell from. I'll use these little terminology, but look where it was trading. It was trading at $135 a share. This is just back in January 23rd, 27th, around that time frame, 23rd, 28th, whatever. $120 a share, $130 a little further back. Right before the news hit, when everybody began to just drop, as far as coronavirus news really began to pick up. Well, again, 120, 100, 109, 110, and then the bottom started falling out of it. Right, came down and hit 99, bounce, again, small little bounce there, and then what? In come the deluge. I mean, look at that drop right there. I'm not shorted into it like most people that I got smart because I ran to all the stocks that I knew that was going to be heavily affected by this coronavirus, which it makes sense. The travel industry, right? Who's trying to take a cruise right now? Right? Especially on top of that, knowing that all these cruise lines that are out there just lost out to sea, literally, like some Gilligan's Island, right? If y'all remember Gilligan's Island way back in the old school, right? So, I guess I'm revealing my age, right? Jokers, you pretty much like a castaway on the ship. And all the people that was coming down with the coronavirus or COVID-19 was, again, Royal Caribbean, Carnival Cruise Line, Norwegian Cruise Line, right? All those major brand, luxury cruise liners were all hit, by the coronavirus. And their passengers. And some of these ships, was loaded in passengers. Loaded to the rim in passengers. Right? Most people take take cruises during the wintertime because it's cheaper. But they go to what? They cruise into more what? Tropical regions where it's hot, right? Unlike trying to travel during peak season, which is around the summertime, where the tickets are more expensive, you go travel, typically during the wintertime, right? And go into those hot places. And so a lot of people are loaded on those ships. Again, we're talking about what? December, January, and all them jiggles, locked out to sea, dealing with that coronavirus. But the stocks, stock says it all. Look at the stock price. 135 all the way down and hit a low of $19. Again, for those who were shorting up here at 135 or even 120, right? 120, 100 shares, right? That trade would have cost you about 13 or 120, about 12,000. 100 shares, 12,000, and you wrote it all the way down to $19. So basically around an entire $100 a share. Right, so $100 a share, short selling it with 100 shares. Well, how much is that? How much is that? Right, that's 100 racks. That's $100,000. Right, that's the kind of money I know people. Again, y'all know how we roll. People making that kind of money, man, off this drop in the market. That's $100,000. In a matter of literally, if you look at the chart again, this ain't nothing that's astronomical because we do this every day, and some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Again, even we just go back to that point, let's say around about February the 12th. All right, so the 12th, obviously all the way down, it hit its low around, but what, March the 18th. And let's say you just covered down to this last little candle here, if you didn't, whatever the case, either way, again, we use it as a case study, but just letting you know that's the kind of money that was made in that, and people shorting this. Whether they bought the puts or they did a regular equity short outright. That's $100,000 in about a month. Even if you kept your shares in it and you paid the carrying cost of the borrow fees, I would have been happy to pay those borrowing fees. Right? I know trading it cost about 0.006 cents for the carrying cost, right? And then you pay like a flat fee for for the carry it too. So I would have definitely held those shares all the way down, because I knew it was going to keep going lower, which it did. And then obviously it bounced, when the market got news that the stimulus check stuff was coming around. That was the only thing that really turned the market. That was the only thing that turned the market. And then look how it bounced. It bounced and then came right back down, which you see it right now. I'm actually short Royal Caribbean line right now. Actually, I think I got short on it around what was it like 30 something, somewhere around there, whatever the case. But just again, just looking at how this stock's feel. So that's just one of many. Again, Carnival Cruise Line, right? Some of you guys have been on a cruise before, right? You got your little drink, your little coconut drink, and right, got your little, your little, your fishnet, tank top on. Some of you old school brothers out there, right? Got all your little taco meat out on your little fishnet tank top, run around the little cruise line, thinking you chef or somebody, right? Right? You was on the cruise line. I mean, look at them cruise line stock. Look at it. This is Carnival Cruise Line. Carnival Cruise Line. It was trading at roughly around about $52 a share. It plummeted, fell all the way down to like $7.92. Basically, they're $8 from 52, all the way down to $8. Couldn't make this stuff up. Bounced and came right back down because we found out later. Guess what? The news came out this past week that they are contemplating potential bankruptcy, because we found out also that they were not going to get a bailout. Right, the government's not going to bail them out because people are up in arms about that. How you bailing out a luxury cruise line company? That's not a central company. That's not a necessity business. Taxpayers do not want to bail out a luxury cruise line, and to make it worse, these companies not even their business filings are not even under the USA. I think Royal Caribbean has theirs filed through Puerto Rico. I think Norwegian Cruise Line has theirs obviously in Norway. Where Carnival is somewhere in Europe, I believe. So these people not even home based in terms of their business for taxation is then not even America. But they want American money, American taxpayer dollars to come bail them out. Ain't that something? Right? Ain't that something? Right? So again, this is the nerve of how people just came running. Soon as Trump opened up that checkbook, opened up his wallet, these companies came running like the maggots that they are. The corporations came running like the flies like they are. And then you hear people, make these little suggestive comments about, again, using the word socialism and all this, that, and the third, and how, how dare you give, American people, anything, right? People actually pushing back against y'all getting money. That was y'all money anyway. It's still your money right now. That stimulus check, all it is your 2021 tax return. It's a tax credit. So it's not like you even getting a special gift. Man, these people slick. They slicker than a can of oil on Sunday. Got everybody thinking they really finna get something, they not. And on top of that, insult to injury again, we just found out that they're not going to even cut the paper checks for those who have electronic filing with the IRS. If you haven't filed taxes in 2018, 2019, you will not receive your money until months later through paper check. Months later. Again, you needed that check like yesterday, a week ago, a month ago, and now you're gonna have to wait months. We talk about May, possibly May or June, possibly for some people. It's a hustle. And Trump gonna do everything in his power to lift this quarantine, because if he does that, it's gonna kind of force companies to kind of go back to work. Then if you have to force to go back to work, again, they still gotta owe you that money because it's mandated at this point. But you needed that money now to take care of your things you need to get done, like today or yesterday, I should say. Excuse me. So this is the hustle. But again, Wall Street getting a daily dose every single day from the feds. Every day they're dumping billions and billions of dollars into the stock market. Billions of your money that could potentially bail out a company like Royal Caribbean, Carnival Cruise Line, Norwegian Cruise Line. Right? It's just, again, insult to injury. Hey, who are these people? You know what I'm saying? Who are these people? All right, Norwegian Cruise Line, same reality. Trading at, same price near Carnival Cruise Line, $59-$60 a share. It dropped, fell from grace. Look at that. Look at this chart. Look identical to the Royal Caribbean, Carnival Cruise Line. It looks identical. Who even wants to trust getting on a cruise line right now? Even if the quarantine was up by next month, Man, look at it. Don't nobody want to be on that hot box. Look, look. Good luck. I get me a banana boat and ride out, bro. I'm straight. Give me a little banana boat, and I'm in there. I'm good to go. All right. So again, that's why this stuff is important. So again, you had a Senator Loeffler of Georgia, right? Oh, Georgia, hey, boy, Georgia, tell you, they got some bright ones down there. All right. Don't take it personal for all my Georgia folk, but they got some bright ones down there. We just heard the news about their governor, right? What his name? Kemp, whatever his name is, Governor Kemp. This idiot is a governor of the state and didn't even know that the coronavirus, that was airborne and all things like that. And that, like who's briefing these people? And again, insult to injury, you got the headquarters of the CDC is in Atlanta, Georgia. The headquarters of the CDC is in Atlanta, Georgia, basically downtown almost. I mean, I lived in Atlanta. Y'all people that's down in Atlanta, y'all know what's up. How you got the CDC in your home state, your hometown, right? And you not even know about some basic stuff concerning this virus. That's why Georgia numbers are picking up in terms of coronavirus. Because they down there playing slow. They down there acting slow. Right? And putting people's lives at risk. The same way Governor Florida DeSantis, these people playing around. These people playing with your life. They're playing with your well-being. Right? So again, you have to realize what's happening here. Again, it's funny too because just think about Florida again real quick. Dude waited to the very last minute to put the entire city on, the state on lockdown. He waited till they had that special event that was going down in Orlando, Disney World. He waited till that money came in. There was a couple other things too. And we already know about the beaches, right? Clearwater had people at the beach. Fort Lauderdale had people at the beach. They came in and got all that tourist money. And then he decided to shut the state down. By then, guess what? Damage was already done. They said multiple people came down there and got infected by that virus. Multiple young people. And then them young people going to take it back to, their family, their loved ones, their elders, their, whomever. And it's funny, again, how when we say, these people are playing with your health and your wellness, we're not just making that up. Right? That's not like a soundbite. That's not that's raw facts. Right? Those are raw facts. These people are parasites, man. They ratchet. They ratchet. Right? At the highest level. Right? At the highest level. Right? So again, we need not, let me cut my earphone. Okay, yeah. We need not kind of, fool ourselves or convince ourselves that these things are not happening when we know the type of people that we're dealing with. Right? We know who we're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? So again, it's a no-brainer. But you know what? That's why you need forums or think tanks or conversation places where you can come hang out and discuss this stuff. So again, moving on. Right? So let me see. Bookings Holding, another one. Right? Another travel company. And I know we're just speaking about this because that newsreel came on Bloomberg discussing this right, this criminal, so to speak. Right? I call her a criminal because what she is. And she worked like y'all heard how much she worked. She worked over $400 million. And here it is, she's trying to, selling some stocks for peanuts. I mean, from the price value of it. Just ratchet. Right? Just automatically just ratchet. Right? Booking Holdings, another one. Stock was trading at near $2,000 a share. Up there near 2,000 and change. It dumped. Right? From 1970 to 2000 all the way down to $1,100, about $1,100 a share. Again, travel industry. Right? We can keep going on and on. Expedia, right? Expedia is another one. Y'all know Expedia.com. Right? Expedia. Look at them. They was up there near 121, $130 a share almost. It dumped. Travel agencies. I mean, these companies were shoe-ins to short or to to buy puts in. And that's for the stock to come down. You knew the stock was going to come down even more so than a lot of other stocks. Because again, nobody finna be traveling. Travel bans. Lockdowns. Not just in America, but other nations were doing it too and still doing it. Right now, as we speak, they're still locking down. These different nations are locking down their ports. So again, this is how you make money in a market where it's forward thinking and it's also based upon geopolitical news, anything that's global. it wasn't hard or far-fetched to start thinking, like, okay, what stock's going to be affected by this coronavirus? When the news started to really pick up, we had ample time to prepare ourselves. We had ample time to prepare ourselves, right? Just like Trump had ample amount of time to get this, get preventative maintenance about it, and he didn't. He sat on his hands, right? Don't get upset, Trump fans. Don't get upset, Trump fans. Don't get triggered, right? Don't get triggered, right? But that's just the facts. So guess what? We already knew travel agencies was going to get it. So guess what this joker here did? On the 13th, right? It gapped up from 110 to 123, 125. Y'all know what caused that gap up? Talks about potentially that cruise line or cruise industry. I think that was what it was, that they might get bailed out, or they might have had earnings there. I could be wrong. I have to go double check. But either way, that was a fake out gap up. It was a bull trap. Gapped up above the 200-day moving average. And then let me see if they had earnings. I take that back. They had earnings. They had earnings on that day, right? All right. They had an estimate $1.19 on earnings standardized for 52 cents. And so they came in at they missed the earnings. I think they beat on revenue. They might have beat on revenue. Right. The estimate was $1.19. They came in at 52 cents on the earnings per share. Right. And that was because they couldn't buy back shares. That's typically how companies beat earnings. They buy back their shares, which obviously increases their earnings per share. It doesn't affect the revenue, but it just increases the earnings per share, which most people look at for the analysts a lot of times. But they missed on they beat on revenue, right? And that's what caused the gap up. But either way, it doesn't, neither here nor there. The stock sold off when the coronavirus news began to be relevant. Dumped. And again, so we can find these little stocks like this off, on and on. We can go, Trivago, you name them, they out there. You can find them, you can trade them if they're publicly traded. And so, in saying that, all it is that these are just, this is opportunity. This is unlimited potential opportunity. Given that you take the time to learn this, then, you can take advantage of this. Some of these put options at that time were probably like dirt cheap. You didn't know it was going to probably drop that much, but guess what? If you say, okay, the market going to get it, be unstable here, with this coronavirus, it's going to pick up. We was already kind of talking about it. You could have bought one that was way out the money, almost like 40, 50 bucks, and hit pay dirt. Not only hit pay dirt, but they also scored behind it. And them puts probably would have cost you like pennies on the dollar, literally. Right? You talking about from 120, 121. Let's say you just bought the $76 puts, or even the $50 put, or the $60 puts. Right? You still hit pay dirt. Because if you'd have bought a monthly expiration, just kind of push them out. Man, I'm pretty sure them puts probably maybe about 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, somewhere around there maybe. If that, I would have to go back and check, but just hypothetical saying, so that would have cost you maybe about 30 bucks, 40 bucks, or 50 bucks. And then not only did you hit your strike price around 60, and it plummeted down lower, even came down and hit 40. So you picked up an additional 20 bucks on that, on top of that, of being in the money. So just hypothetically from that point alone, 30, 40, 50 bucks, obviously an additional 20 bucks on top of that, you're talking about additional what? Right? It's 100 shares per every contract, right? So you're talking about close about near $2,000 off about 30, 40 bucks. Let that marinate. That's why we forward think. That's why we do this. It's about a couple $1,000 off about, again, 30, 40 bucks. You know what I'm saying? I missed it, in terms of the options in that, because I was too busy trying to trade everything. I was doing, you can't trade everything. You can if you're just on top of it. But again, I was trading other stuff. But I knew these stocks was gonna get beat up. Some of them I showed it through the equity side. I didn't buy the puts. But this is what I'm talking about when we're out here searching for opportunity. We're searching for yield. We're searching for alpha. We're just searching for what? Stocks that has a very notable catalyst. This one had a notable catalyst. It had what? The coronavirus. Nobody finna be booking no cruise lines or booking no hotels right now. Anybody finna be booking nothing. Right? Booking industry shut down, literally. You think about restaurants shut down, the booking industry is definitely shut down. Ain't nothing shaking over there. Right? So again, for us, that's why I'm not saying that that's not, within you guys' wheelhouse in terms of being able to kind of collectively put your brain, cells together and figure out, exactly what I'm talking about here. This is a lot of this stuff is just common sense or just natural knowledge for just keeping up with your current events. That's what basically day-to-day news and investing trading is all about. It's just current event news for the day. or something that might have happened the day before, and people are going to trade it the next, the following day. It's called a catalyst, or a fundamental analysis based upon news dropping, press releases, FDA approvals, product, launch. I mean, you name it. Bad news too, same way. Boeing losing the contract, Boeing getting the contract. The news what happened to Raytheon. Y'all see the news on Raytheon today? Well, it came out yesterday, but Raytheon, right? Again, defense stock, right? One of those stocks that you just could never think about being what's Raytheon? RTX, I think. Yeah, they RTX ticker symbol. Look at Raytheon. Right? This is what they call a defensive stock, right? Defensive stocks always do pretty well because again, it's defensive, right? And on top of that, they have an unlimited money pool because they always getting what? Government contracts for products and things that obviously keep the military firing on all cylinders. So they got that. They got loan money. They got old money. They got secure money too because again, y'all know every time a president come in office, they go straight trying to tout and pump up the military, right? To gain their trust. So they always throwing big money at the military, right? Because y'all know these people warmongers. Y'all know they love to fight and start stuff. So they're gonna keep the military greased. So these companies like Raytheon, right? They definitely eat off them government grants. Government grants, that is. That means that's free money. So 7 of their employees, all right, because they start obviously they switch some of their factories at Raytheon to making masks and things and the PPE gowns. So 7 of those employees end up testing positive for coronavirus. So guess what that does to Raytheon operation, even with making those gowns now? They got to stop and sanitize that entire area now. That entire plant got to get quarantined now. So just while they got started and trying to do something to help, they got shut down. So that money, that it was probably going to use the benefit from that. They probably still get it. I don't know how that goes, but the stock definitely didn't like it. Look what happened to the stock yesterday, or not yesterday, but no, this is the weekly candle. Let me see. Let's go back to let me do a 4 hour, right? So do a 4 hour. So yesterday, yesterday here, it was trending up here near about $54 a share, right? Today obviously it's down, trying to kind of retrace a little bit, but it came down and hit a lower about 57, well, 47 bucks. But that's after it kind of gap down from last week, right? That's after it gap down from last week because it went up there and hit like $61 a share. And then it obviously started trending back down, like a lot of stocks was. But again, stuff like that just obviously puts more pressure on these companies that typically wouldn't have to even deal with this kind of stuff, because they are what they consider to be a defensive play, right? People are always betting on or betting with defensive plays, stocks like this, because they're always going to be around because they got government money. They're not dealing with waiting on a shareholder alone to come in and prop their stock up. Right, because government contracts go out all the time. I'm talking about in the tunes of billions of dollars. Right, we got Sister Monica. I don't know if she owned or not. She definitely gonna attest to it. She deal with government contracts, so these companies are always gonna be eating good off that. But again, it's under pressure today. Right, so again, it's a lot of stuff that's happening around the market. Again, we get it, but for us, it's just a part of our normal routine. Right, we do what we call our check downs. Right, we're checking, seeing what's happening in the market. What to look for when they break down, through certain points of our indicators. When we say it's a sell signal or buy signal, again, this big yellow line, again, that's a 200-day moving average. It's a major indicator. Again, it lost that way back in, into February, obviously. But again, just knowing where we are now, the most closest indicator is the 20-day moving average, right? So number one, it lost it here, snapped back above it so slightly here when the market kind of rebounded on the idea that was going to get those stimulus checks. And like I was saying, hey, sell into that rally. It's not gonna last, right? It's not gonna last. It's pretty much like a dead cat bounce. There's not necessarily no meat behind it. People going sell into that because there's still too much uncertainty with this coronavirus. And just sure enough, from 61 bucks all the way down to like 48, 47, stopped right back down. And it lost a 20-day moving average right here, literally right here on the 31st of March. It lost that 20-day moving average, which obviously indicated that it's a short signal. It's a short signal here. So you go short there, boom, you eating off that. 2 or 3 days, you out of there. Right? Again, another one, Lucky and Coffee. We looked at, I think that yesterday. Right, we know what happened with that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that drop. Let me put that on the Woo, look at that drop there. Let me put it on the 1 hour chart so it can really look ugly. You talking about a drop from grace? It thing dropped from 26 bucks all the way down to basically $4.87 on one drop. One drop. We looked at some of those contracts yesterday that the guy traded this. Right, he had two up to $23 put buys. Right, y'all remember that guy we looked at yesterday? What's his name? Was Ass Slaffer, something like that. That was his name, Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, look like old shade tree mechanic. But he got that bag though, didn't he?
Yeah.
That joker hit that pay dirt.
Racks. Got them racks.
I'm talking about racks. You talking about roughly he paid like, I think his total trades were like 3,400 and then what, 200. Yeah, so he paid like 3,600 bucks. And then, you know, just to kind of put it in paraphrase for you guys who didn't see it, but that entire amount of money turned into roughly about hypothetically about $50,000, somewhere around there, somewhere close to that. 3,400 turned into about 50,000 in one day. One day.
He can be done for the year.
He could be done for the year. Again, look like old average dude too. Again, like he just play video games and watch Pornhub all day. But he got that bag.
Yeah.
Okay? He got that bag right now. One day, look at that 1 day drop. Boom. And now it's still downtrending here. As you can see, it broke that 550, was a major support, right? Y'all know $half marks and whole dollar marks are natural support and resistance line. It finally broke through that 550 point, right? Which was trending around 560 for the most part. And it broke that, 560, 570, it kind of trending this line. As you can see, there's a chop line here. All this pattern is right here. What is that pattern right there over, Chris? When you see this right here happening like this here. When you have a snap up, then it's kind of just trends like this. What's that pattern there?
Oh,
what flag pattern is that?
Oh, that's a bear flag.
All day, every day. So y'all, anytime you hear the word bear, that means what? It's downtrending, right? Or the market selling off, right? Bullish, obviously, it's obvious. Green candles, you talking about going up. So when you see this pattern here, it's kind of basically like a bear flag. It's flagging to the downside. Just like a flag will be waving in the wind. See how it waving? The wind gust caught it up here, and guess what? The wind blew it back down. That thing flagging nicely to the downside and going low, as you can see right here, down to $5.38 after trending up in this, fighting throughout the day right here. Matter of fact, let's narrow this chart down. I'm shorting it right now too, so that's why I'm talking about it as well. Yeah. Always brings. Yeah, I'm shorting out. Again, biscuit, Gravy Valley biscuit wheels. Y'all know how it go. All right, we're gonna dig into it. So we put it on the 30-minute chart. Matter of fact, let's make it even more interesting. Let's put it on the 15-minute chart. All right, so you guys can see that there. Stretch it out a little bit. So again, I mean, very detailed. Now when you put it on the 15-minute time span, look at that nice little bear trend, that bear flag, downtrending nicely to the downside. Right? I mean, you can see this the short sale signal here. We broke the VWAP here at 747. Again, this was like on April 2nd, but we just noting what the sell point's at, right? Sell signal there, meaning short sale or put buy. Write it down. See, I start the bottom out here and round out. You see that kind of like a momentum break here, channel break here. That's your cover position, right? If you didn't have it for the entire week and you say, well, I think it's going to sell off more, then you hold it, right? Because even when it snapped back here, and got back above the VWAP, all it did went back to near your entry point where you went short on it when at this first sell signal. Right, so you don't get nervous there if you understand the stock's still downtrending because it fell so far, and there's a lot of news still coming out about this company, which it did. News that came out about this company here, if you guys might not be familiar with it, it's called Luckin Coffee. It's a Chinese pseudo Starbucks. I rarely use the word pseudo, right? But that's basically what they're a Chinese pseudo Starbucks in China. In China now, turned out their COO was cooking the books. Y'all know China has a bad history of doing manipulating companies, manipulating stock, and they got busted, right? One of our, I guess, if you want to call that, one of our esteemed short sellers in the country, a guy by the name of Jim Chanos, right? You might familiar with him. You might want to Google his name. Right? He had some very, very major short positions over the years and made tons of money shorting what they call bad companies. That's his mantra. He like to short bad companies. You familiar with him over, Chris? You familiar with Jim Chanos a little bit, ain't you?
Yeah, he made that money off all that coronavirus hoopla.
Right. He was shorting a lot of those frothy stocks that were obviously, benefiting off, again, taxpayer money, shareholders' money. I'm just kidding, Fed, there was propping these stocks up, right? He made a killing off those stocks, shorting them. People like, again, y'all know my mentality. I go after them froth. I go get that froth. I don't mind getting after it too. I probably don't have millions dollars like he do, but I utilize the same strategy. So guess what? It broke down here. Another opportunity to add to your put position. And guess what? Now you sit down trying to reaping the benefits. I got puts in this here, and I'm shorting it through the equity stock itself right now. So I got a double whammy on this Luckin Coffee now. And obviously, definitely I'm eyeing this break of $5, right? Because if it breaks $5, then we definitely know it's gonna go down there and clip the low of that $4.92. And you can see right here, guess what? Shareholders that were stuck up here, again, that's why this is a brutal game. Imagine all the people that were buying up here at $26 a share.
Oh, that's tough.
That's tough there. You wake up the next day, your stock all the way down to $4.80
Man, you're gonna be kicking yourself.
You talking about getting it, man. You talking about putting that 22 rifle out the closet, dusting it off. Boy, Joker make us hard decision there, bro. You ready to go get somebody?
Yeah.
Where these people? Where they coming at? Let me find a Lucky Coffee store right here, anywhere. Take it out on the employees in there. Everybody finna get it.
Yeah, boy. That'll make you want to do that for real.
That's that again. So that's why you have to be careful too. What we're always saying, you have to be on top of your due diligence, right? Just because somebody's talking about saying it's good, don't necessarily mean it's good. Do your research. There was news that was coming out about this way back, and further back than that point of when we know it started selling off. Again, Jim Chandler was vocal about this stock way back last year, and like how is it? It's getting this kind of this kind of move. And let's go back a little bit. This is where the stock came from, right? Again, they sell coffee in China, right? Coffee in China. Look at the chart. It just IPO recent too. It just came out last year. Just for you guys didn't know, Luckin Coffee came out last year. IPO back in May of last year, right? Opened up around about $20-something a share, and you see what it did. It sold off. Obviously, Chinese companies was getting beat up back then anyway because of the tariff and trade war, right? They had this massive war against any Chinese stock from American investors that was shorting them. It bounced, trended sideways, and actually started bull flagging off the lows. Came up there, hit a peak, broke above the old high ever so slightly here back in July of 2019, near the end of July, right? Pull back again, just went through like a chop zone, in this little level here to down about right here. And then guess what? They had earnings. They had 2 earnings since they came out, but that second earning was what? Lights out. Somehow they cooked the books. Obviously, they cooked the books. This is what got them in trouble right here. This earnings report back in November. That's when they got on Jim Chandler's radar. He started digging into their financials, looking at the SEC filings, saw there was some discrepancies, right? He started looking at them. I don't know where he got short at, but I think he got that out there. You can go look at his website or look him up. He'll tell you actually where he probably started shorting that, where he got short on it. But if he got short anywhere around up in here, again, you're talking about a person that's shorting with millions of dollars. This stock went all the way up to like $50 a share. And he wrote it down because he said he just covered that position actually just the other day. So he covered that position this week. So if you short anywhere from up here or even up here, $40-something a share, all the way down to $4 with millions of dollars, y'all do the math on that. That's how these jokers, what I'm saying? Bruh.
That's a lot of money.
These jokers sit around and make this kind of money all day long. Again, ain't nothing separating you from them besides what? Buying power. And a little bit more what? Time in the game. But once you know how to read the tea leaves, you know how to read the what? Tea leaves.
Yep,
you could just
all the same.
Right. All you had to say, think about what? Coronavirus. China shut down. Ain't nobody buying, going to no coffee place. Y'all saw what happened to Starbucks. You could have got short on it on GP just because even at that point. We're talking about in March, just past March. March the 2nd, March the 3rd, March 4th. Right here, you see it breaking down below the 20-day moving average here, right? The 200-day is down here. So you lose the 20-day moving average here on March the 6th. Guess what? You go short there around about $40 a share. You buy some extended puts because you know they're going to get hammered like everybody else was getting hammered. Just like we saw the cruise line, travel agencies, everybody else, Boeing, everybody got hammered. So guess what? You bought those puts, you could have bought the the $20 put buy at a $40 stock at a month expiration date. I'm pretty sure those puts were probably dirt cheap because the stock wasn't that expensive anyway. I don't think the premiums in it was that bad. Just hypothetically, you probably would have paid, again, like I said, about 20, 30 cents, somewhere around there. And not only did it fall because they got exposed too, but I mean, they was already under pressure from the coronavirus anyway, especially when it lost to 200-day moving average. So again, $20 put down here and it came out with the $4. Y'all do the math on that. I mean, that's a killing, as they say, that's a killing. All right, all right. So, oh, sorry about that, Sister Camille. I ain't seen the back there. Y'all know that I be going, I be getting in. I forget to check the back panel.
No, that's all right. I just was listening.
Hey, yo, but Camille,
what's going on, sis?
What's up, over? You know, over here trying to work it out. Work it out.
right on.
Man.
It's a beautiful day to be in the market. It's a beautiful day to be learning the market. It's a beautiful day to be strategizing for the future, right? And for us, y'all know how we do. We got all this time on our hand now. Look at, again, this is business as usual for us. For most cases,
Exactly.
business as usual. You know, so a great moment to share it with the village, so to speak, and sharing it with you guys as tuning in here on the back chat on YouTube land. Again, we appreciate you guys as always. I mean, you guys are awesome. Oh yeah, stash party real quick. All right, run over the stash real quick. Yep, stash party time. All right, we got Yum Brands. That's interesting too because that stock actually, they under pressure too because guess what? If y'all guys now y'all gonna get a nice little crash course on some of these stocks that y'all had no clue about, right? So Yum Brands. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, let's make it a party because that's. All right, sorry about that. Your idea as soon as you get to rocking, but here come this craziness.
Yeah, they didn't cut down the people bandwidth. You still paying the same money. They didn't cut your bandwidth down.
I'm already paying that for the gig, so they give me double time. They give me double time. But yeah, I went over there and got they got Yum Brand. So Yum Brand is the stock they giving away money today in, right? So just went and got their free money, right? 30, 40, 50 cents, 18 cents. I don't care what it is, it adds up. I got a lot of them little jokers now. And that's all it is. Just keep adding up. Free money. All you do is click a button and get free money. No brainer. So I'm saying, but yeah, speaking about Yum Brand, I was talking about this company here, Yum Brands, right? Yum Brands is very interesting, right? Because they are the parent company for some of y'all favorite little restaurant, right? Some of y'all. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. You breaking up, sis? You breaking up, Sister Camille? Camille, you there? I think she probably internet, like she was saying. Yeah, all you gotta do when you claim it over Zane and you wait 3 or 4 days, it'll come into your stash account. It's gonna go straight to your stash account, and you'll see it under there. For Yum Brands, it'll show you how much money you got out of that. That pool that is pulling from. Excuse me. All right. So yeah, Yum Brands. So See now, say I was going up. So a lot of people still coming in and eating off of it before they before it goes out. Hey, what's going on, family? Rozzy Roz, what's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit. You missed Tesla the other day? Yeah, it went up. You saw it went up off that news, and guess what? It came right back down. Like we was kind of saying, the thing's gonna come down because again, they came in actually under their production target. But again, Wall Street saw a reason to kind of pump it up like they always do. Again, get behind it and it sold right back off again today. So the market is just brutal, man. The market is brutal, right? It's a brutal world out there, as they say, and dealing with these stocks, right? So again, just knowing that we talked about it yesterday, exactly what was going to happen. Again, I kind of gave my forward thought process of what it was going to do, my opinion, so to speak, that it was going to sell off, right? Don't trust that move, right? Don't trust that, don't trust it. And, sure enough, matter of fact, I still got the old chart up from yesterday. When we were talking about it, I was like, hey, be careful here, right? Tesla ain't back quite yet. That's they got a big uphill battle in terms of Tesla, to get to a place again where you can say that, that it's worth to be kind of invested in at this level, right? With this coronavirus, they already kind of tight business anyway. I mean, this what it was looking like yesterday, right? When we saw it kind of marching up, on that production number. They actually missed their production number. They missed. And Wall Street still bid it up. Fundamentally still bidded it up after selling it off all day. Again, classic pump and dump. Classic pump and dump. So when people tell you again, these companies, all of them are garbage. All of them are garbage. All of them. I don't care who they are. All of them are garbage. They spent the entire day selling the stock off. Entire day. Selling off, selling it off, selling it off, selling it off. All of a sudden it catches a bid on the production number that they missed, and their stock went from $446 a share all the way up to $550 a share. Are you kidding me? In a coronavirus laden environment, and they Fremont plant shut down. The plant in Shanghai just barely starting to get back. Man, stop. These are frauds. This is what I call frauds. This is fraud. Froth and frauds all in one. So first thing I'm telling y'all what, don't trust it. Don't trust it. Don't even trust it. Right? Now, if you look at where Tesla's at today, right? Where Tesla at today? Y'all know I've been short Tesla for a little hot second here, off and on, off and on. Let's see where old Dusty Tesla at today. Right? Just to kind of, bring truth to power. Right? So, jokers can't get it twisted. Right? Let me show y'all where Tesla's at today. And why we study and why we are, again, students of the game in a way where, you can't shake us on, on fugazing. Look what Tesla's at today. Remember that move right there? What did it do right here? Sold off. Sold off. Came down here and hit a low around about 560 something. I was giving 460 something. No more than maybe about $20 off the lows from yesterday. Came all the way back down. I mean, yeah, like a small little retracing on the back in the day, but look at this red candle right here that closed out today, closed out the market today. Right? Look at this right here. that candle, right? Look at the volume in that candle. 222,000 shares of Tesla got dumped around 4 o'clock. So that means, guess what? People like, no, I'm still not happy with those production numbers. I'm out of there. I'm out of there. Even though you see it kind of trending up a little bit here on the back end day, but people already know what's going on with this here, right? That's just after our frolicness, right? But again, depending on how the market going, act over the weekend, I guarantee you, if there's any kind of implied weakness out there, and Tesla don't drop some kind of pump the market news, it's going to be coming right back down and get ready to test pretty much the lows of the previous day. Around this 450 level, 460, even possibly 440. Right? Hey, what's going on, Sister Beautiful One? What's going on? You say, do you think Tesla will ever get to 300s again? It can possibly very well get back down there. Again, just think about everything that's surrounding the market right now. When I asked the question to you guys, do y'all think we in the all clear yet in terms of this coronavirus? Is there still a lot of uncertainty still out there surrounding us and meaning the country and just globally, are we still, having to deal with this coronavirus? Right? Let's go to the chart. Right? The charts, as they say, to the charts we go. Right? And do the Theo trade. Right? Don Kaufman. Now look. Now you instantly see right here when it sold off the first time. Right? Again, we know it hit a high of 968. Right? When the coronavirus news hit, see right here, this blue line, that's the 20-day moving average, right? That was back on what, March the 3rd. Even though we know it started selling off back in February a little bit, it started kind of pulling down from 900. It came down and bounced around about 612. That's 300 points right there alone. So you're talking about February the 18th to basically, February the 28th. So you talking about, man, look at that. That's crazy. Talking about 10 days, that thing dropped over $300. Man, imagine the money if you just see. This is why we do this. That's 300. That's 300 points in 10 days. I mean, if you shorten that at 900, 921, again, I was up there at 960. Y'all know me. I'd be looking for them. It came all the way down to $600. Basically $599, somewhere around there, in about 10 days. If you just had 10 shares short, right? 10 shares short of Tesla at $900 or 921. Let's say $900, right? How much is that? What's 10 shares of $900 stock? Right? You can do the math on that, right? So you got $300 a share basically. $300 a share for 10 shares. Well, how much is that? What's 3 times 10? 300 times $10. Right? That's $3,000. You made in 10 days just holding a share. And that's even the fact that you didn't sell, cover that short and just rolled it down further. You had to pay a little borrowing cost, but again, in this case, I'm not going to argue with that. Yeah, 100% right. You own it, brother. Everything monetized. What's going on, family? This is the kind of money we be sitting there itemizing, seeing all day, and we trade it. We get after it. We do what we can, but all this stuff is just, this is realization. This is realization. This ain't just, play. It's hindsight conversation now. But that's how you train. You do a case study based upon what we seen, what happened in the past, right? Again, for those who were in it, we understand what it's like in real time. But for those who learn it, these are some of the things we're looking for. We're looking for the signals, right? This break of the 20-day moving average here, that was a sell signal. Even if you got short there at 787, you still brought it all the way down to 603, $600. That's about $187 short position in a matter of what? 2 days, basically, to 28. February 26th to February 28th, you had 2 days, you picked up 187 points on a short position. Crazy money. Retrace, went up there and hit that 20-day moving average again, got what? Got rejected like Matumbo, waving the finger. Not in my house. Rejected Tesla there at 809. And what? Then it really began to deluge to the downside. Rain like you at the club. Y'all know what I'm talking about. From $800 all the way down to what? $300 and $49 and change. There's that $300 level. So that was about 500 point drop from March the 3rd to March 3rd. What was that? The 17, 16, 18, somewhere around there. Roughly about what? 15 days. The stock dropped over 500 points. Again, let's say you got short there at the 20-day moving average, which was a sell signal. You shorted with 10 shares, right? Expensive stock, $800 stock, that's expensive. You shorted with 10 shares, right? 10 shares would have cost you how much? Of $800 stock would have cost you about $8,000, right? That ain't far-fetched. You could have shorted that with an intro account at TradeNet. At least you get $14,000 buying power. You could have shorted with $8,000, 10 shares, right? And you'd have picked up $500 per share if you wrote it down and held that stock. For that length of time, you would have to pay the borrowing cost again. But either way, if you picked up $500 a share, time what? 10 shares. Well, how much is that? What's 500 times 10? Right? 500 times 10. How much is that? Right? You did that every bit about what? 15 days. So roughly about 2 weeks. Some of you guys get paid, bi-weekly, 1st and 15th. Right? That was your bi-weekly payout. Just by holding Tesla, because obviously, it was coming down like everything else was coming down. So you picked up 500 points with 10 shares, $8,000, brought you some serious money there. Right? There you go, David Worley. There you go, Over David. That's 5 racks. 5 racks in 2 weeks. How many of y'all make about $5,000 every 2 weeks? I ain't putting you out there like that, but if you work for Mr. Charlie, you make about $5,000 every 2 weeks. That's about $2,500 a week, right? If you put it in that perspective, but either way, y'all get my point. Obviously, start rebounding trace because guess what? Everything bounced at the same time because guess what? Stimulus news came out. We finna cut some checks. That Trump check, stimulus bill, right? Retrace came back up to 577, and just been trending. Kind of stuck between 518, 520, 540. Trying to break down. So if you look at the chart here more intricately, right? Guess what? So I was trending right here at this red line, which is the VWAP. See how I kind of hit that VWAP down almost to the T? Look at this here. Like you couldn't make this stuff up, like a surgeon. Trended down, which was yesterday, to like 447. And then they missed on a very key data, some public data that was news that people was waiting on, the shareholders. They missed the number and the stock still caught a bid and went back up like near $547. Now, who would have the mindset to want to what? To do something like that? Short, and that being fundamentals who are already underwater in Tesla that was, buying this stocks at $600 a share, $700 a share, $800 a share. They use it as an opportunity to kind of get the market off the lows, right? When I say get the market off the lows, if it would have broke this line right here, this same line here you were asking about, Sister Beautiful One, if it would have broke that VWAP line, which is a major key indicator in terms of strength of Tesla stock, meaning it's being held up here, or it could easily fall. If it would have broke that on that data, guess what? It could have easily came down, down to low 400s, if not down into 300s, easily. If people really respected that data that they missed, it could have easily went back down to the low $400 or $300 level. But this is what they did in terms of what? Trying to prop the stock. This is what you call a stock prop job. That's basically what it was, a prop job. Fund manager banks, again, not respecting the fact that how stocks typically would trade under that kind of news, or layman terms, market manipulation to a degree. Yeah, 100% right, Obazane. Yeah, you could have sold them for $5,000 total. 10 shares. 10 shares of Tesla at $800, all right, which cost you about $8,000, borrow fee to borrow those 10 shares from the broker. That's what you do when you short sale. And then you sell them back to the broker once the stock comes down, and then they pay you out, that value of the money, which would have been $500 per share. Time those 10 shares, that would have brought you about $5,000. Right? So stock just came right back down. So again, it's a prop job. But we know Tesla's under a lot of fire right now because again, they're barely profitable. They got a lot to prove, right? To have this kind of valuation. Tesla got like a $80 billion valuation right now, an $80 billion valuation, and they only been profitable maybe about 4 or 5 times in their history of being a publicly traded company. And they've been a publicly traded company for years now, and Wall Street keep giving them what? The benefit of the doubt. They'll disrupt the company. This, that, third. Again, I like the technology. Don't get it twisted because I'm talking like this, but I'm still an investor. That means I'm still what? I'm supposed to do my research. I do my homework. And I'm supposed to, be honest about the decisions I make based upon where the company's at in this particular time in history. That don't necessarily mean that Tesla ain't gonna rebound and get their stuff together at some point and then go rocking it back up to the upside, and go up there and test that $900 to $1,000 level again. Not saying that can't happen. But right now is a very critical time for them and a lot of companies because guess what? The one thing that broke the bubble of the market, which is the coronavirus, exposed a lot of these companies for the type of companies they really were. You're not who you say you was kind of mentality. Seriously, look where Tesla came from. Y'all know this ain't no secret. We talked about Tesla till we blue in the face. Tesla was trading at $220 a share back in September of 2019. $220 a share. You could have bought one share back then, Obazane or Eva, Beautiful One. Any of you guys could have bought this shit. David, any of you guys, all right, over David, y'all could have bought one share for $220. The thing went to $968 in what? October, 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month, 5 months, right? In 5 months, your $220 would have turned to how much? What's 968 minus 220? Somebody throw that math in the back chat real quick. 968 minus 220. Somebody throw me a number in the back chat. Right? Y'all know we deal with numbers over here. This is what we do. This is what we do. Right? So we ain't, this is part of our daily work value. 968 minus 220. What's that math on that? Somebody throw that in the back chat for me. Help your brother out. All right. You got it over, Chris?
Yeah, that's $768.
Right. So 5 months, your 220 bucks turned into what? How much over, Chris? 700 what?
$68.
768.
Mm-hmm.
So that means you did what? Not only did you double your money, you dang near what? You 300 went over 300%. You went over 300% in 5 months. So guess what? That 220 you was gonna spend in the club. That 220 you was gonna spend in the club back in September, right? You think I'm finna go to the club this week. I'm finna go all in. I'm finna go. I'm finna go get it in. You say, guess what? No, I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna put this money in the stock market. I'm gonna buy a Tesla. Right? I'm gonna buy me some shares of Tesla. It's dirt cheap, man. It's Tesla. And guess what? 5 months
Mm-hmm.
later, look where you at. You up what? $768. Now you can go to the club about 3 weekends in a row. You can go to the club 3 weekends in a row. If you had 220 set aside for the club, you can go 3 weekends in a row. You can go get it in. But seriously, that's how you position yourself for moments like this. You have to be willing to do what? Be forward thinking. To play chess, not checkers. To say, okay, I might miss the club in October, all of September, all of November, December time we'll miss the club. We'll miss the club in January. But guess what? Around the 1st of February, that thing went up there and crashed up there, and the market was surging to the upside. SP 500 was up there, Dow was way up there. You say I'm cashing out. You hit the club the next week, you popping. You loaded with a nice little bag off 220 bucks. So you made $768. You still got your 220 that you put in it. So you walk away all together with roughly with what? Well over what? About 980, now near $1,000. Basically 220 turned to $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's the power of what we do in terms of why we do this, and why people who got big money like Jim Chanos and again David Tepper and I mean all the people y'all know out there, Warren Buffett, all the people out there like that. This is why they study and they put their time into learning how to utilize this market, because there's no strings attached. The strings are that, guess what? If you ain't on top of your study and your game, you can get what? You can lose your money. But outside of that, if you're preparing and you understand the game in terms of what you're dealing with, right? Up on your news, paying attention to the stocks, what the company's doing, this, that, and third, it's just data. It really is just data. It's just information. What the company doing, in relation to its competitors. So again, nice little opportunity to see that. So again, just to kind of go back to your question, Sister Beautiful One, yeah, Tesla could easily come back down to the 300s, easily. And I asked the same question. Do you guys think, do y'all think that Tesla or even the broader market as a whole, the entire economy, is in the all clear right now when it comes to this coronavirus, in terms of what this government shutdown is doing to these companies that are affected by it? Meaning they're not open for business. Well, at least not in America. I think they opened up the Shanghai factory because they kind of, coming about a little bit, and just got news the other day that certain parts of China getting ready to go back into quarantine again because it started to spread again. News flash, this just in, breaking news. Certain parts of China getting ready to go back into quarantine again because it's starting to spread again. Ain't that something? No vaccine, no play. Right? No vaccine, no play. So again, this is why you have to be, you have to be that kind of constant mind, of the mindset that, okay, what are the surrounding factors? What are the variables right now that I have to deal with in terms of this company? Right? When you start analyzing the company and doing your due diligence, you think about everything. Again, y'all know my little 4 check down, which is very simple: what, why, where, and when. What it is, right? Why are you thinking about trading it? Where to think about trading it, and then when to pull the trigger. All that is technical and fundamental analysis, all in one. Price action, all that stuff rolled up all up into one. Very defined. Make it make simple. Make it make sense again. Keep it simple. That way you can learn how to trade under your own mentality, how you see markets. You can make this thing personal to you and you own. That's what I love about the market. Ain't no just one strict blueprint or way to look at the market from a psychological perspective. None of that stuff matter. Hey, what's going on over, Marcel? Good to see you, fam. It's been a little minute, man. Peace, power, and profit to you, fam. Right? Been a little minute. What's going on, fam? So Ford stock is still right now at 425. Possibly, it possibly can go a little lower. You might can get that thing a little lower. Right? Let's look at Ford real quick. Let's run over there, roll that beautiful beam footage over there on Ford. Right? Let's pull up Ford Motor Company. Right? Get a little homework in, right? Do a little something, what they call do a little something strange for a little piece of change, right? Let's just pull that beam footage up for over Marcel real quick. Go over it. So Ford, you look at a company like Ford, right? We analyzed Ford a lot of times, right? Again, you know, Ford fell from grace to when the coronavirus hit, went from $9 a share back on February the 4th, all the way down to how much? $3.96 a share back on March 24th. Let that marinate for a moment, right? Well over 100% drop. Over 100% drop on Ford. Obviously got the stimulus check. That's when you see the little kind of, you know, arching little kind of, you know, snapback or reversal or pivot retracement, right? Came all the way to the top of actually my linear regression band here. As you see right there, it hit that linear regression band here, right at that little niche there, and got rejected, right? Which is a trend line indicator in this overall trend line band, even that of the 20-day moving average. It got rejected here to the T. Look how intricate the market trades in terms of precision. Like you couldn't make this stuff up, bro. Look at that. Look at this. I mean, it barely pierced above it on the wick. Obviously got rejected there. And guess what? Roll back over. So basically, if you got short digits by looking at this indicator, which you got rejected there, 584, and shorted it back down, look at you down here about 427, 425, like the brother's saying there. And so the question is, you know, it's a steal down here. Well, it hit its all-time, well, not all-time low, but low off the coronavirus dip when the news really came out around about what, $3 and what, 98 cents, 96 cents. So the question becomes, over Marcel, do you think it actually can go lower at this point? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Not so much the fact that it looks good because it's still cheap. Do you think it can actually even go lower than $4.25 right now? Just knowing that we still got what, the coronavirus, we got all this stuff to deal with, you know, yeah, and they actually building ventilators and stuff too. But guess what? You know, that news was out last week, right? Right, this past week, a little bit of last week, and the stock's still selling off. That's when you got to start looking at the market like, okay, well, I'm weighing all my options. I'm looking at the variables. I'm looking at everything about the company. But what's overshadowing the fact that they're actually doing something now to even build ventilators, because it's not the same as building an F-150, obviously. You know, they ain't making more money out of them ventilators than they would do like you're running the entire factory in production. Some of these companies actually probably going to do better because, you know, they probably had bad margins. But still, do you think Ford is in the all clear when it comes to coronavirus in terms of them just making ventilators? Is that enough to kind of keep the lights on at Ford, as opposed to them turning out them trucks on cars and, you know, everything else? So it's sold off the same way everything else sold off today. It's just like, okay, yeah, you're getting some help from the government, but other than that, you ain't really, you know, making a whole lot of money off them ventilators. It's not enough to turn the stock, is what I'm saying, in terms of really making it okay, yeah, they doing something, they getting a good little bag from the government. It's not enough. It's not enough. So yes, Ford definitely can go lower. It definitely can go a lot lower, down into the $3 level. And you can see how it closed out here, what they call closed out with into weakness. This is what you call closing into weakness, meaning it was selling off until the close. So we have a bad week coming into next week for anything that may happen over the weekend, because the weekends are firecrackers for the entire world. When I say that, meaning bad news seems to circulate even worse and magnify on the weekends, because everybody, obviously, we've been home anyway throughout the week of quarantine and then shut in, but it gets magnified on the weekend. Because typically on the weekend, what people do, they watching sports, live stuff. Now you can't do that. You got to watch a whole lot of reruns and movies with the kids. You can't go nowhere really. You know, out in your backyard, play with your family. That's about it. Go to the grocery store, get what you need to get back home. Because we're in the shutdown scenario. So basically, you're still under the mercy of kind of just sitting around watching newsreels, seeing what's happening around the world. That becomes the current event. Let me see what's happening in the news today. What's happening in Italy? What's happening in Spain? So the news gets magnified over the weekend. Does that make sense? It gets magnified. So that wears on investors' mindset and their psyche over the weekend. And it weighs on the market, the futures market. So people like, man, Man, I'm not going to hold this market until, going into next week, right? Everybody depending on the Fed to bail them out every weekend. Every weekend, people are waiting on the Federal Reserve to bail them out with a stimulus package through the repo market. Because the stock alone by itself, left to its own devices, forget about it. Forget about it. Not going to happen. Because there's too much uncertainty with this virus. And the death count keep ratcheting up. People that we're starting to know now personally are starting to catch this virus. The stories are becoming more personal. It's becoming more surreal now when people are like, God, dog, man, this thing is a little rough now. When before people were downplaying it, now it's like, no, this might be a little bit more different than this average flu. So guess what? Stocks are catching the flu right now too. And hoping they ain't got that coronavirus. So again, it can easily go a little lower. And look at the RSI down here. It's at oversold territory. Back down to oversold territory down here near the 30 on the RSI, which is what they call the relative slider index, which is a weighted average indicator that tells you whether the stock is overbought or oversold. Oversold is down on the low part. Overbought is up here on the red part, up at the 70 level. When it's oversold, typically you're supposed to have what they call a bounce, right? Meaning it's at a point where it's so cheap, like he's saying, which he's right in that perspective, but yet it's still under these conditions. It's still too much uncertainty out there. The stock can go opposite lower. Look right here. It went lower even down here. See, right? That's the line. That's the gun line, right? That's the gun line. Tell them about the gun line, boss. They even lost the gun line way back here, right? And went lower underneath it and kind of stayed up underneath for a long time. Actually, you can see here, came down to about a 15 RSI, which is real low. That's about 15 points below the $30 average of being oversold. So it can easily go right back down to that $15 handle on the RSI, which obviously will put that stock, again, hypothetically, roughly back down to what? The same price it was at near the lows, 389, 390, something around there, if not lower. Right? So again, that's what makes this stuff awesome, because you get a chance to really, really delve deep into it. Right? You get a chance to think, all the way through it. Right? Yeah, and you say the meeting causing all the fear. Yeah, but here's what's interesting even with that, bro. Once the numbers games, what they call more equals more, once the hysteria is there, it's nothing that can stop that hysteria. Meaning if more people panicking, those who are clear-headed, who's going to get the upper hand in that moment? The people who are panicking in hysteria. So what does that do to the greater fold of the stock? If more people panicking in the stock than are level-headed and clear-headed, what's going to happen to the stock? It's going to sell off even more. So in the world of investing, you always have to stick with what the trend says. Right? You got to remove all the kind of, any kind of thought what people might be thinking. None of that stuff matters when it comes to investing in stocks, because it's about the trend at that moment, right? Who has the upper hand in that trend of where that stock is headed, right? And so you strip away any kind of ideal of emotion reactions and any kind of hyperbole of thought, and trade strictly to what the trend is showing you. So if we're looking at this stock from a trend perspective, meaning like a pattern or a trend, which way would we say the stock is trending right now? Is it trending down with strength, or is it trending sideways with strength, or is it trending up with strength? Which one would you say right now? Just looking at where it came from this past week, right? Right. This is the beginning of the week, right? Somewhere around here, right? So this is the beginning of the week, right? Somewhere around here. So which way is the stock trending? Is it trending down with strength, sideways with strength, or up with strength? And this has been in a full week where, again, we heard all this news coming out about is this, is that. I mean, in terms of the White House saying that, they think it's this, we're going to be able to put a NIM on that, this, and, we're going to be shut in another 30 days. It's trending, it's trending which way? Right? It's trending to the downside, right? It's trending to the downside, right? As you can see here, sorry. So that's why it's important, again, when you start, investing in and trading these stocks, make sure that you always stay true to wherever the trend is telling you. The market is always right, even though when it's wrong. Let that marinate for a moment. It's kind of like the saying, the customer's always right. Well, in the stock market, it is, because again, our money, in terms of what we do as retail traders, can't compete with Federal Reserve money. If they liquidate and doing liquidation breaks, and the coronavirus news on top of that is strong too, then the markets are definitely going to sell off. If the markets are trying to be propped up by the Feds to kind of stop the bleeding because the coronavirus news is so bad, what you have here, which is the Feds trying to stop the bleeding here, big bullets candle there. They was buying even to this candle here, and again, then it turned around and rolled over. Even after the Feds pumped near $1 trillion or basically half $1 trillion into the stock market. this past week. $500 billion into the stock market to prop it up, to keep it from dumping even more than it was already trying to dump. Let that marinate. And that still didn't stop really a lot of the sell pressure. Because people still worried about this market. Like he just said, more people are worried or in hysteria mode than they are of that deal of, that is not that big of a deal. Right. Yeah, 100% right. Yeah, Eddie got a little put from buying forward puts. You see, Brother Zane says that shakes the company as well, and the panics. Yep, 100% right. Again, so they got a good dividend. Like over Chris, you can see that they got a really good dividend, right? A really good dividend, right? I think Ford right now paying about a 10% yield. We looked that up the other day. They're paying about a 10% yield on the dividend right now. Until that goes away, they're trying to hope they keep their dividend, because a lot of companies right now are having to do away with their dividend. They ain't making no money. They can't pay their employees, so they definitely can't get their shareholders that kind of benefit, because they need all hands on deck. They need all that money to be coming back into the company now to sustain throughout this coronavirus incident. So a lot of companies finna start suspending their dividend, like Boeing. Boeing suspended their dividend. It took them what they call hell and high water to suspend that dividend. That was the only thing keeping Boeing afloat at a point where people say, man, it's still Boeing. They still got a big dividend. But they had to turn around and suspend it just recently. Of all companies, Boeing. Right? So again, that's why this stuff is important too, where again, you have to put all the variables on the table. Company, what they do, the sector, competition, geopolitical news, current events, the whole nine, put it all on the table. Weigh those options and then make your decision based upon, what's the most likely outcome. And then you take it back to the charts, right? Which we do in here. And we say, what the trend look like? What's the momentum looking like? What's the volume looking like? See all that red down there? Sell volume. You barely see green speckled in there, right? You barely see any little green speckled in there. A lot of that sell activity.
Yeah, Marquise put in the back chat that some companies that he's invested in emailed him and said, they're not doing dividends anymore.
Right. Because they need all the money they're getting now in terms of bonuses, executive bonuses, all that stuff, and to get shut down. All of it's starting to get shut down. Because majority of these companies are running to the government for a bailout right now, a handout. They're trying to get in line before you do. We talked about that, religiously, for lack of a better word, over the past 2 weeks, about how companies now, again, corporate welfare, right? Y'all know about corporate welfare. This ain't nothing new to us. These companies been, running to the soup line before American people have been since time immemorial. We know they crooks. So even tell me a company like Ford is more important than you and your health and your family right now, the taxpayer citizen, when Ford makes billions of dollars, when the CEO is sitting home right now or on a special island somewhere far away from the coronavirus, and somebody, which is the employee that's furloughed or probably lost their position, these people are charlatans. I mean, they might be good people individually, but the practices that a lot of these companies are performing under the capitalistic model is that you are supposed to be planning for days like this, meaning your company, right? You don't get to make that kind of money and not also put in safe mechanisms or they call stop loss or backstops to protect your company and your employees during moments like this. That's what you do. You're supposed to plan for a rainy day. They tell you to do that, don't they? Again, put away 6 months worth of income. Put away 3 months worth of income in case a rainy day hits. And we just saw a stat, not too long ago, they said the average American only have maybe about $100 in their savings account? The average American? $100? $100 to, I think $100 or $1,000, something like that. But either way, that ain't no money to be dealing with no coronavirus. That stuff going about 2-3 days or about a week and a half with kids. All that's finna get gone. You know what I'm saying? So again, now you got to wait on the stimulus check, and that ain't even coming for about another couple weeks to some months for people that's getting mail to them. If you ain't got your digital footprint with the IRS, meaning your bank account linked to them, you finna get yours through the paper mail, snail mail as they call it. You ain't finna get that check for until May or June.
Yeah.
Think about that. And that ain't my words. That's coming out of the White House. That's Steve Mnuchin, the IRS, all of them saying that. But yet still they had your head pumped up. They had all our head pumped up. Oh, we're going to get this check cut like yesterday. Oh, the stimulus check, the stimulus bill got passed. Right? Now we can get the money off into the hands of the American people. Turns out, again, fine print, whole lot of snake oil, whole lot of smoke and mirrors. They talking about months now for the check to go out. And people that's got electronic filing with the IRS, you still got to wait about a couple weeks. So, man, look at here, man. I see people, man, look. But Wall Street been getting a daily dose of money every single day since basically the beginning of September, basically last year, but even more so around about the beginning of February when the Feds really began to go gung-ho in the stock market. They dumped $1 trillion in one day. Matter of fact, in about 1 hour, they dumped $1 trillion into the market one morning, $1 trillion, and lost it all basically in about an hour and a half. True story. SP 500 was sitting at $220 a share, getting ready to plummet. Fed stepped in. They did a $1 trillion emergency boost to the stock market. The stock market, the SP 500 went from $220 up to $237, 17 points off the lows. This was during the pre-market session. Then turned right around and sold all the way back off, all the way down to about $224. Meaning big banks, people who were saying they all American, patriotic for the American market, sold into that money, that free money that the Feds pumped into it. They got a free paycheck. True story of taxpayers' money. True story, $1 trillion. I ain't say a billion, would it be $1 trillion? Wall Street sold that off, sold that move right on off. So again, don't let people, gas y'all head up to it's all American, and man, nobody listen to that foolishness. This is about you get yours the same way they've been getting theirs. They utilizing what? The gullible value of the overall Main Street market, which most people don't invest in markets because they have no clue about it or don't have the time to do it. Yet you're still paying for it in some kind of way through the company, your taxes. And Wall Street just sits there and what? Act like spoiled children all day long, every day, all day. Spoil. Making tons of money, tons of money. So people don't like, I'll be telling people like, man, this is why you need to learn the game. Don't let people sit there and, convince you that this stuff ain't important. It's very important. It's very important. Right? It's man, look here. For most people, man, look, bread and meat. Bread and meat. You don't move your feet, you don't eat. Bread and meat. Right now, it's even more evident. Bread and meat. You don't move your feet, you don't eat. If you don't got money, credit card, how are you feeding yourself right now? If you tapped out right now, how are you feeding yourself? True story. Right? You need other ways to get you some money. You're 100% right. The company be back and running before them checks come out. That's what they're doing. They're trying to hustle people. And they're trying to keep people on payroll through the bonus incentive, through the SBA loans, right? That's interest free to keep their employees, to keep the people from going to what? Unemployment line, which was 6.6 million people this past day, Thursday, that people lined up for unemployment. And that ain't even the true reflection of the number. That's about 10 million people in about 2 weeks that hit the what? The soup line, as we call it back, old days. Unemployment, the soup line. Professional people. People got master's degrees. People got bachelor's degrees. They in that same soup line next to the common guy that was working at McDonald's. Go figure. Go figure. Right? So guess what? You take that guy that worked at McDonald's, pull him out the line. Bruh, no, you can get that little unemployment check. Come over here with us. You hungry? I know you're more hungry anyway. Come over here. Let me teach you this skill set, how to get this bag. How to utilize the markets as another way to get you some income. Still get that unemployment check, because that's going to be the check you're going to use to fund your what? Your trading career. But let's go teach you how to get this market, get this money. To be never have to, feel like you got to fill out another application ever again if you don't want to. So you can find ways to find find your niche and your lane and be able to kind of get some of this free money out here in the free market. That's the difference. Right? That's what the market affords you. It's a free global market experience from that perspective. It can whoop your behind too if you ain't ready and prepared for it too. Don't get it twisted. But that's what we study for. That's what we plan for. That's what we, we go through, again, the due diligence and the check downs to be proficient. But there's no college involved here, right? There's no, having to pay exorbitant amounts of money, to get started here. Not unless you're just coming in and just throwing money at the market and losing because you just willy-nilly. But other than that, you don't have to pay nobody to learn how to do this. You learn this on your free time. Or come over here to our little village, right? Y'all know I like to say, come over to our little village and let's go grind. Let's go figure this stuff out together. Again, I've been doing it for a little while, not, exhorting a lot of time, but I got a handle on a lot of this stuff. But like most people who've been in the game, they'll tell you the same thing. This stuff is, you learn this stuff through experience. I mean, experience is just obviously submitting your time and your interest into learning it. Once you get it, again, you realize it's not rocket science. It's natural. A lot of this stuff is natural observation, right? Understanding consumerism, understanding how people spend money, where they spend money at, when they, how they spend money, and what the geopolitical landscape look like, who the competitors are, y'all this, y'all that, and then go get after it. Tesla, Ford, Pfizer. Since somebody asked about Pfizer, Procter & Gamble, 3M. 3M got slammed today. 3M got slammed today. Y'all know 3M is very important right now because guess what? 3M is what? They make those N95 masks. So everybody like need 3M to survive. Over Chris, you say you found one of your masks the other day, didn't you, Nick? Didn't know you had old Jim in the back seat. Boy, that man like a diamond right now.
Yeah.
That's like finding a diamond.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. That man, that N95 is like, man, look, you can take that N95 mask on the block. Bro, I got the N95 mask. I only got one left, bro. And start a bidding frenzy. Man, I give you 100 for it. Man, I give you 200 for it.
Do I hear 5,000 anywhere?
Right?
Can't
Don't
put a
want to
price
deal
on
with that
your
wrong.
health.
Exactly. Whether it's a stereo or it's not, but people ain't taking that chance. So again, it goes back to the numbers game, right? Those who are more fearful override those who are not. By default, those who are not gotta what? Fall in line or just move out the way because you can't compete with the masses. Same way again with the grocery store. Man, it's a massive stereo. I ain't finna go get no grocery. You go to the grocery store, it's empty in there. You got to get all the stuff that nobody want to eat. Box of cat food, maybe old canned good of some old dusty old beans that nobody probably would eat. You got to get all that kind of leftover stuff. Me saying that it ain't that case like that now because they started to restock the shelf, but before it was looking ugly in the store. Man, y'all saw them pictures. Man, like an apocalypse that hit. Man, just cleaning the shelves out. It was nothing left. They even buying up all the vegan stuff. Like, man, don't touch that vegan stuff, man. Y'all know you don't like that stuff, man. Leave that for me. But again, y'all get what I'm saying. So you think it all the way through, guys. Think this thing all the way through, right? Think it all the way through, right? And so again, it's important. So we're here to again position it, or position the information, or position the knowledge, or provide some insight into what what's relevant, what's pertinent, the things that we need to kind of keep on our radar. And the things we need to learn. So it's a Q&A. Like I said, it's a Q&A session today. So again, if you got questions about the market, let's talk about it, right? I got a little time here, right? Let's get it in, right? So make sure I ain't miss anybody. See, what about 3M? So 3M, we're talking about 3M. We know what's going on with 3M. So what was the news about 3M today? Anybody caught that news on 3M? Right? Anybody that's in the back chat, that's in the YouTube world? What happened to 3M today? Right? It was something, obviously, some news that came out about 3M. Right, even though we know they make their mask, but something else happened to 3M today because guess what? What happened to the stock? Look at the stock. All right, this is today, right? This is the daily chart. So this is today's action, right? April 3rd, right? What happened to the stock today? Obviously, looked like it's a red candle. So that means it must have been what? Some selling going on, more than the buying, which would have been the green candle. So guess what? If it's selling off a little bit today, something happened with 3M today, right? So that's important to know what happens. So guess what? How do you find out what happened to 3M today? Anybody in the back chat? How do we find out what happened to 3M today? Right? It's a simple scenario. How do you find out about any news about 3M? You do what? Where my back chat people at? Come on, YouTube world. I know. Oh, I forgot it's a little delay. I forgot about delay. There you go. Simple. You Google it. Not rocket science. You didn't have to have a special access key. You didn't have to pay a subscription fee. Well, you got to pay your phone bill, but that's about it. You didn't have to do none of that. 100% right. Google it. Right? So Obazane said Russia supplied U.S. with masks. Right? So it ain't hard to Google, any news that was surrounding around what? 3M, right? So guess what? You go right over to Google. Right? Let's go to Google. Let's do this right here in real time. Y'all gonna get this work today. Right? Y'all gonna get this work. And when I say that, I mean we're gonna work together. We're gonna figure this thing out together in a way where you see that this stuff is not rocket science. 3M. Right? Look, I put the pound symbol. Look at 3M. That's what you put that in, and you put what? News. Look at that. 3M News Today. Right on over there. Look here. First thing pop up, Wall Street Journal, 13 minutes ago. Right. So this is the latest news surrounding around what happened at 3M today. What did it say? 3M is what? Y'all see my screen there? Let me zoom in on this thing. So y'all gonna get this work today. Y'all gonna stop playing around. Y'all gonna use y'all intellect to get this bag, right? Get this money. Everybody else doing it. Ain't no reason why we shouldn't be. It says what? 3M under attack from White House. Now that's stop right there. That little headline right there. What does that tell y'all right there? If you had to think about the company right now, and it's saying you getting what? Attacked by who? The White House. What are the shareholders thinking if they saw an article like that? They woke up this morning. Man, the White House coming after us. Now think about what the world is thinking about when they see that article too. That might be thinking about trading 3M stock today. Whoa. They supposed to be what? On the same team. What you mean they attacking each other right now? Instantly, you already finna start saying to yourself, okay, this right here might be a little ugly here. Right? There must be something going on here. If the White House attacking you and we're supposed to be on the same team, that's a problem. That's problematic. That's problematic. Houston, we have a problem. And so you go on to read more. Okay, 3M obviously pushes under attack from the White House, pushes back. Company responds to criticism over distribution of masks and amid the coronavirus pandemic. Right. All right. So let's go there. Right. Massachusetts governor struck a deal. What? Here we go. The Massachusetts governor struck a deal for N95 masks from China, but he needed a way to transport them. The New England Patriots plane ended up making the delivery. Right. That's even more news now to think about. Right. Let's go down here to the actual article. Right. It says what 3M pushed back against criticism of his work to get N95 masks to healthcare workers in the U.S., intensifying conflict between the Trump administration and U.S. manufacturers racing to meet urgent demand for medical equipment. Right. We know that's a big issue because we don't have any medical equipment. We don't have no test kits, no masks, no PPE gowns, no face shields. We ain't got nothing. No mustard gas, no thumb. We ain't got nothing. A can opener. But we said we had all that stuff before this pandemic hit, didn't we? Well, I'm saying because Trump was up there saying, "Well, we got everything we need." FBI said we had everything we need. Turned out the people ain't had nothing. Let's not even play around, right? So guess what? Chief Executive Mike Roman said 3M is raising domestic production, importing masks from its plant in China, and taking action against what? Price gouging on mass medical workers need to treat patients infected with coronavirus. Now, this ain't all the article, but I read it earlier. So basically, the problem is what Trump pushed back on them is that turns out that they also selling their product that they barely got in stock. I mean, the stuff that the stock product they need, they also selling it to people like who? Canada. Trump saying, "Whoa, we giving you government money too to get these masks, straight for our people and our people only." What you mean you giving supply to Canada as well, or anybody else bid for it? So 3M said, "Hey, we still have a corporate interest to take care of all of our clients international too." Now y'all see the conflict there, right? Now you see the conflict there, right? So it ain't all about what? God and country, right? That's what they tell y'all, don't they? It's for God and country, bro. When the economy needs you, when we call you to order, you got to come to the plate. Then everybody else go to the Go to the back of the what? Back of the freelance line. It's for God and country, right? Well, 3M don't think that way apparently. 3M thinking about what? Long-term money. I'm still gonna take care of my clients in Canada. I'm still gonna take care of my clients in Iran, anywhere else, any of that stuff. So you can even tell me that these people are opportunists. And that's why barely y'all can get what a 3M mask. They tell y'all the Surgeon General, the U.S. Surgeon General, telling y'all didn't even need the mask about a month and a half ago. Now all of a sudden, now they came out with an article saying, guess what? Now they think the Americans gonna need what? Masks now. Ain't that something? Look at all this stuff boomeranging back. They boomerang back at themselves. All that stuff coming right back around now. Man, they playing games. Man, they playing games with y'all, man. They playing games with y'all livelihood. You know what I'm saying? So again, we're not finna sit here and act as if, for some of you guys that do just trust the government like that, again, that's no swipe at you, but I'm saying we have to be, again, critical thinkers. These companies out there that people get all excited about it, reveling behind, man, these people, like anybody else, that you got to be critical thinkers. These people are here for the bag. They're here for profit. And so guess what the stock did? The stock did what? It pulled back today because of that. Now, before that, it was the only one that wasn't really selling off a lot after it really, the main aspect of the coronavirus news hit, and it sold off, but it began to kind of rebound and stabilize a little bit because everybody figured out that we need 3M. We need 3M now. We need them what? We need their masks. We need their technology. Right? We need their technology. So, excuse me. Let's run back over here. Now look at 3M chart. We know it still fell from so-called quote-unquote grace. It went from 180, and they had problems back there anyway before the coronavirus news really hit, and then people figured out they needed 3M. But let's say 162. All right, sold off, came down and hit about 113. Right, so dropped roughly about $40-50 from that perspective. Then it kind of trended back up and was kind of holding its own. Right, we just looked at Ford stock. Ford stock did what? It went up like this and came right back down. Boeing stock went way up here, came right back down. Tesla stock went way up here and came right back down. Right? A lot of stocks, we go look at their chart, they're going to show the same pattern. The S&P 500 went right back up and came right back down. 3M did what? Bounced, came up and went what? Sideways and starting to go trend what? Up. Looked like it wanted to try to go overtake the 20-day moving average here, which is this red line, and start trending up because people figured out what's what? We need 3M. 3M right now becomes a staple product. A consumer staple product to a degree because it becomes now, when you say what is the consumer staple product, right? Homework time, right? Homework time. Anybody in the back chat, what is a consumer staple? What is a consumer staple product? Somebody Google that real quick. A lot of
things that you need every day, like,
Yes, Sister Eva, come here on it. She bailed y'all out because I'm going to put y'all under the gun. I'm going to put them under the gun. She bailed y'all out. I'm going to put y'all the jokers to work. Because that's what you got to do in this business. You got to work. It ain't work. It's just Googling. All it is Googling.
Yeah, they call it home essentials.
Yeah,
right.
Everyday products. Things that you need every day.
Necessities, ubiquitous products, ubiquitous items. These are things that you can't be without, even during times of what? A pandemic. Toilet paper. Who knew?
Not that much toilet paper, though. Not that much toilet paper.
Right.
Hey, apparently some people think so.
That's why you can't go find none.
They must use a whole roll.
Y'all know you got kids, and y'all know how kids when they go to the toilet. They don't have no chill on that what? That toilet paper. They clog them toilets up. They take wads and wads. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I told you only take a little bit. They just get wads and wads of it. That's why people forward thinking.
Yeah, that's true. People do have kids.
You know what I'm saying?
When you got kids, it's there's a lot.
They got no chill when taking
using the toilet paper.
Right, and they got no chill how much they use. They took a quarter of the roll off in one bathroom setting. Like, where my toilet paper at? Going down the tube, right? You're going down to the city processing plant. Why just put that roll on there? You know what I'm saying? He's like, Juggling, I'm gonna make you go outside squat in the woods, and you keep doing all that now. You put a jug on timeout. Yeah, 100% right, Sister Beautiful One. She on it. P&G, Procter & Gamble. It's a consumer staple stock. It's a consumer staple stock. So you start looking at all stocks that are what? Consumer staples, right? So if you Google that, again, y'all know we work. All right. If I'm gonna work, if I'm gonna work, we gonna work, and y'all gonna work too. Let's work together, right? Consumer. Matter of fact, let me go over here. Let me do it this way, right? And let me do it this way, so at least if I'm sharing my screen, you see it in real time. So I don't want you trying to say, he over there doing something else. Huh? Again, this stuff ain't rocket science. This stuff is not rocket science. So, all right, y'all can see my screen. Let me make sure I'm up and popping here. All right, is it sharing? Let me see if this thing's sharing. Okay, yes, sharing. All right, consumer staple. Right, see, I already came up. What stocks? You already got products, right? We know what. See, that's another thing. Discretionary. I was gonna come back to that. We're gonna know what. We need to also learn what are discretionary products or discretionary stocks. All right, that's why you got consumer staple versus discretionary. That's another one that y'all need to learn. But just on GP real quick, the consumer staple stocks, right? Here's just a few right here. Fastest growing consumer staple stock. New Well Brands, Coca-Cola, Molson Coors. Now, again, those ain't the type of stocks you're really looking at in terms of right now. But again, you can buy your beer. Some people gonna buy beer. Some people still buy Coca-Cola. Like Newer Brands, actually, this company, Newer Brands, they do snacks and stuff, I believe. Like snacks, like like your vending machine kind of stuff like that. Whatever the case like that. That's the kind of stuff they do, right? So let's look at the consumer. We already know the consumer staple ETF or the spiders, the XLP, right? Which is a collection of a lot of different a lot of different stocks underneath that underneath that one ticker, right? So let's see. Hold on, man. Let me do this here. This thing for me do all this dumb stuff. Let me see here. Okay, yeah. This just some old mess here, I guess. All right, so boom, get out of here. All right, so consumer staple stocks, right? So let's come down here. So it came into being in 1998. Let's see if they got the listing of some of the stocks in here, of some of them, right? There's just a lot of index and yield information, false data, fund market man yields. Let's see if they got any of the stocks in this one here. All right, let's see if they got any of the names of these stocks. Okay, here we go. The top holdings in this ETF, because this is the best ETF in terms of consumer staple stocks, right? These are the stocks that are widely used right now. Not all of them, but just some of them, right? Because right now, again, let's go there. Let me blow this up real quick. All right, let's go there real quick. All right, y'all can see my screen, right? So the first one on here is who? Just like Sister was saying, some of y'all was saying what? Procter & Gamble. What do Procter & Gamble make? Everything seems like. Right. Detergents. I mean, all kinds of stuff. So, all kinds of stuff. Necessity item. Look at the weight. Look how much weight it carried in this ETF. What's the weight on that?
What ETF is that?
This is the XLP, the consumer staple, the spiders, or the consumer staple stock. So it's XLP. This is the best one out there in terms of the ETFs for any consumer staple stock. Procter & Gamble is weighted at about 17% in this entire ETF. That means they got some weight, right? Like, y'all know they got that weight, boy. They don't got that weight up over there. That's 17% alone. Look who number two. Who was that right there? PepsiCo. Who is PepsiCo for my back chat people at? Cleaning Supplies is a beautiful one. Johnson, all of them. Right? Who is PepsiCo? What do PepsiCo sell? Right? The name give itself away actually, but
soda drinks, of course.
Right. What else do Pepsi-Cola sell? They sell more than soda too now. They sell what else do they sell? Crash Course. Today is Crash Course. Did y'all know that PepsiCo also own Lay's? Did y'all know that? They own Lay's potato chip company. True story. True story.
They do. You're right.
I didn't even know that. PepsiCo got the bag over there, literally the bag, but they got all y'all little sticky little carcinogen-based little chips and Cheetos and flaming hot chips. They got them hot flaming potato chip and flavored chips over there, y'all. So didn't even know that. Lay's is not a publicly traded company. Lay's is not. They are owned by PepsiCo. PepsiCo. Now y'all see how, look at him. Man, look at here. That will get to work today. So guess what? When you start thinking about these companies, when you buying their products off the shelf, you actually supporting who? Not just Lay's, you supporting who? PepsiCo, the parent company.
I know it was Gatorade for sure. I knew Gatorade was a part of it.
Yeah, like Gatorade and, you know.
Mountain Dew, Aquafina, Cheetos, Tostitos, Fritos.
Right.
Yeah.
So real quick, I know we off top. We bounce around a little bit, but guess what? We got a little time. Some of y'all ain't got nothing to do. Y'all ain't going to work tonight. Stop playing. Y'all ain't going to work. I ain't even going to work. We gonna get to work today. Right? We're gonna learn how to be what? Resourceful and thorough in our analysis. Look at that. As soon as you go to the website, what do you see in the background? Doritos, Lay's, chips, all the Pepsi product, Mountain Dew, same thing over Christmas talking about. Stop playing. Let's get this money. How many people buying? How many parents right now buying them bags, them big old bags out of Walmart where you get like what 13 bags of chips in one big bag? Y'all know I'm talking about back in the old days, you little small bag on a field trip, right? You get your little bag, your crushed up little bag of chips, and it get crushed up before you go make little
25-cent bags.
Right.
Yeah, they buying them
dust
by the loads.
by the load right now, stocking up like crazy because you got them kids at the house right now running you crazy. As soon as they get to running you crazy, go in the pantry, get your bag of chips, and be quiet. Consumer staple. On rotation. Go ahead, Oba. I'm sorry. Somebody was saying something?
Oh, no. Nobody was saying that. You good.
No, I was just laughing.
So real quick, run over to what? To the brands, right? Let's go to their brands. Right? Look at all the stuff they sell. Now you're starting to see it. Tropicana. PepsiCo. Right? The little tea y'all like, that little tea they sell up in the little convenience store y'all keep buying. Right? That cost you about $3-4. And you could have went and bought you a box of Lipton tea out of the grocery store that was probably behind it for about what, $2 less, and bought you a bag of sugar and made your own tea. But they sold you an entire bottle of that same little stuff, about 16, 12 ounces, for about $2-3 a bottle. Gotcha. And the Kroger will be right behind the gas station. God, Doc, I ain't got time. I'm paying for convenience right now. Leave me alone, Africa boy. I ain't got time right now. Quaker Oats. Quaker. So look at the product. Lay's, Doritos. Look at that. Loaded in it. They actually even own what? Look at this. Starbucks Frappuccino. They bought the rights to own that what? That product. Now, don't Starbucks isn't Starbucks a publicly traded company?
Yes.
Why they don't have that product under the Starbucks catalog? Why? How PepsiCo got it?
They bought it from them.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something? It's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy in the market. Look at all this Lay's, all the chips and Aquafina water. I mean, again, y'all see it. So again, and they got other little stuff out there that they got going on, and man, look, that's the top brands, right? That's the top brands. You said top brands, beverages. Now you got some more. Look at that. Pure Leaf Tea, bubbly. I mean, y'all see it. Stubborn. Some of these stuff, y'all like, man, I ain't even seen this stuff in my store. Where this stuff at? Kavita, probiotic teas and stuff. I know about this product here. Easy, whatever it's called here. Coconut water. That one company. The Sobeys, right? Some of y'all probably drank Sobeys back in the days. Mug root beer. I don't even know what this is. Oh, that's a bottle, sparkling water machine thing. Yep, they own that.
Right.
Food. Look at that. Sabra hummus. Hummus? Bro, PepsiCo ain't playing the radio. Sabra hummus, Quaker Oats, all that there. Y'all see it. Here East, couscous. Look at that. Look at grain meals and stuff like this, soup meals, whatever it is right here. Man, they got that work. Look at Life cereal up in the house. Himalayan pink sea salt chips and all kind of stuff. Cracker Jacks, mixed nuts, Mr. Harvest, Miss Vicky's. How many of y'all see Miss Vicky's chips in a lot of these little sub restaurant, Subway or Jimmy John's and all them places? Miss Vicky's chips. They even got them on lock. You go open this open the place to get your little sub and get your bag of Miss Vicky's. Guess who also get some of that money? Guess who get that money? PepsiCo, Matador
Yep.
beef jerky, Chewy, by Quick Oat, them little growing bars. I mean, y'all see this, a rice aroni? Bro, I ain't making the grandma's cookie. Look at them grandma cookies there. Y'all know about them old school. Now y'all old school there. Grandma cookie. Juggles even got Ancient Mama down here. Boy, she ain't even say. Look at Ancient Mama down there chilling. Juggles don't want that work.
Yeah,
They don't want that work.
They gave her a new look.
Yeah, they did the makeover lately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they did the makeup on old Aunt Jemima.
Yeah, put a nice little lace front on her, slap some little MAC makeup on her, sent her right on out there in front of the public, just eating off 5 people. Making a killing. So again, we working a little bit, we making fun of, but now y'all know something that you probably even thought about thinking now. Like now you know PepsiCo is weighted. It's weighted. So anytime any of these products are sold anywhere, that means guess who getting the main cut of that money? PepsiCo. Captain Crunch. How many people eating a lot of these products right now at home right now? May not be some of y'all, but think about their children. Think about your roommate if you're in college and all that stuff. Man, y'all know y'all got these products all over. I even eat these right here. These Bare Essential apples here. Got bagging this stuff right now up there in my little pantry. Apple Crisp. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is just it's the penny candy theory. You know, one bag, $2-3. Imagine what if you sell 10,000 of them in a month. Then you add in the people that bought Sabra hummus. Then you add in the people that bought Ruffle chips. And you add in the people that bought Quake Oat. You add in the people that bought Doritos. You add in the people that, you know what I'm saying? Y'all get it. Again, I know y'all know that much, but I'm saying this is how this thing works. This is where you know if a company's solid or not, because they got a product or things that people use more than average, right? Consumer staple, right? Ubiquitous item, necessities. You're gonna see these things find off the shelf a lot faster than what? Everything else. If they corner the market, that means they get more what? More of the market share. Right? So again, then you say, well, okay, let me run over here to the what? The investor side, because now we shareholders, right? Let's go look at the what? Earnings and stuff. Let's go see the money they're making. Right? All this stuff right here, right on the website. Y'all know, if y'all came to PepsiCo, look at the product. Most people didn't even skip this side when it said the investor side. They go right on past that. Like I'm straight on that. Look at that. Stock today put up 73 cents in a downtrending market today. It still put up 73 cents. See what I'm saying? So again, it's consumer staples. People eating off PepsiCo now. 52-week high is $147. 52-week low is $101. We just had a coronavirus breakout hit. Meaning telling this stock ain't lose no more than what? About $30. Everybody else lost what? $80, $100, $120. Some of the stocks lost, got cut in half. PepsiCo only lost $30. And it's still back up now about close to what? About $20 away from what? All-time high, or 52-week high, excuse me. $124 right here. That means it's not what? Selling off. That means it makes it a what? A safe investment as of right now. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So that becomes what? A hedge against what? Coronavirus. It's a hedge. Because people and their mamas and their children gonna go keep eating them products right now. Everybody at home smoking reefer and got the munchies. What you grabbing right now? You ain't grabbing no thyme. You ain't grabbing no radish out the garden.
He said reefer.
Right, old school. I gotta go.
My grandmother used to say,
right.
Reefers.
Right, I gotta go old school. I gotta make it fun because we have fun. You learn better when you make it fun, right? So someone just don't even know about reefer. They don't know about reefer. That's before they time. Like,
reefer.
Hey, now we're gonna have a little fun. How you used to get that reefer back in the old days, Camille? How you used to come when you get that reefer? It came in what kind of package? It used to come in that what?
Manila envelope?
Yeah, I ain't gotta say it. You already know. There it is. There it is. But can't we make it? There it is. There, right there. On Friday after that. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Right there. There it is. John Witherspoon style. There it is.
Yeah.
Now
Exactly.
vanilla
The
envelope.
vanilla envelope, the little envelopes.
Slide it through the old school style too, with it would tuck underneath their thumb, and you had that
Through the peephole.
slide it to you that way. Oh, inconspicuous. You got that. You got my package, man. I got your package right here, bro. Literally a package, a vanilla envelope. Some of
Hey,
that
they be
organic
getting
stuff.
ripped off nowadays. Some little
Yeah, they got
that $5 thing used to be like 15 joints in there.
bruh.
And $5 bag.
I'm talking about you got a package of that old school reefer. Not joking, like man, where you going, Africa? Where you going with this here, man? Again, y'all know y'all got uncles and people like that. Man, don't clear me. Y'all know y'all had them uncles back in the old days. You know, they used to come around every now and then, and they pull out that little envelope. Like, what you got there, Unc? Man, look, Unc finna get right. You know, so again, this is, again, it's just a part of understanding, product recognition, understand where we came from, and what people use on average more than than you would think, or how weighted these companies are in relation to their competitors. So who is Pepsi competitor?
Coca-Cola.
Very simple. Didn't take rocket science. And when you go in the grocery store, you see what side? You see what? Pepsi stuff, and then maybe on the other side you see who? Coca-Cola. Look down here. Right on over to Coca-Cola, because Coca-Cola also would be a what kind of company? A what? Consumer what? Consumer staple.
Consumer staple.
As soon as you go on their website, what do you see? Their product. Zico, coconut water.
Coconut water.
Look at them all. Look at all in Africa getting it in. Look, you see it. Vitamin water, the Sunny. Right? Look at it. Topo Chico. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, somebody probably know what that is. Right?
Yeah.
Now let's look at their products real quick. I ain't gonna be long. Look at their products. Coca-Cola, Sprite, Fanta, Schweppes, right? Whatever it's called, Schweppes or Schweppes, well, right? Fresca, Barks. So guess what? PepsiCo got Mugs root beer. Coca-Cola got what? Barks. Which one better? Now see, now drinking from like see, east to west, right? West Coast, East Coast. Which one better? Mugs root beer or Barks? So y'all people that still drinking soda may know about it. I mean, I had them back in the old days. I get it. It's probably been so long, I probably couldn't tell you. But competitors. Right? Look at Minute Maid. Look at all that Smart Water, Dasani, Innocent, Simply Juice, Georgia Coffee, Coastal Coffee, Fuse Tea, Honest Tea, right? Chili, Powerade, Fairlight. I mean, all these Schweppes, Vitamin Water, Golden Peak Tea. Other company had what? Loose Tea, whatever the other name called in PepsiCo. Appetizer, Zico. I mean, come on, y'all see it. Y'all see it. But both of them are still a what? Consumer staples. So guess what they also sell? They also sell other stuff too, right? Honest Lemonade, Honest Kids pouches,
Yep,
Honest Kid food pouches.
They branched out.
Yeah. Minute Maid, Innocent Fairlight. I mean, y'all see it? See what I'm saying? Y'all see it? So you just say to yourself, like, man, this okay. They they all over the place a little bit here. Right? And so again, it becomes a thing where you're like, man, see, you just got to, you just got to kind of, follow the tea leaves, as we say, follow the tea leaves. It all reveal itself. It all reveal itself. Again, quick little case study though. Quick little case study. Nothing far fetched, nothing out of you guys' wheelhouse. I mean, that's a quick little research. That took me, and I know we've been having fun a little bit, but how long that took me? Every bit about what? About 5-10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I 10 minutes do a quick little research like that. Tell me y'all can't do this. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with what you were saying.
Couple minutes, right? Couple minutes. Coffees, teas. I mean, Atlanta. Y'all know Atlanta. Headquarters of Coca-Cola. Y'all already know what it is. Who's the biggest shareholder in Coca-Cola? Now it's gonna get interesting. Where my people in the back chat that's listening in the back? Who's the biggest shareholder in Coca-Cola? A well-known investing figure.
I ain't gonna say that.
Right, y'all already know. I know y'all know. I want my back chat to grind with me. So y'all working with me. Who's the biggest shareholder in Coca-Cola stock? And y'all know him too, because we were just talking about him earlier. And Coca-Cola been around for a long time, so let that marinate for a moment too. Who is the biggest shareholder of Coca-Cola stock? Where we at, back chat? Let me see y'all on it. Where my back chat family at? Who's the biggest shareholder? There you go. There you go. Raul on it. Raul's on it. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett been with Coca-Cola, man, forever. Literally forever. He's the biggest shareholder of Coca-Cola stock. Right? So again, investors information. All right, investors information. Check out the filings, check out the latest reports. See if anything happening. 13Ds, when companies file their 13D forms, meaning investors invest in the company, you get a chance to see who came in, who added, who took away their position. But we know the biggest shareholder in Coca-Cola is definitely, without doubt, Warren Buffett. Right? Warren Buffett all day long. Right?
Sure, he drink a Coca-Cola and a sausage biscuit every morning for breakfast.
That's his routine. Come right over here to it. Look at that. Biggest shareholder, Coca-Cola, Berkshire Hathaway, Ozzy, Warren Buffett. How many shares do he own as of April 2019? And this ain't even the most updated one. But since April 2019, he owned how many shares?
Oh, wait. 400 million.
Bruh. You talking about big bank take little bank? That joker owned 400 million shares of Coca-Cola stock.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. Right? So you ask yourself, why would he want to own that many shares? Because guess what? It's what kind of stock is it again?
Consumer staples.
That means it's a what?
That means it's a necessity. People are gonna buy that every day. Don't matter where you go, what country you in, what continent. Coca-Cola is being bought.
All around, literally around the world. You got junk way in India with them bottles, still getting it in. Old school bottles. They still cracking open the little Coca-Cola, getting at it.
Right.
So market awareness, market share. They got a lot of market share. And their competitor is who? PepsiCo. Now, here's the question where it becomes interesting. Now, some of you guys may drink Coca-Cola, some of you guys may drink Pepsi, right? So let me ask y'all a question. Which one's a better product? Which one tastes better, Coca-Cola or Pepsi? Anybody in the back chat, even anybody on the panel right now, which one y'all like better, Coca-Cola or Pepsi?
I don't drink neither, but when I did, Coca-Cola.
You Coca-Cola person. What about you, Eva Camille? You Coca-Cola or Pepsi woman?
When I did drink soda and Coca-Cola.
You're Coke woman. All right. Anybody in the back chat, y'all Coca-Cola or you Pepsi?
I do
all right.
both.
Over T say he Coca-Cola. Where we at? Where everybody at in the back chat is hanging out with it? Which one? Y'all Coca-Cola or y'all Pepsi? Which one tastes better? All right, Brother Eddie say he Coca-Cola. Brother Trickley say Tri-City, you say what do you say? Dave Spell said it tastes the same. Coca-Cola. Over Zane say Coke, right? So everybody like Coke better, right? Right. So Pepsi paid him more. Okay. When I did, David said he liked Pepsi better. He's like the only one that liked Pepsi in the chat so far. Now here where it get interesting. Which one spin better? Which one spin better? Meaning which one, has more value? If Coke tastes better and the average people like Coke over Pepsi, then you would think Coca-Cola obviously gonna have what? More sales, right? But that's just one product though, right?
Right. See, Pepsi got Lay's, got Gatorade, and a host of other things. Yeah, Quaker Oats. So you got to formulate all of that in too.
Right? So Roni, see where I'm going with this? So you would end up having a Gatorade. You would end up having a bias for Coca-Cola just because you like the Coca-Cola taste over Pepsi. But from an investor standpoint, Pepsi-Cola has better what? Product recognition, more shelf space. This is about shelf supremacy. Yes, I'm using that word. This is about shelf, meaning a store shelf supremacy. How many people can I line? How many products can I line up on your shelf? Now, who got better shelf supremacy? Coca-Cola or Pepsi? Go.
Pepsi.
Pepsi. Yeah, I was going to say it don't matter what people like. That's because they diversified. They got a whole bunch of products. So just because one product, you know, may not be doing well, they got a whole bunch of other products that are.
I own both. I own both, some shares in both of them. So, you know.
Curving the game. That's how you do it. He curving the game. That's how you think like an investor.
Hedge. Play both sides.
Parallel hedge, and both of them solid. You know, especially in times like this. So you look at Coca-Cola stock. It's what? $43.83 a share, right? This coronavirus hit about a month ago, right? You see where it came from? Came from around about what? $58 a share, right? Isn't it $60 a share? It hit a bottom around $37 a share, right? And then now it kind of retraced some of it back, right? Because guess what? Consumer staple aspect of it kicked in. People like, oh, we need some of the products right now. People stocking up and loading up. So it got a little bit of strength underneath it. So even though this thing is still under pressure like everybody else is under coronavirus, but you can see here, go back to the 6-month chart. Again, it was trading at near what? $6 a share, pull back, and now it's kind of what? Establishing itself and it's kind of building support. Consumer staple kicking in, right? Now you go to Pepsi, right? Again, that's why you got to remove your biases when it comes to trading and investing. No biases here. None. Right? None. Right? So you go Pepsi stock, right? Now who been around longer, Coca-Cola or Pepsi? Another question. Who been out the longest, Coca-Cola or Pepsi company?
Coca-Cola.
Y'all say Coca-Cola, right? So that means they had a long time to establish themselves, right?
Yeah.
They got old money. But Pepsi-Cola stock is how much a share?
Oh, hold on. I got a quick question.
I got you.
Okay, my Coca-Cola say 207. So,
as far as what do you mean? Like, you talking about stock price?
Yeah.
No, it's $43. $43.
Okay, so okay.
It might be a glitch in there or something. You know, it have to be some time.
Okay, no, it's two of them. One ticker symbol is COKE, Coke, and this is the Consolidated Inc. It's the bottling company, or used to be the bottling company.
Right. Derivative, DBA. Remember I told you somebody come to have two stock. They may have a class A, class C, class. Yep, that's basic. Yep. But the one we just pulled up, that's the class A shares. Coca-Cola, which is $43 a share.
Right. I got you. Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting. I'm happy you brought that up because see, you can also trade what? The smaller derivative for a lot less and also still be under that umbrella of the main company. It may not obviously pop off like the main company, but it still get market share for what it does underneath that Coca-Cola umbrella. Right? And so again, that's you see it all, you think it all the way through, you see all the different derivatives that come off the company. If they have any other structures of shares that's out there publicly traded, if they only have just one main share, because guess what? There's no Lay's ticker symbol out there, right? There's no Minute Maid ticker symbol out there. But we know they sell a ton of Minute Maid at these grocery stores and all their products. So the parent company eats all this. So look at Pepsi stock, $124 a share. Now let's go back to their 6-month chart. Look where this thing was trading at. $46 a share back in February of 14. 146. Now go back 5 years from now. Look what the stock came from. Back in 2015, it was traded at 96, 91, 96, and went up there and hit a high of 145 in 2020. So 5 years, it took 5 years for it to go from what? Basically, let's say $90, right? $90, $92 to what? To 145, right? How much is that? That's roughly about what? $50, right? $50 a share. So 5 years, you picked up about $50 a share in profit value holding Pepsi stock. What does that really tell you when you look at this chart, though? That look like it seems that it's more of a what? A security play. Not crazy growth, but you still got what? Growth. Because it's a what? Consumer staple stock, right? Any kind of time of, like we're dealing with right now, Pepsi shines. Even though they got hit too by the coronavirus, but guess what? It's still more of a cyclical growth, or not, more of a growth stock story than it just being what? One and done kind of product. Then you don't hear about it no more. Because people always gonna buy Lay's chips. They always gonna buy Quaker Oats. They're gonna buy Rice Aroni. They're gonna buy all everything we saw they were selling over there. People always gonna find a way to buy those products. And guess what? They're still building their what? Portfolio of products up. They bought Starbucks bottling coffee drink. They bought them. Bought that product out. Go figure. So this is a long-term play. You buy Pepsi Cola for what? The long term. Marathon, not a sprint. Hello. $50 a share in 5 years. I'll take that. Because guess what? You keep adding on it. All major dips you adding on that position, accumulating what? More and more shares. Because do you think Pepsi Cola going anywhere in the next 5 years? Anybody?
Nope.
Do y'all think they're going anywhere in the next 10 years? Anybody? Nope. In the back chat on the panel? Do y'all think Pepsi Cola going anywhere in the next 20 years?
Nope.
Let that marinate for a moment. Right. By that time, by 20 years, they're going to have what kind of flavors in 20 years from now? What flavors y'all think Pepsi Cola going to have on them Lay's chips? Chitlin flavor. They're going to have probably sexual organ flavor. Man, look at here. Don't, man. But jumping crazy out there, boy. Y'all know the world crazy. They're going to have all kind of crazy stuff out there in 20 years from now. Just imagine the kind of chip flavor they're going to have in 20 years from now.
I have some vegan chips by then.
Man, look at you already know. Oh, but they're gonna have all coffee flavor. They're gonna have all kind of crazy stuff. I'm saying that to say, think long term. Do you think your bank account can pay you, right? Can pay you roughly $10 for every 100 you got, right? Or for every for basically, can they pay you $10 for every $100 you got sitting in your bank account? How many of y'all money market account give y'all $10 per every $100 you got sitting in your bank account year over year? Go. I mean, that's a 10% yield. That's a 10% interest yield on your money sitting in the money market account. How many of y'all get 10% in y'all money market account right now? Go.
That's a negative.
Y'all see where I'm going with this? So what's a better investment? Putting your money in the money market account, sitting in the bank, collecting dust, picking peanuts of interest, or putting it in possibly what? Pepsi Cola stock that's obviously putting up, again, just by doing the math, because we do the ratio, putting up about what? $10 a what? A year. When you do the overall ratio. So that means if you come in with, let's say, this year alone was just obviously gangbusters. So if you came in this year, you got in there $110, right? In 2020, you was already up there, what? At 146. You picked up $40 basically, close to about $40 a share in 1 year. You came in out the gate. All right, I'm coming in. I'm new. Let me put in, 10 grand. Put 10 grand in it. 10 grand at a what? $110 stock gives you what? Roughly about what? That's what, about 90 shares, somewhere around there. 98. Excuse me. That's what about 90 some shares, ain't it? Somewhere around there. Did I do the math right? Let's see. 10,000. Yep. $100 share. Right. So you get about 90 shares. Right, 90 shares times what? $40 a share. How much is that? What's 90 times 40?
3,600. Something like that.
So, right. So you picked up 30%, basically about 30%, a little over 30% in 1 year. How many of y'all money market account pay y'all 30% in 1 year on your money sitting in it? So 10 racks turned into 3,600 in 1 year. All you gotta do is set it and forget it, walk away. That's thinking long term. Now, here's where it gets interesting. It just failed, right? Because of this coronavirus, right? Now you think about it from this perspective. It came back down to almost close to what? Under that, what you bought in at, maybe 110. This is what you call dollar cost averaging or principle-based investing. Am I lying? You buying back almost to the T where you got in it, actually even a little cheaper. You get to accumulate actually more shares now than what it was when you was what up here. If you, because I'm pretty sure you would took some profit along the way too. But you get my point. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. You learn how to be a trooper here. Do y'all think Pepsi-Cola stock is done for it at this point since it dropped off that coronavirus news? Do y'all think they're going out of business because of this coronavirus news?
Nope.
Not like now. Do you like Cheesecake Factory? They can be up out of here. Dave and Buster's, they can be up out of here. But do y'all think Pepsi-Cola going out of business anytime soon? So guess what? You just came in and got a chance to get it at what? A cheap price. Everybody that bought it at $103, $104, they already up right now about what? $23 a share. In about how many days? March 20th, March 30th. 10 days, you up $20 a share. And we get this coronavirus stuff behind us. At this point, people still buying Pepsi because they need the product. Where do you think the stock going to be by another what? 5, 8 months, 7, 8 months to a year from now? Probably back up in this point around here, 130, 140. You know, testing is probably 145 level again, if not higher. So that means you came in at a discount price. You get a chance to get all the upside move in a short period of time. Then it took people that were investing in it what? Over 5 years ago, you get all that in maybe what? In about what? About a month, 5, 6 months. That's how you learn how to invest. When everybody's fearful, that's when you get what? Greedy. Especially if you're new. You start thinking long term. You got to find those products, those companies who got what? Who are best in breed. Is Pepsi a best in breed company? Meaning they the best in what? Of the companies that's in that echelon? Are they not the best? It don't taste better than Coca-Cola, the Pepsi-Cola itself. But what? Their product show do. Their product show bringing in that bacon.
Them Cheetos.
Them Cheetos. Some of y'all got Cheetos in the house right now. Flaming. Yellow cake, red dye number 5 dye all over your couch right now. Red dye number 5. So you start thinking like an investor. You start thinking long term. You got to be willing to part from your money and let it sit for 6 months to a year, for 5 years, for 10 years. So go back. Remember I used that theory about what? Your club money? What was that club money tally over Chris? About $220, right? Tesla, right?
That's right.
That was your club money, right? Guess what? You bought 2 shares, literally about 2 shares, because it went to about $97 for Pepsi back in what? 2015. Or even this year. Let's go back to this year. This year, you new to the game, right? Some of y'all new to the game. Right here, you bought Pepsi shares off this dip, off that coronavirus pullback. You came in at 103 or $104. $220, that gave you what? You was able to afford 2 shares. Get excited.
Got in.
You already up $20 a share. That means you up $40. 220 turned into what? 280.
I'll take it.
No brainer. Because you already know this is a consumer staple stock. This stock ain't going nowhere. People need Pepsi products right now. People need, because everything they sell, people gonna buy that up right now, even in a what? A quarantine shutdown. You ain't running out there to buy no Tesla right now. You're not running out there to buy a Ford truck right now, unless you got it like that.
Must really need it.
Yeah, think about all these luxury items out there. You ain't finna run and get on a cruise ship right now. Definitely not a cruise ship.
Right. Exactly.
No-brainer information. Common sense observation. True story. True story. So you learn the game by understanding it from the consumer game. Most of y'all been consumers your entire life. Meaning you know products because you've been buying them. You've been the one buying them. So it ain't like you don't know the products. You see what I'm saying? You might have didn't know that Pepsi owned them. Now you not. Now you know. If you don't know, now you know. Like big and small. Now you know, brother. What was that song? What was that song you sang? What was the name of that album? What was that? What was that album? That the big and small album.
Was it Life After Death?
Was it? That was what Juicy Fruit? Not, I know the old school song is Juicy Fruit, but I forgot the name. Y'all know what I'm saying, that name of the record that actually he sung it. But
if you don't know, yeah,
now
it's called Juicy though.
It is Juicy. Yeah. It's Juicy too. All right, it's there. It's right now. Now you don't know. Now you know. So guess what? Now you up on game. Your peers like don't have no clue about Pepsi stock. They might use the products, right? But every time, guess what? So now, guess what? You own Pepsi stock. Anytime you around your homeboys or your homegirls, right? And y'all might just be hanging out party, and everybody get ready to go make a convenience store run, right? And they look on the shelves, right? And they go try to buy them Lance chips, right? Them old cheap chips like Lance. Y'all remember them Lance chips? You're like, no, man, get that bag of Lay's, man. Get them Lay's, man. Get them Lay's, bro. No, you got stock. I need that go. I need that stock price to go up, bro. One bag count. Well, every bag count. Every bag count. Well, I need you to buy them Lay's. Don't stop playing around. Get them Lay's. You become an advocate. Same way people that buy Nike stock. Y'all know black people own Nike stock, Nike shoes. Let me say it the right way. Black people own more Nike shoes than anybody on the planet. Stop playing around, y'all. Stop playing. Some of y'all got closet full of Nikes right now. Closet full of Nike shoes right now.
Actually.
And not one Nike stock. Not one Nike stock. And some of y'all been buying Nike stock since what? Back in what? Elementary school, middle school, high school. 10, 20, 15 years from now, you know. Now, I'm finna go there. Y'all know, like, we gonna go to work, we gonna go to work. Right? If we gonna go to work, we gonna go to work. Let's go to work. I'm gonna show you the power of compounding interest and long-term value investing. Again, some of y'all been out of school about 5, 10 years, right? Right? Some of y'all been out there 20 years, whatever the case. Let's go back to let's go back to 2006. Let's go back to 2006. What was y'all doing in 2006? Right?
I was in Chicago in 2006.
I'm pretty sure you had a pair of Nikes over.
Oh yeah, I had me some J's. Oh yeah.
Somewhere in your echelon or your repertoire shoes, I bet you had a pair of Nikes somewhere in the mix.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure some of y'all listening in the back chat right now probably had a pair of Nike shoes. Did y'all not? Keep it 100. I know y'all had a pair of Nike shoes somewhere, or had bought a pair of Nike shoes, or already had a pair of Nike shoes around 2006. So guess what? How much Nike shares were trading at in 2006?
You don't have any
$10 a share. How many Nike shares could you have bought if you decide not to buy a pair of J's or a pair of Air Force One or a pair of, Hirachis and all that? How many pair of Nike stock could you have bought as opposed to buying that pair of Jordans or that pair of them damn Nike shoes, the Air Max 95s and 97s?
10 to 20 shares easily.
Easily. So in 2006, $10 a share. Hit a peak in 2008 around $17. Fast forward. 2012, $27. Now you are over double. 6 years you done doubled your investment. Fast forward. 2013, you had $40 a share. 2016, you had $63 a share. 2018, $82 a share.
I got in 2017 about 50 something dollars.
Right when it's rounding that little 50 something dollars. Look at it, right in the purple. Look at that. Came in right at a good time. Look at that U-shaped bottom.
Yeah.
Look at that carrying bottom. That right there, what you call a nice fry pan bottom, U-shaped bottom, cup and handle pattern. That's actually what they call a dip buy opportunity. That's what you call a dip buy opportunity when the stock does that, because it's getting ready to launch higher. Launch higher. 2019, $100.01. Excuse me, $101 a share. So from 2006 at $10 to 20, basically 2020 at $103, $101. How many years is that? 2020 to 2006. That what? How many years is that? 14 years.
14. Yep.
14 years. Your stock went. Yeah, you did what?
$90. Damn, $90 to that high right there.
And think about all the money y'all blew from 2006 to 2020 on part and BS.
Had about 100, 200 shares.
Easily. Easily. And I asked the same question I asked about PepsiCo. Do y'all think they're going out of business anytime soon?
Oh no.
Do y'all think Nike going out of business anytime soon? Anybody?
Nope.
Do you think they can weather this storm, this coronavirus?
Yep. They definitely can weather it. China healing back up, so production will be back soon enough.
Because y'all know when they cut that stimulus check, how much you think Nike gonna get?
Nike's
Stop
gonna get
playing
a
with me.
bunch. They're gonna get a bunch because they still selling shoes and promoting the advertising online. So
You know Joker finna go get them a pair of Nikes, some fresh Nikes with some of that money. Joker finna look good inside the house. You gonna look good on the stoop if you're in New York, right? Or you, bro. Think like a consumer, right? But invest like a what? A CEO.
right.
Let me repeat that. Think like a consumer, but invest like a CEO. Stop playing with me, y'all. Y'all know y'all got the ability to do this. This ain't rocket science. You do it every day as a consumer. You just don't give yourself credit that you don't think you're intelligent enough to learn exactly how to do this thing at a level where you can get paid from it. Don't be a bottom feeder. Learn how to be what? A distributor, producer, seller. When you become a shareholder owner, you become a what? Producer, distributor, seller. Guess what you do? Your money is fronted, and Nike go out and do the hard work for you. You go back and do what? Sip my ties or do whatever. And they go do all the work. This is not rocket science, guys. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't have Series 6 or Series 7 accredited license. I'm just a brother on the internet, YouTube, that understands consumerism. Yeah, I owned a clothing store when I was in college. I had a little clothing business. But that ain't nothing that y'all ain't already experienced as a consumer. Y'all know what it's like when people, whatever, ain't nothing new. You go in the store, you paying a marked up price for a pair of shoes that you know only cost about $17, $18 to what? Make and have landed in that store. You paying all the carrying costs and the margin upside. Them pair of Jordan be $300, $200, $300, $400, $500 a pair. And some people everybody about $15, $20, $30 at most. If you had the special box and all that, landed, shipped, and everything, about $23, $27. And they made how much profit off that pair of shoes? Well over 600%, 700%. And profit margin price, man, look. We can do this. I'm just going to leave it at that. We just demonstrated. This is just one of many. One of many. So again, you got to think it all the way through. Give yourself more credit than you don't give yourself credit for. Right? Put two and two together. Use your natural business sense, your natural entrepreneur, businessman or businesswoman sense that you have in you innately, and apply it to the financial markets. And then take it to the next level and learn all the intricate stuff. Again, charting, candlesticks, moving averages, oscillators, indicators, right? Price action, all the typical jargon that comes along with that stuff ain't rocket science too. We learned it. Ain't none of us went to college for this. I guarantee. We learned some of the statistical stuff maybe in college or high school. But that's just basic understanding how to what? Research, fundamentals, methodology, basic math. This is basic math. This ain't crazy calculus and trigonometry, all that stuff. to that level. Some of it is when you get more complex and understand the dividend yields and breaking down price ratios and PE ratios and, you know, EBITDA. I mean, that's just tax stuff, you know, but you can break all that stuff down too. It ain't like people ain't got models for that stuff already in play. But the basic underlying factor is, guess what? Did it go up today? did the stock price go up today? Simple math. Well, how many shares I got? I got this many. Well, what price did I get in? I got in way back here. Well, went up how much today? $10 share. Okay, that means I got $10 on every share I own. Let me run that math real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Yep. That's a bag there. That right there's a bag there. That's a nice little bag right there. Let me I'm gonna just sell 3 shares. I'm gonna sell 3 shares and go buy me a pair of what? Nikes. Let that marinate. You see what I'm saying? You in 2006 at $10 share. It's up there at what, $100 share right now. Yeah, you could dang near sell 3 shares. You know what I'm saying? That's roughly about what, $30 a share? $30, $40, $50 a share, somewhere around there. No, that was at yeah. No, that's $100. Give me $90 a share, right? Wasn't it like $90 a share over, Chris? From 2006 to 2020. So you sell 3 shares, right? 3 shares at a $90 stock. How much is that? What's 3 times 90? 2,700, right? I'm $207, right? 207. Ain't there some Jordans out there cost about $270?
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm sure there's some out there around about 270, right?
Yeah.
You sold 3 shares. 3 with a T, 3, and was able to buy a pair of Nikes or Jordans or whatever. If you was in at 2006 at $10 a share. Make it make sense, guys. That's all you got to do. Let the company pay for your stuff for you. Learn how to use these companies to pay your way. Again, it's a process. I know it sounds, more pliable through the theory of me discussing it and demonstrating and talking about it, but you have to apply it. You have to learn how to apply it. Y'all know y'all done wasted a lot of money over the past 20 years. I'm out of money y'all done wasted over the past 14 years. Let that marinate for a moment. Just think about that. Have a long, hard, deep thought. How much money I done wasted in the past 14 years? I'm talking about literally wasted. Miscellaneous fund, blowing it on stuff. Count that number up in y'all head and then think about some of these companies. Think about long-term investing. Think about your children's future if you don't even have kids now. But think about long-term horizon.
Might have Class A Berkshire Hathaway.
Probably right now.
270 grand, yeah. I mean,
for 1 share.
To think about it, we probably done spent that over the years.
Easily.
Yeah, for sure.
Some of you guys out there know what I'm talking about. You dealing with money and cash and working and just other stuff. Again, people know how to make money. People know how to make money. Y'all know that people know how to make money when they need to make money.
Right.
And they get it and it gone, right? Again, like they say, money don't bounce in your neighborhood more than 5 or 6 times. That means y'all back with hustling. And you can share it with people that's most closest to you. So everybody can eat off that same dollar before it leave out your neighborhood, your sect, whatever.
Right.
So again, it's just understanding that yes, over Sunline said Nike costs him about $20 a month. He might be on what? You paying you doing like what they call like on staff when you just add one into the position every month, a stash, auto stash.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
You send it straight to the stock.
I use Stash and Acorns to get my Jordans.
I remember you told me that. Yep. Prime example, demonstrated it.
I gotta use investing as leverage, y'all.
And y'all can go up and down your social media sites and see people, especially when they get a new pair of shoes, they can't wait to show them off.
Mm-hmm.
And you be like, yep, thank you. That's a show, thank you. Get your little extra. But I'm gonna also show you how to invest in that company too. Change the game. So yeah, it's just many ways. It's more than one way, as they say, to skin a cat. From what we know, we're just trying to broaden our spectrum in terms of how we look at money, right? Because you have a different mindset to money, because most people got a different mindset to money when they come to them spending it. But when they come to you, and doing something, making a power move. Oh man, I ain't got it. Oh man, I can't do that, man. Oh man, you asking too much, man. $5, bruh. They take you through the ringer for about $2 or $3, $5. But finna go blow well over that at doing some old what? Finna go blow it.
Right.
People had understood the power of it.
Right.
So I'm
Well, they
saying,
use a stock back program with stash shoe. You gonna go buy Jordans, at least swipe that card and get some stock back.
they give me some shares back just for using that card to buy them pair of Nikes with. Shoes ain't gonna be no more.
Right.
Now you're just getting it for a little less.
Right.
You gotta learn how to hustle. Hustle these companies the same way they're hustling y'all. That's the game. Use them before they can use you. Or learn how to collectively benefit from partnering with these companies the same way you consume from them. Partner up with them. Affiliations or the stock, same kind of reality, and then keep building a portfolio. Again, 10, 20 years down the road, where you gonna be? That's when the rubber meets the road. That's when the rubber meets the road. 14 years from now, where you gonna be? Well, you look back on Nike stock, $10 a share. Now it's up in there, $100 a share. Man, God dog. Coming in with 10 racks at $10 a share. How many shares is that? Right? That's what? 1,000 shares, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
1,000 shares at Nike. You put 10,000. You had $10,000 in 2006 for a $10 stock, right? So that means that's what? That's 1,000 shares of Nike back in 2006. 1,000 shares. It went from $10 a share to what? To $100 a share in 14 years. 1,000 shares times what? $100, right? So what's 1,000 shares times 100? Somebody throw that math in the back chat. When you see those numbers, you own them. When you start writing those numbers down, you start owning them. You start seeing the potential that is what? It's within reach. What's 1,000 shares times $100? Somebody throw that number in the back chat.
10 grand.
No, 1,000 shares times $100 a share. Times 100. 1,000 shares times 100.
Yeah, that's 10 grand. So 10,000.
No, 10,000 shares. Excuse me, 1,000 shares.
Yeah, times 100. Yeah.
Okay. Throw you another 100. I'm waiting you to throw that other zero behind. Throw that other zero behind it over, Chris. Keep my.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
No,
100 grand.
no, you good. No, you good. You good. You good. You good.
Yeah.
I ain't want you to short yourself because you joke like, you got throw me another zero behind that thing. Throw me another zero behind that thing. So that's 100,000 in 14 years off a $10,000 investment in Nike in what? In 2006. How many of y'all, whether you had it or you didn't, could envision yourself having a $10,000 worth of buying power, be it credit, be it anything of that nature at that point, or where you can take $10,000 and invest it in a company like Nike? Y'all know Nike still flying off the shelves back then. Y'all know Nike wasn't going nowhere. And you'd invested $10,000 into it. And 14 years later, that 10,000 turned into what? 100,000. Let that marinate. Let that marinate. Now here's again the last trick question. How many of y'all know y'all blew over $10,000 in the past 14 years? Just on GP. Let that marinate. At least 10 grand in the past 14 years.
10,000.
And even probably spending on some things that you probably could say, I could put this even towards stock. Just the idea of that kind of money in a 14-year time span and seeing the growth trajectory of how stocks, obviously operate in terms of their growth stock, because you will automatically say to yourself, well, I'm pretty sure Nike is a growth stock. It seemed like a growth stock to me. Right? To me, it does. And back then, I would have felt that way, even though I wasn't in the market like I am today. But I would have been definitely like, yeah, Nike, man, everybody buy Nikes. Everybody buy Nikes. Even way back here when they traded at 28 cents a share. $27 a share in 1982. Some of y'all, if y'all were born back in 1986, look here, $2 and $1 a share back in the year of 1990. Nike was at $1 a share. $1. Was Nike still around back then? Was people buying Nikes in 1990? All your rappers back then, the old school crew, the LL Cool J's and all them type, what Adidas and what Nikes? That was the only two shoes you probably saw on most of the rappers back then. Big Daddy Kane, I'm showing my age a little bit, but y'all know about the old school rapper, old school Nas and all them. Yeah. But y'all know Nike was the one that was still catching all the, I mean, they had a big, between Adidas and Nikes in New York. I would say that definitely New York. But in the South, definitely Nikes, right? We was Nikes all day in the South. And yeah, Adidas too, but Nike definitely ruled the roost in the South. Way back then. And guess what? $1 a share. Some of y'all made $20, $30 cutting grass back then in 1990. Bruh. I ain't making this up. You could have bought you what? 30 shares off one grass cutting moment back then. You make about $25, $30 cutting somebody's grass back in the old days. $15 somewhere. You could have bought you 15, 20, 30 shares of Nike back then for $1 a share.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying it because guess what? If your parents were financially literate, if your parents, let me say that real loud, if your parents were financially literate even at this level, not that they wasn't, but at this level, where would those stocks be today? Where would you be today? $1 a share in 1990. All the way to what? 100 shares in 2020.
Sure, I know where I'll be at.
That's how you think about it. So 10 racks, 10,000 in 1990 gets you how many shares? It gets you what? 10,000 shares. Right? $1 to what? 100, right? In what? 1990, 2020, right? 2000, and then what? 2020, right? So that, how many years is that? 1990, 2000, 10 years, right?
Yeah.
2000 to what? 2010, that's what? 20 years, right?
It's 20 years.
2010, 30 years, right? That's 30 years, right? That's a 30-year fixed note on a what? On a house or a mortgage, right?
Yep.
Y'all follow me here? 30 year fixed note on a housing note. You didn't buy a house in 1990. You bought shares of stock. You bought Nike. $10,000 worth. How much is that in profit? 10,000 shares. At $100 a share, right? Ain't that what it is? Like $1 to what? 100? Something like that? Am I saying it right? I know I've been on long. Y'all walk me a little bit. So hold up. That's 10,000 shares. No, 10,000 shares. 10,000 shares times 100. What's that math on that? Somebody told me that math in the back chat. No, think about that. That's $100 times 10,000 shares. 100,000. Excuse me. 10,000 shares times 100. Somebody throw me that math in the back chat. So that's basically
$1 million. $1 million.
Here we go. 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 That's 10,000 shares times $100.
Yeah, that's $1 million, baby.
And how many years?
30.
30 years. Now ask yourself. Ask yourself.
We in Africa in Cape Coast with a nice old mansion.
I'm talking about kickback watch again.
Right?
Gravy Valley biscuit wheels. Every day. Gravy Valley biscuit wheels. Pulling fruits off the tree, exotic fruits off the tree, chilling. And still what? Investing and trading in the market. Turning a million into what? Into 10. 10 into 100 million. 100 million into what? A bill.
That's right. And that's only one asset.
And 100% right, everything monetizable. That's with or without dividends. So think about it, it came with dividends too. Imagine, yeah, so I'll just say that. So imagine a 5% yield or 6% yield dividend yield on 10,000 shares. And that come quarterly. Quarterly dividend about 6% yield. We use that, or 5% yield. We use that hypothetically. So if Nike paid out 5% yield, right, every quarter, right, and that's on what? On 10,000 shares, right? 5% yield of the particular stock price, whatever it may be at that point. But just hypothetically, just say just 5% for the value of the case study or what we talk about. So 5% yield on 10,000 shares of what? What's 5% of 10,000?
500.
So that's $500 every quarter. How many quarters in a fiscal year? On a fiscal calendar year, how many quarters out of a fiscal calendar year?
4.
So just four fiscal quarters out of what? And $500 per every quarter. So how much is that on an annual basis?
$2,000.
So that's $2,000 every what? If they keep that yield at 5% every year, again, hypothetically from the case study we're doing here, that means that's $2,000 free money. Every year. So if you could be patient enough and wait out an entire year, right? That's $2,000 and what? Vacation money, Jordan money, new drums for drum ed money, right? New sea moss for African Emporium money, right? New boxing glove for Sunline money, right? Whatever your favorite is, your pastime or your hobby, that's on the house. Who paid for it? Nike, PepsiCo, Verizon Wireless, Ford Motor Company. But again, it's all about learning positioning, where to get in at, how to get in at, all that stuff. What I said earlier, what, why, where, and when. That's the hard work. If there is some hard work in this, that's the only hard work right there. The what, why, where, and when. Meaning learn all the variables, all the intricate details that you possibly can to put yourself in a better position to know when to get into the market. Not so much that you can't and that you shouldn't, or that, even if you got in at a high price and couldn't come back and, go higher from there if they went lower. But the goal is to try to what? Buy low, sell high. Find out how to find that lowest point to get in at. Best you can, to the point where you get a chance to eat up all the upside. Like we just showed you there with what PepsiCo. On that pullback. Instantly when people saw that pullback at 103 and they knew Pepsi is a consumer staple stock, what happened? Boy, they bought that joker off the low so fast, boy, look at him. That joker ain't spent like a day down there almost after it really hit that low, after everything crashed and people woke up the next day and started making sense of everything. Man, they bought that stock up so fast. They bought that joker up with the quickness. 103, literally 10 days later, 125. $23 a share already. So that's the long-term game of what we do. A lot of times we come in here, I'm always talking about what? Day trading, swing trading, momentum trading, in the moment trading, right? The most hardest thing to do is day trade, momentum trade, all that. But when you start thinking long-term investing, because you could do both. You could do both. Well, we just broke down the long game. Did we not just break down the long game? Not only did we break it down, we demonstrated, but we showed you that you had money to what? To invest in the long game. You can't run. You can't run. So you can't beat them. You can't beat them numbers, right? When we say numbers live, people. How the saying go? Numbers live people. How it go? People lie, numbers don't. Yeah, numbers don't. People can't come at you sideways, bro. I've been in Nike since 1990, man. What you talking about, bro? Or you might be one of them jokers in 2006. Man, I've been in Nike since 2006, bro. I think it was on $10 a share, man. What you talking about, bro? Jokers had no clue. You ain't even got to brandish your business. You just like, okay, yeah, go buy some more Nikes, bro. Go get your new pair of J's. You got a new pair of J's, bro? You amp them all up. He can't wait to go buy them. You like, yep, go get them. You walk around in a pair of some Skechers. Yeah, some Skechers on. You got the new Jordans yet, bro? Man, I know you finna get them J's, man. You already know I'm finna go get them, homeboy. I'm already on the way. You got on some flip flops. You know what I'm saying? You coming through with some flip flops on. Well, that's what marketing companies do all day. They hit you every day. Social media beating you down. Nike this, Nike that. TV commercials, billboards, TV celebrity all in them. You run right on out and get you a pair. So again, that's the game. That's how this works. It's supply and demand. You just got to make sure you on the side of the what? The supplier more than on the demand side as the consumer. That's how you want to look at it. If your demand outweigh your supply, you're not balanced properly. You want to be on the supply side. Distributor, producer, seller. Producer, distributor, seller. Shareholder. You encompass all that as a shareholder. An angel investor. A VC investor. You encompass all that. The company go out and do the hard work. You just sit back, 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, 30 years, and reap the benefit. Now, typically, that's how long it takes for a company to really get going. Does it not? 10, 20, 30 years? Look at Tesla. Look at Facebook. Took them coming up about 10, 20 years to get started. When Facebook came out? Facebook came out, early 2000s, somewhere around there, maybe? I don't know. I don't even remember. Somewhere around there. Right. Then it went public around when? February 14, 16, 12, somewhere around there. People, well, how do you find out? Okay, Google. Straight to Google. It went public on what date? May 8, 2012. How many of y'all were using Facebook in 2012? True
I think I
story.
was 2014. No, 2012, definitely.
2000. Some of y'all were using Facebook in 2012.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this real quick. Let's look at the price of the stock. It came public at how much a share?
$38.
How many of y'all had $38 a share in 2012? I know it's a crazy question. And I'm saying it because you was on Facebook, right? And Facebook, what? It got your attention. You like everybody on it. You was addicted. You were hooked. All you had to do is ask yourself one question at that moment. Do I think this company going to be around 5, 6 years from now, 10 years from now? We're not talking about MySpace. We're not talking about all the other little sites. We're talking about Facebook at this point. Took the world by storm. Did it not? It already had been out before then, before the stock went public. So you already had a chance to test drive it. As an investor, you say I can't wait till they go public. Well, that's what people got thinking like a boss think like, man, I can't wait this company go list their company public. Man, everybody use this stock, man, then some. Man, I know I'm finna buy me some shares of Facebook. You see what I'm saying? So $38 a share, and where's Facebook stock even today, even with this coronavirus? Even with the coronavirus. Let's see what Facebook stock at. How much is it a share?
154.
How many of y'all had about $100 to put on Facebook in 2012? 100. 100. Right? That would have got you about near what? Near 3 shares. You add a little extra to it and get you about 3 shares. Okay, 3 shares. Get the 3 shares in it. 3 shares in 2012. 8 years later, your 3 shares worth how much? Even with the coronavirus, 154. So that means you picked about roughly about what? 100 and what? Close about $120 a share on them 3 shares. So roughly about 300 some odd dollars and some change, and it only cost you 100. So you up about near what? See what I'm saying? That's how you look at it.
Yeah.
That's over what? Close about 300% in 8 years. How many of y'all bank account, money market account would have gave y'all? You would have been up 300% on your money in a money market account in 8 years. Go. So this was a deep thought moment of truth, an eye opener for a lot of people who looked at the market in a way that you maybe not even looked at it ever, that you may never ever look at again. You will see that if you learn how to find best in breed companies, you find these companies that you know that will be around, that are growth stocks and growth, and you think about your money from a bank account perspective when it's just sitting there collecting dust, as opposed to putting that money to work. You see what I'm saying? Where would you be? Right? Where would you be?
Both of you.
Easily. So for me, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Give me 1 second real quick, guys. I'm sorry. Over Chris coming in. Real quick. I'll take a quick little message real quick. 1 second. Y'all help me out, Sister Camille and Brother Chris. Y'all can fill me in for a hot second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, man, everybody's gone. I'm just here. What's up, Oba Sunline? Well, basically, he just just explained the benefits of the industry, of being a part of an industry that you can make money in without actually having to work physically for. And I'm a Forex trader, so same thing, I like to trade in London and the New York session. London session usually starts about 2:30 a.m. And I'll set my trade and I'm done. And then maybe 8 o'clock, there'll be a new setup and I'll take that at 8 a.m. in the New York session. And typically I'm done in a half an hour. So I have to, also to try to train myself not to overtrade. Because, once you kind of get your, concepts together as far as being able to see movement in a trade, and a lot of times you want to keep trading, but that can cause you to lose your earnings. So I always, been disciplining myself just to take minimal trades, maybe 2, sometimes just 1, and just that way I can keep my bag. So I don't know if anybody's in the room. If anybody got any questions, they can put them in the comments, the live comments. I see you, Sunline. Beautiful one. No, I don't trade the futures market, but I do use info from the futures market for Forex. Because futures, those commodities, move, have a lot to do with Forex. Oh, yes, if I'm trading long term or short term, I'm a day trader. I have a few, some mutual funds that I hold. But basically, I trade every day or every other day, whatever. But I make my money right off, 15, 20 minutes sometimes. I mean, if it's not moving right away, it could take an hour, 2 hours, something like that, for it to get, for the trade to set up. Because you got to sometimes give the trade time to work. So, yeah, but I'm a day term. I'm a day trader, short term. What's online? Are you talking about the futures? Yeah, Forex. Yeah. But I eventually, there's a lot of money in futures. But Forex is kind of like the precursor to that. So once you kind of understand Forex, and you just going over the commodities. I have some friends that do very well in futures market. It's definitely something great to trade. I mean, and there's like so many different avenues to making money dealing with the market. I mean, you got the straight up stock market, and you got futures, you got the Forex. I mean, then you could like venture off into other kind of dividends, mutual funds. You can hold this, long-term stocks, bonds. That was used to be like a very safe thing. Still got some bonds from my great grandmother when I was a kid. But there's you can work your way up with the information. It is a lot of studying involved, especially if you want to day trade. And if you want to be able to just run those fundamentals like Oba's doing as far as the stock market. And for me, as far as Forex, I use the cotton report. That kind of lets you know where price has been. I like to go back and look as well. Oba, who's that? Somebody got some background music going on.
Oh shoot, my bad. I'm at work.
You singing a song. You got a whole song going on.
Yeah, the workers here, they playing music. It's so boring in here, so.
Right. Okay, that's better.
Well, I muted my mic. I muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, beautiful one. You have to, you just got to decide what how you want to tackle it. I mean, all of it requires some studying. I mean, if you just you just want to get some, get a couple of stocks and hold. That's. I mean, you still got to monitor them and see what they're doing, and then you got to read up on them to see if they have any ability for growth. Kind of sector that they're in. Is that a growth? The sector that's has room to grow. So, but I mean, I like day trading. Because I can put what I've learned. I can just read the tea leaves. I can look at the chart. Boom. Pick out the pairs that I want to trade. I usually have about 4 or sometimes 6, but I'll just, because they don't all move, that day. And so I have like my, I always in the chat, in our other group, I always post my weekly, charts, what I'm looking at. And they'll, each one some might move the same, and others might move later. Like I had stuff that didn't move till Thursday. But I was watching it since Sunday. So, I mean, I kind of like that. I like the day trade aspect. And like I said, if I'll get some mutual funds and just let that work for me. I don't have to, like in the cases of coronavirus, you do have to look at your Roth IRAs, mutual funds, and things like that, because all those bundles affect, the price, since everything, the market is down so far. Some people might have lost 5,000, 10,000, in your account. But I mean, I don't really do swing trading. Every now and then I might hold. Yeah, you can cash out with Forex. Definitely. Your broker, you can cash out, take about 2 days to get your money, cash right out. So if you're looking for, but all of it is, you got to put the work in to kind of get to studying, whether it's Forex, whether it's,
I know Coinex is a lot faster. Not to cut you off. I said I know Coinex is pretty fast.
Oh, Forex, yeah, right? It is. That's why I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, because, I used to, when we was doing the stock, I would get up at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, whatever. You got to, kind of do some homework on what you're looking for, or the night before, do your homework.
Right.
As far as what assets you looking to day trade, you got to run those numbers and see what's moving, what isn't moving, what's especially earnings. That's the season, earnings season. That kind of gives you you can narrow it down during earnings seasons, because whether or not you think so, Pepsi or Nike is going to beat earnings will depend on whether or not the stock goes up or down. Sometimes it doesn't have an effect, but depends on what they lose on in earnings. If they get get lowered by some of the by some of the banks, then that can cause the stock to go down, depending on the grade that they get. So things like that. But you gotta once you do your studying, kind of get over the learning curve, then you understand how to narrow it down, and narrow down your studying, narrow down what you're pinpointing, so it won't take you as long. You know what you're looking for. So yeah, I don't swing. I don't do any swing trading. I plan on doing some, because there's some big moves, there's some long money in holding like that, So when you go back a couple of years to certain seasonal trades where you can check out a certain pair, or it might move at a certain season. Like it might have its it might tend to run up in March through April. So you can, go back several years and look and check out the seasonal tendencies for certain things. Saying, what should you do first? Well, so you're like brand new, beautiful one. So you don't know anything. You're just getting started. I'm waiting for you to type. Okay, well, let's just say, you're, that's kind of a hard question because I don't know what you like. But, if you want to start with stocks, I have started looking at the candles. I would like holding trades, but I am also trying to replace my income. First thing, yeah, that would be a good start, studying with AE. You need somebody that can break things down to you too. And you have to put in a lot of screen time. That's how you kind of start to get an understanding, being able to recognize patterns and understand the vocabulary that's being used. I know when I first started, I didn't know what anybody was talking about. But it's just a matter of sticking to it. You know, you have to stick to it. So you have to decide whether or not you want to trade stocks or you want to trade forex. It's up to you. I really can't make that decision for you. You can swing both. You know, for me, forex is a lot cheaper to get into as a new person because you can, even if you do decide to use your own cash, you can still have a little forex account for with $10 and trade that. You know, and if you lose that, you can put another $10 in. You know, it's not like when you get an account with trading stocks, you know, $3 grand, $5 grand, you know, that kind of thing. Unless you're trading with something like some of those other Webull, those kind of things, you can put, you can put $100, $200 in there, maybe buy 2 or 3 shares and trade. But I recommend if the first thing, if not, it's going to take a minute to start actually making money. It's not that, you know, I recommend paper trading, demo trading, at least, at least 8 months. I'd say 8 months to a year, because then after that, you still getting out the king daily before you become consistent. You might have a few breakthroughs, but what happens is you have a breakthrough and then you'll lose that money trading because you haven't really got the whole system down and your emotions as well. So it definitely takes a minute to become profitable. So it's like going to college for medical school or something, you know. I mean, it takes years, you know, before you can, you know, start operating on people, or like 2 years before you're like a nurse's assistant or something like that. So you got, you know, it's some studying involved before you actually get to the bag. You know, it's not an instantaneous thing. That's where people think it's like gambling. It's not.
Right.
It's science goes into this.
That's a fact.
Understanding how the market makers move and how they move price. And they move price every day, which is when I first started, I didn't know about that. You know, I'd be in the wrong place. Like now it's almost like magic. I know when to get in, bam, the thing moves, blah, I get out. You know, I didn't know that. At the time, I'd be in there all wrong. I'd be in there, the trend be going up. And then even if you are trading, like now, I can trade against the trend, but know that I got to get out at a certain point. I'd be in there all wrong, you know, because just understanding the science of momentum and things like that. But yeah, it takes you some time. You have to get your emotions in check as well. Your mentality is very important. So listen to a lot of audio books on mentality and checking your, you know, there's a lot of things that play. Greed, you know, how you actually think about money. Do you take too much risk? Are you too cautious? You know, I know people are trading a demo account that's scared to press buy. I'd be like, well, it's a demo. You know, how you gonna get together? You scared to press buy or sell on a demo. It's not, you don't have any money invested really. You're just trying to start to get a feel for the market and understanding your emotions and how to trade and put in screen time. So yeah, Obot David, definitely emotions got to be in check. For you to become a great trader, you got to have your emotions in check. Yeah, it's beautiful. It takes, I mean, yeah. I mean, it take 8 months for you to even know what's going on as far as talking. Everybody's talking about as far as moving averages and things like that. Some people don't even trade with no indicators. They just trade price action. All those things take time and take screen. You know, I don't trade with no indicators. You know that, and I went from looking from my chart looking like on Christmas tree. If you see my charts that I put up, I don't have no indicators on them now. I just trade straight price action. But it's good. It's good to know those things. I can always go back and trade with indicators. I know how to trade with them. And
Right.
I learned. I put in the screen time. I mean, I was up every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Trading.
Marathon.
All day. And we still in here learning and building with one another. And as I grow, I share the knowledge that so that over Chris and I mean African Emporium. I mean, he put me in the whole game. I mean, so without
Right.
him, without his knowledge, and his love, I would not be trading today. So, especially because he gave me a really good fundamental basis. Foundation. As far as like he would send me things every morning, candlesticks, different books to read, where to start, things like that. So that's kind of what you need, beautiful one. If you join the group, there's books in there, and then we was in the Discord too, chopping it up every day, and you just gotta immerse yourself in trading. With people that are trading, there's a lot of great YouTube videos. Get you some candlestick videos, like beginner candlesticks, where they break down what the opening, what the closes, what the wick is, like the basic candlestick patterns. Double tops, double bottoms, doji, like that. Where you can start getting candlesticks are. That's just letting you know that what's going on with price. So when you see the candles, that's money. That's people moving, in the marketplace, moving money around. Well, which videos have you been looking at? Hello? Hey, that's if you have more questions, you can always reach out to me on Facebook or whatever. Candlesticks Forex. Well, it's the same thing. Oh, you've been watching Forex videos. Okay, well, there's some I would look up ICT. Look at his video on YouTube. That'll give you a whole trading plan and a way to how to start as a beginner in Forex. And some of those videos you're gonna have to watch a couple of times. It gets kind of in depth, but that's kind of what got me on where I'm at today. And there's a lot of beginner candlestick videos and books that I and get you a demo, a Forex demo account. Like you can get MT4, that's what it's called, and you can get the broker Hugo's Way. And from there you can start to demo trade. Because you got to start trading. You got to start pushing the buttons, putting assets, putting pairs together, trading the pairs.
Right.
And that's what I did. Bob, had me download. This is when I was trading stocks. He had me download Thinkorswim, and bam, and there with the big other cats that knew how to trade. My little self, I didn't even know nothing. I was like, what's that? I remember when I asked them, what do they mean by shorting? I didn't even know what shorting meant. So, hey, don't feel in, just get in there and everything will, crystallize, will come to you once you start, when you're around people that's doing it and you're seeking knowledge and you're studying, it'll all just crystallized. I mean, the stuff I know now, if I think about, yeah, you can also, the thing about TOS, you can, they have that feature where you can go back and trade. I forgot what it's called. Dang, I used to know. But you can put any futures or ES in there, and you can practice trading. That's a great feature in Thinkorswim. After the trading day would be over, I would go and if I was trying to learn a particular asset like UVXY or something like that. It's not called paper money. It's a virtual something. I forgot the name of it, but you can okay. Well, that's a good feature because you can, it's like you can speed it up, however fast you want it to go. You can trade on different settings, learn how to trade on the hourly, the 30-minute, 15-minute, 1 minute. I mean, when I first started, all I traded on was the 1 minute. Yeah, on demand. Thank you, AE. That's a great learning tool, on demand. And that you can put anything in there. You can put regular stocks in there and trade like UVXY, or you can trade Tesla. You can go back years and just trade it from the opening of the bell. You can put a calendar date in there and a time, and you can trade just from there. Great tool. Yeah, any year back over 20 years. Great tool. All right, well, I'm gonna turn the, hey, I said my little spiel. If there's any more, yeah, definitely on demand. It's in TOS. By Chris, by AE.
Yeah, trying to get out of here.
You guys hear me? Y'all have some quick
TOS demand. It's demand. TOS.
Yeah, Forex is fun to trade. I'm not gonna lie about that. Everybody got quiet.
Oh, I thought you was getting ready to talk.
You still hear my background? Oh, no. I was saying if you still heard my background, it still was loud.
Yeah, it's real loud.
Okay, mute.
Are you back, AE?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, very well.
Can you hear me? Check microphone check. Okay, yeah, I was finishing up something real quick too. Forgive me, guys. Thank you guys for being patient. Again, I was trying to handle something on the phone. I also was trying to share my screen at the same time too, but at least have something that won't look dry. But yeah, so again, definitely just kind of just kind of following your lead. Again, it's this is what it's all about. This is what it takes, right? It's a sacrifice that's worthy of it, right? We kind of broke down again the long game, right? Any other day that I come on, I'm always talking about again, different aspects of the game: short term, mid-term, and also long term. So you get a chance to see it through all phases of it in a way where you can quantify it, make it make sense, and see yourself in it, and see what you really had to put forth to learn it, right? To get to where you had to go. Again, we use a lot of basic analogies for you guys can really see that there's not necessarily a lot of complicated jargon and lexicon behind it to really confuse people, which intimidates people naturally, right? It will definitely intimidate you, right? You see chart, see all these lines, people like, man, what's all this? But again, make it make sense. You have to learn how to personalize anything that you have a passion for. When you learn how to personalize the thing to you, you can again work it at a different angle, right? You have a little bit more confidence in it, right? And so it's kind of like when you say swagger and all this, so you kind of hit that stride, that second win. Investing in trade is no different. Again, I'm always saying, steal from everybody, right? Everybody got something they can share, but find your own niche, right? Find your own niche, right? Find your own niche, but steal from everybody, right? Why wouldn't you? There's a lot of people on YouTube. There's free PDF books on Google. I mean, wealth of knowledge, literally at your fingertips. And before today, people didn't even thought about, okay, let me go check out PepsiCo stock. Let me go see what their products are. Oh, they own this too? Wow, right? That's how you learn how to become more, thorough in your research, by researching, Googling, right? So again, I'll tell people, you got a smartphone, use it for that purpose. If not, it's just a dumb phone, right? It's a smart dumb phone. Because your phone should be able to turn a profit too. The same way they charge you $1,000 for it in a monthly bill. Guess what? Your phone is a tool. It's a tool belt. It's a tool in itself. It's a tool belt with a lot of different tools inside of it. The ability to go onto the World Wide Web and extract any kind of exorbitant amounts of information that can literally change your life from a handheld device. This is the technology that people learn to have. Here we are now. Use it. Right? Now you have a purpose, beyond Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, whatever, not those things ain't, good, because you have the right to whatever, but now you also have power in knowing now that you got or even more profitable purpose in your cell phone. You trade from it, you research from it, you execute through it. A lot of us started out like that in day trading, straight from my cell phone. Camille, she came in a little later, but she'll tell you how we all used to talk about how we used to get down in the Discord room. Man, we on our cell phone, day trade, penny stock, momentum, gap and goes, and just make a quick little bag from my cell phone. And then post the cell phone with with the gains and everything. Like, yeah, we did this from my cell phone, man. Y'all playing around. But it was just more so just showing that we had, we utilized what we had to get where we need to go. Now we got some of us got elaborate setups, full desktop setups, and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we still can go back to what? That cell phone and get it. The same way some of you guys are probably right now on your cell phone or a tablet. You can still, so you got a lot of ubiquitous items that are pretty much at your disposal that are not, that's not barring you from the opportunity to learn how to invest in the markets. Right? The goal is just figuring out how to decipher the information back towards the stock and then execute under that knowledge. So Nike, we went through that. None of that seemed complicated. PepsiCo, we went through that. None of that seemed complicated, right? Coca-Cola, any of those others, Ford, none of that seemed complicated. You just got to know value from something that's not necessarily worthy of that. And if it's not a growth stock where you're going to have long-term growth, it might just be a dividend-based type of stock where you just want to get the dividend. And where to come in at that yield at a time frame where you can get in enough to be counted on that dividend payout and get what you need from that. Then you sell a stock and start all over again the next time. There's so many ways you can trade the market. And so by that, you're not limited. Right? And so you're prepared based upon what gives you, as I'm always saying, the least path of resistance to get to your end goal. Your end goal is what? Right? Profit. Right? Enhance your skill set. It get to one point, you'll just want to enhance your skill set, because the sharper you get in your skill set, the profit will come. So like people, they don't watch their P&L when they trade. They don't need to, because they're doing everything right. That they were supposed to as far as the trade, what it presented. Then the money gonna be there. Hypothetically, you already know if you're coming in with a certain amount of shares and you trying to capture 30 cents, right, or 40 cents out of the trade, then you already know what that money gonna look like. Once you if you hit that target, that ain't rocket science, right? That ain't rocket science. 1,000 shares, you capture 30 cents. 30 cents, 1,000 shares. How much is that? See what I'm saying? That's how you you learn how to get it done, get it in. Under the skill set of learning how to chart properly, how to spot the price action, inflows, outflows, when it's institution coming in, when they getting ready to dump it because it's hitting the point of resistance, or it's at a support level, it's holding up at a good level before it takes off, and volume keep coming in, so stabilizing before it launches. Right, all that stuff is just a part of understanding the layout of the land. Once you touch it enough, again, like she was saying, like Eva Camille broke down so eloquently, very simple too. You got to play with this stuff. Well, they got even
I was
apparatus where
thinking,
you can do that. Yeah, I mean, they got paper trading, free paper trading platform where you can just paper trade for free. And the same way you would trade that paper trading account should be how you trade what? Your real money. It's about what? Doing it in real time. You practice like that and practice almost to a degree when you play sports or any kind of what? Constructive, organized event, right? They always tell you that, right? Practice like you want to
yeah,
play, right? You don't want to be slacking, so you take it the same way, even if it is that kind of paper. So when you go and you transition into real money, guess what you start doing? You trade the same way. Share size. You ain't coming in with 1 million shares just because you got $1 million paper trade account. You come in with the share size you typically would if it was your real money. See what I'm saying?
right.
So it's all trial and error in a lot of ways, but more so it's more so you're learning again, OJT, on the job training. But again, you get a chance to play with it before you actually go in with your real capital. And you got, again, a wealth of knowledge all throughout YouTube, Google, this, that, and third that you can keep going back to as a portal, right? And so that's all. And then you find even more important, you get with a community, you get with a village. That's grinding. This little site we got, we ain't nobody special. We don't claim to be. Y'all know how we are. We humble people over here. Humble people learn better because they listen more than they trying to what? Trying to what? Act like they know more than they don't. They listen
Oh,
more. You pick up more. So that's just where we come from. We come from that lane. We come from a lane of hungry people. Again, I say we, meaning the little circles I came up with in that regard. And you got people who now, that took the bulls by the horn when they came in at certain aspects. I was like Eva Camille, like Oba Chris. We got people in that chat. Oba Sunline, he's still on this journey. Sister Mo, y'all see when she go live on the Daggers Walk channel, she pretty much open up her everything, her accounts and everything, and show you her journey in real time. Right? Everybody came through at a different stage. Over David, everybody, all of us are in this because we see value, not just in the short term, because we know that can happen. We can strike lightning. It ain't hard to strike lightning in the stock market, but we're thinking long term too. Even if we day trade in long term respect, there's no cap or regimen or rule book to tell you how you can make money in the markets. The same way you can open up a trading account, and when the market opens up at 9:30, you could be done at 9:32. True story,
yeah.
right? If you know how to trade momentum and get in and get out, you done in 2 minutes. Everybody else got to wait 8 hours on the job to get that full paycheck. You done in 2 minutes. Crazy numbers. People like, man, that's just unbelievable. Well, until you do it and see it and touch it, taste it, breathe it, then it's like, okay, God, dog, man. And that's the first thing you start seeing when you first get in the game. Like, man, people making all this dang on money, man. Ain't nobody even knew about this. I ain't just over here making all this money. So you start saying, well, let me get in where I fit in. Well, you're only going to be as profitable as you are serious. Let me repeat that.
Right.
You're only going to be as profitable that you can be, as opposed to you have to be serious. You have to take this stuff serious. The more serious you are, the better you're gonna get to that end goal. The more you're gonna hit your goals, the more you're gonna realize where you stand in the the overall fold of this thing. Because that's what separates good traders from people just kind of spinning their wheels until they really catch fire in their head. So I say this here, and again to close out here in a minute. I'd rather be playing with this than to be spinning my wheels in something that ain't giving me no benefit from it at the end of the day. An emotional high cannot put food in your stomach unless you're an actor. Like you actor or actress. Outside of that, your emotions can't feed you. So I'm not going to waste my time in things that just give me an emotional rise when I can find things to give me a tangible benefit. An investment value. Real estate, whatever you may do, drop shipping, own your own business, but we just using this vehicle, right? Because it's a low overhead. What's your overhead in investing in stocks? You have basically no overhead. Cell phone, laptop, computer, tablet, some capital, which is money, some initial knowledge, right? Some knowledge, and what? A broadband connection or Wi-Fi signal. That's your overhead. Let that marinate for a moment. That means you're running a full-fledged business from the palm of your hand. From the palm of your hand, literally a cell phone. We don't, again, until you can really do a lot of deductive reasoning, thinking, and thoughts to really make you see how you can dumb things down in a way where you don't seem intimidated by it. You start seeing that you got more power than you give yourself credit for. And you just using these different, technological, devices or apparatuses to get you to your goal. So again, you can't really, take yourself out of the equation thinking that you ain't got this and you ain't got that. Because the first thing people always ask, how much money I need to get started. I'm like, what? But I know what they're really asking. But truly, in my back of my mind, I'm like, they don't have no clue. Man, stocks out there trading at 20 cents a share. There's stocks out there trading at a tenth of a penny, a hundredth of a penny, or even a thousandth of a penny. True
Yeah,
story.
penny stock. That's how I started. Penny stocks.
Right. Couch money. Turn over your couch, get that change up out of there. Put that junk right on your little brokerage account and go play with that. That ain't gonna kill you. See what I'm saying? If you don't want a paper trade, you dying to play trade with some real money. Turn your couches over, turn your little change jar over, throw you a couple pennies in there. They got stocks again that's trading at 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, 10 cents, 7 cents, tenth of a penny, OTC stocks like that. And go play around with some of those a little bit. Get that, that fast money side, mindset up out of you, get out the way quick, and then you start moving into more fundamental trade, more technical based trading, more strategic based trading. Income to dollars, right? Income to tens of dollars, income to hundreds of dollars, income to thousands of dollars. And guess what? Their profit values now are starting to realize in a way where you start saying, okay, 20%, 60%, 70%, 10%. Well, it adds up. It adds up on a weekly basis. Again, before you know it, a 20% here, 30% there, a 5% here, 2% here, a 70% here, right? And then you think about in terms of share count value, right? 100 shares here, 500 shares here, 1,000 shares here, 60 shares here. It adds up on those percentages. You come back and say, okay, well, on the end of the week, you say, okay, look where I'm at, And now you just kind of wash, rinse, repeat, continuously doing the same thing. Buy the rumor, sell the news mentality, right? When everybody else kind of tripping, you stay solid minded, and you just kind of stay on your grind. Don't let emotions overcloud your ability to make good decisions. Because emotions ain't never did nothing for nobody. In this case, not you running a business out. You ain't got time for emotions on the business site, right? Do that when you get home. You're comfortable, and ain't nothing in front of your face that can compromise your money. Right. So again, this ain't nothing that your guys can't do. Y'all can't do it. Eva Drummett jumping all kind of good knowledge in the back chat. Good YouTube videos, good YouTube content creators. A wealth of knowledge. Just go. You literally can go into YouTube and just start googling most of the stuff y'all asking about, and then hordes and hordes of video gonna come up. So you just gotta it's mental repositioning. You get your mind right first. That's why I'm always pushing the psychology, right? I'm always pushing psychology because I know at the end of the day that's the secret sauce. Eva Camille tell you that. That was what I kept telling her in the very beginning when she took the little training, right? She took a chance on me. She took a chance on herself. The things I was telling her, again, strictly psychology. Get your mind right first. I'm gonna show you how to get your mind right because you get that mind, your psychology right first. By the time you get a year in the game, 2-3 years in the game, man, you're gonna be lights out.
Yep, it'll be 3 years in June.
Yeah. And so she has the ability or the forward thinking aspect, and just like rest of you guys in here, again, over Chris, all you guys in the back chat that kind of been around when we first kind of got started even under the Dagger Squad, and realizing the thing I kept setting as a precedence was this: imagine what you're gonna be 2 years from now. Imagine what you're gonna be 3 years from now. Imagine what you're gonna be 5 years from now. You have to trust yourself enough to give yourself that amount of time. Now you can come in out the gate again and get it. That's not unheard of too. Again, y'all know Sister Camille's story. After 6 months, 7 months, 8 months of training, she went live with real money on a trading account. Joker hit a lick. 8 grand, bam, messed her head up in a good way, in a bad way too. That money came fast and furious. She's like, oh man, made $8,000 in about 3-4 hours. Man, again, a lot of people ain't used to making that kind of money like that. 3-4 hours, you make $8,000. What that do to your mindset if you ain't ready to deal with it like that? You can be like, man, look, I'm gonna fire everybody. I'm gonna fire everybody. Finna get fired, right? Because you know the opportunity is there now. Meaning, it's always present that you are afforded the opportunity, right? So we keep searching, through the opportunity to be in that position, right? By looking for stocks and opportunities that give us that yield, right? And so she did that with a $14,000 buying power account, right? And she made 8 grand. So she made roughly, again, well over about 60% of her income. I mean, 60% of her her leverage size, her account size, in one trade in about 3 or 4 hours. And she did that in every bit it took about 8 months. Meaning the training to start paper trading, going live, to going with the real money on a leveraged account. 8 months, 8 grand, one day, 3 hours. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, I can mimic that, right? It may not be that 8 grand the next day. It could be what? It could be $200 the next day. It could be maybe $50 the next day. It doesn't matter. It shows that you have the ability to go into it. You just looking for the assets to what? To present themselves where you can take advantage of them. So again, it's just about mentality. Where your mentality at? Get your mind right first. You hear people make that saying. You hear people always saying that. Excuse me. Get your mind right. Get your mind right. Well, in this business here, your mind, your psychology is everything, right? Your mentality. What it really boils down, your mentality is everything. How you value and view money. Do you see it as something that's that you can't part from? Oh man, it's like, oh, or are you indifferent to it? Do you see it for what it really is? A resource, a tool. That's what money is. It's a tool. It's a debt note. It's a tool. It's dead Benjamin, truly, if it's sitting around collecting dust. That means it's dead money. It's dead money if it ain't working. People who understand real money, understand their money is what? Is a workhorse. I'm gonna put this money to work. Right? Not always feel like you got to go work for it. So that's just the difference between entrepreneurs and people who are just built, just kind of, kind of, do the clock thing. Nothing wrong with that too. But once you get your mind right, realize your power, meaning that you have the greatest gift in terms of entrepreneur, mindset already in you innately as birth, then you can see yourself in moments like this because we just broke down a simple scenario how to think long term or make long term investments. Some of you guys got kids. Right? Some of you guys got young kids. This is how you start setting their future for success. If your parents didn't do it for you because they didn't know, and we just sat there saw a 20, 30-year, scenario like that in a Nike and an Apple and them stocks were like what 10 cents, 20 cents, $10 a share back then, and then 20 years from now. So imagine your child 18-year aspect before they go to college. If you want them to go to college, you can start investing in the market right now in the right opportunities that are out there and let those stocks mature over time. And guess what? That'll pay them kids through college. We just show you how $1 million was made in Nike from 1990 to today. 30 years later, a $10,000 investment is worth $1 million in Nike. And y'all know doggone well Nike at that time, even back then, was going to be around for a long time because it was still a house brand name. So what's hot in your kids' generation right now? Make it make sense. Ask yourself, are these growth stocks? Do you think they're gonna be around 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? Compare it against everybody else out there, then make your decision, and then come in what? Partial your way into that position. A little bit here, a little bit there. Let it earn your opportunity. Once you see that it kind of controls itself in a way where it seems to be solid and stable, then just keep building on it. If anything else at the lowest common denominator, it's a glorified savings account with some profit attached to it. Let that marinate. So now that teaches you how to discipline save. Now you learn how to discipline save. So you can't be running around, I ain't got it. No, you got it. You just blowing it on something that ain't getting no return from. And it's going as soon as you spend it. Right. So I always tell people when you first start out, learn how to save. So we have a simple little thing we do. We do like a $5 a day saving challenge, right? Learn how to put away $5 a day. If you can't afford $5 a day, learn how to put away $1 a day. Learn how to put away $1 every day physically. Go through the regimen of doing it. Make it seem like it's work to you. to become involuntary. So every day you got to put $1 into a shoebox. Put that shoebox on your somewhere where you can see it every day too, right? And label that box, that shoebox, or whatever you use, old cigar box, your crown royal bag, whatever. Label that thing. Put a stick on it that says discipline. Nothing else. Just put discipline on it. Every day, go to that shoebox or that box, whatever. Put $1 in there every single day. 365 out of the year, right? How many days, right? So at the end of the year, you should have how much in there? $365. Now with that $365 that you save in an entire year, learning how to be disciplined with your saving, now you can start transferring that into the markets and look for a 2% interest on top of it, a 3% interest on top of it, a 10% interest on top of it. Now it starts to balloon. On top of you starting that next year off doing the same thing, what? $1 a day. See, if you can learn how to do that, I tell you what, you'll change the game. How you view and value money going forward. Because you building what? You building, discipline. You building understanding what it takes. Well, that's what a Paul Tudor Jones, a Charlie Munger, again, all these people, a Bill Ackman, a Carl Icahn, all these so-called well-known investors out there, Ray Dalios, these people that came out of nowhere and that were dirt poor and became billionaires in the market. Leon Cooperman, his big swollen self. People, dirt poor people, and then they just got in the market and caught some licks, and next thing you know, they learn how to do it consistently after that, and then that's how they built their billions. So it ain't far-fetched. It's not out of you guys' wheelhouse. I keep saying that for a reason. But you got to get your mind right first. You got to realize that this is a thinking man's game. It's chess, but it's not the kind of thinking that you think. We just broke down again. I keep going back to that for a reason. We broke down Nike with no knowledge about market value to a degree, but just doing some basic, natural observation, consumer observation. Broke it down, eliminated a lot of excuses in that one little breakdown. I think like, God dang, I ain't think about it like that. But that's what you have to have the will to want to do it first. You have to have an interest in it. As I always say, there ain't no such thing as permanent friends. There's only permanent interest, right? Got that from Dr. Boyce Watkins, which is true. There's no such thing as permanent friends. There's only permanent interest. You have to have an interest to want to hang around somebody. Y'all have to have a shared interest in something. That's what keeps that bond together. Well, for us, guess what? It's what coming together to learn how to get this money. What better interest? What better interest? Where we can put our thoughts in our minds and our intellect and our intelligence to work along with our resource in terms of the dollar bill, right? And then again reap the rewards from it. That's what separates again average people from what? Entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs put their money to work. Average people feel like they got to keep working for somebody else until the light bulb goes off. Then they start, man, I gave this joker 15 years. And he only gave me, a little bit of something here. It ain't worth it. I mean, you do what you gotta do. Y'all know what I'm saying when I say that. But also realize you got other things you can do while you even doing what you got to do. You can trade the market and invest in the market while you work for somebody. Hello. You can do two things at one time. Chew gum, rub pat your stomach, rub your head. Y'all know what we used to do back in old school. So it ain't far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? So again, I just want to leave you guys with that. Again, we had a great build today. Again, Q&A Friday. I'm see if I can try to get used to doing that on Friday. We do some, we do it out the week anyway, but try to make a Q&A Friday where we kind of go in a little bit, answer some of the questions from you guys. Some of you guys are even more experienced in the game because I learn too. Don't get it twisted. I learned from Camille. I learned from Chris. I learned from Sunlight. I learned from everybody the same way. Anytime you dropping data, I'm learning because you can't get everything all at once. And where areas where you may miss, somebody might be already on top of it. An important news reel, important piece of data, and you just say, okay, a chart breakdown, okay, that's how you stay, on your game, on your square, as we call it. Stay on your square. Stay firm on your square. Right. I get beat up like everybody else, but my will to prevail. When I look at my timeline in terms of where I will be again 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, at the point where I'm at now, that's what's scary to me. in a good way.
Right.
In a good way. I'm scared in a good way. Like, man, bro.
I know that's how I feel. I'm like, oh man, it's like
They
this.
let me in here. Right. That's what we were saying every day. They let me in here. They let me up in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
once it start clicking, you're like, oh.
Exactly. They let me up in here with my mindset. You better say it, sis. So
True that. It's like once that light bulb goes off, it's like ding. It's more like cha-ching.
right. It's game on. Right. No hesitation at all. It's game
After
on. So
you put that study in it, it's golden. It's well worth it. All the blowing up of the accounts, everything. I mean, just
how many years?
and applying correct
Right.
methodology.
You think about what it takes for
June,
that's it. How much
yeah,
time people
June will be 3 years.
right?
Huh?
People go to college. I was saying people go to college for 4 years.
Yeah,
4
exactly.
years of record.
6, sometimes 8 years.
That shit is crazy.
Exactly. That's
I could never
that's
do
why I say
that.
it's like going to college.
I could never do that.
4
I went
years.
I went once and I ain't never went back. Nope.
You rack up debt. You can learn some, but again, if you ain't gonna apply that program that you're going in for, again, then this is still a competitive market with that. I'm not saying people you don't want to go, don't go, but I'm saying if you're going to college, you gotta know what you're going to college for. People who don't go to college really don't know what they want to do until they get to around about their junior year. In most cases, it
Right.
really sink in unless you came in already with that kind of mindset because your parents prepared you. Some people don't take college serious till they get to around their junior year. I know what I'm saying to be true. Then it's like, okay, man, it's
Yep.
kind of like how you got when in 11th grade in high school. It starts seeming real surreal to like, man, I'm
Yeah.
getting ready to graduate. I got to get serious.
Everybody started asking you what you want to do.
Right, I got to get serious, bro. Get ready to graduate, bro. Go out there in the real world, you know. So
Right.
for us, this is university for us. This is online university. Straight Google and YouTube. Get it. Let's get it. And our tuition is paid by the mistakes we make in the market on bad trades. And they could be small, they could be costly. Again, if you just kind of get outside the norm of being part of your discipline game, but guess what? That level of discipline in relation to what a person paying like $100,000, in college, or even if you had that kind of lost value, when the light bulb actually clicks, you know what's interesting about the stock market? You can make all that back in one trade. That's what's crazy about this. You can make
Exactly.
all of it back in one trade.
I got a set limit as far as my loss because I know I could make it back on the next trade.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? You can get all that back. Yeah, you say looking at PE ratios and dividends for long term. Yeah, those are very important. Yeah, you need to understand price to equity ratios, right? Because that shows you what a future value of a company. Whether or not investors see them as a type of stock that will earn, give them that kind of, especially some of these stocks they got these crazy like Shopify. Some of them come like Trade Desk. They had PEs well over 100. So I think one of them I forgot what company that was up there near 1,000, had a P of 1,000. Ford price earning over 1,000. Ford, look, I'm like, what? Way overvalued. But again, if people willing to pay for it, then guess what? It's supply and demand. It may not make sense. It might seem nutty, but that's what the market is all about. The market is a nutty place, purposely. Irrational exuberance, greed, every human emotion you can think about, the marketplace, what involves it? You got to come in and make sense of it all and learn how to decipher through all that foolishness. Which it ain't a lot. It's just saying, okay, I know what they're dealing with over there. I know what they're dealing with over there. We broke that down with that Tesla trade, did we not? Yesterday we broke down that Tesla trade, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Off them production numbers. Look at it. It ran up $100 after hour. It's gonna sell out tomorrow. Company don't earn it, don't deserve it. Them numbers they paying it's gonna sell out tomorrow. I almost guaranteed it, but we don't guarantee nothing in the market, right? But we definitely spoke it up. We say it's gonna sell out tomorrow. I'm gonna sell right into it. I'm gonna sell right into it. I'm gonna short into that move. Was what I was talking about on the yesterday's live stream. Guess this little Tesla at today. Where's Tesla at today? Went up $100. Excuse me, came all the way back down about 75. All you had to do is get short, you know, in the AM here, around about 9:30. Where we at? What 9:30 at? 9:30, you got short here, about $503, right? It went up to like 550. Now, if you couldn't short it in pre-market, you ain't got that kind of cash to literally 130. So how many that's like what 4 hours? 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 4 hours, right? Right. Thing they cut off. So 4
Yes.
hours, it went from 506 down to a low of what? 468. How much is that? That's like what? About that's what about in the 30 what $32 a share? $32 a share in about 4 hours. Now, interesting enough, again,
Yes.
yeah, about $32, right? So look at it from this perspective. And again, you had a clear signal because you had a VWAP breakdown. It broke down at the VWAP. It lost the VWAP and then you can reclaim it throughout the entire day. Right, that red line is the VWAP, right? That's you know, some of you guys may understand what that VWAP line is. What we're saying about that. That's a Google moment for you. That's a Google moment for you. Some homework. Research the VWAP. Spelled as is VWAP. Right, VWAP. Some homework. Right. So again, real quick, and we'll close out. Get out of here. Broke down all the way throughout the day. Sell signals all throughout the day. Nothing really spooked the short sellers up out of there. The SP 500 was rolling over too. Obviously, stocks like Tesla trading correlates to the SP 500. We saw that breaking down, pinking all over the place. And we know Tesla will always going to get beat shorted into as well because everywhere in the world, Tesla's a necessity company dealing with this coronavirus. So that pop yesterday was all what? Hedge funds, what? Eating off the what? All short covering and pumping the stock up just to dump it. Pump and dump. Tesla, highly liquid stock. Rolled it all the way down 4 hours, $32 a share. You could have got what? Short, let's say at 506, let's say you shorted with what? 20 shares, right? 20 shares of a $500 stock. How much is that? That's what, about $10,000, right? We're talking about going back to that same little $10,000, right? Right. 20 shares, $500 stock, right? 10. So you get 10 shares and it drop how many dollars today? 32 at the bottom here. So what's 10 times 32?
320.
So in 4 hours, you made how much? A quick little $320.
$320.
Toilet paper money. Toothpaste money. PepsiCo money. You put your money to work for you. You showed it with 100 shares. Well, how much would 100 shares would it cost you? $500 stock. 50 racks, right? Now you're talking about using a leveraged account. Leveraged account, trading everything else, you know, sure trader, they got leveraged accounts out there. Or if you're just doing a margin account 2-to-1 and you got that kind of, you know, paper to put out there to do 2-to-1 split with you, whatever, 50 racks, you get 100 shares. 100 shares, 4 hours, $32. 100 shares times 32 is what? It's $3,200, right? Right. $3,200 in 4 hours. How many of y'all make that kind of money on your job right now? Go.
That's a negative.
The doctor don't even make that kind of money, bro. A lawyer, y'all don't even know lawyers. Well, unless you Johnny Cocker, JC, you might can get that. Johnny Cocker, then level, the ancestors then level. But you talking about that kind of you making that kind of paper, man. People that took what 7-8 years in college to get to that level. 7-8 years in college and what another 10-20 years in practice to earn that kind of paper. You came in off the fry line at McDonald's, bro. Off the fry line at McDonald's. Devoted 7-8 months to learning. Got to the grind. Got you a leveraged account. Somebody put you on game. You caught Tesla, wrote it down $32 on a $50 leveraged account, right? $50,000 leveraged account value and made $3,200 in what? 4 hours. Man, stop.
Mm-hmm.
And stop. right? That gonna mess your head up. The first time it's gonna mess your head up. You gonna be punch drunk. You gonna be looking through your
I know
curtains,
I
checking
was.
your door, man. They finna come
Woo.
get me. They finna come knock on my door. Who I owe money to? Man, who I owe these people some money. Who I owe some money? They gonna come get me. When y'all make that kind of money on your job right now? Right. Go.
That's a negative.
Right. Hey, somebody a lawyer. Y'all ain't no lawyer. Well, unless you get kind of.
What background is that?
Yeah, I heard it going on back there. That was a good.
It need
That
to,
was a important point.
yeah, it
Yeah.
needed to be repeated, huh?
I think you repeat it. Y'all do to say that. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. True story. True story. Yeah. So again, that ain't, it's not far fetched. That's the part where I know, for us, we're not just kind of just kind of saying this because it seemed to resonate. Because again, we're not here to sell nothing. We don't own none of this. We're just sharing our experiences and our journeys, or we're saying, okay, well, here's some alternatives, right? As I say it every single day, again, it becomes a broken record, but you start to realize now, but yeah, okay, every day we come on and show something, we break something else down, we make it make sense. 100% right, Oba Brandon. That's it. That's it. Again, so it's just a part about understanding how to grind. Again, I got I mean, y'all know I share a little screen every now and then, a couple little bad. I got a little swing trade going. Right, I got my little Luckin Coffee. I told you about Luckin Coffee, right? I remember I broke that Luckin Coffee down.
Mm-hmm.
Little fugazi at Starbucks.
Yeah.
Chinese want to be Starbucks. They got caught cooking the books. Jim Chanos, big short seller, famous short seller, start shorting them when he figured out they were, hooking and crooking like they typically do. Right. I got in on some of the action too. Hey, again, it's all opportunity. We search for opportunity. I got short around $8 and change. Add to it, added to it, took a little bit out, add a little bit to it, add a little to it, and they in big trouble. They still got a lot to get through this weekend. Right? Now, anything can happen. Somebody can come in out the blue and probably just buy the company, which would be far fetched, and I can get ran through. Right? Right? But again, I trade off the best based on my conviction in terms of my due diligence. Right? So that little trade right now, a swing trade, carrier trade, little carrier trade right now. That trade was, I mean, it ain't nothing that you can grind, guys. It ain't nothing that just far fetched. We just broke it down. We showed the chart. We broke down the catalyst, right? Found out they were cooking the books. They got slammed from $26 all the way down to $3.96.
Yeah.
Right now,
That's
yeah, right now. Yeah, go ahead, Open.
That's a big drop.
Yeah, that's a mass drop. Imagine if I got short way back at 26. I caught drops like that before, but they come when they come. You got to be in the right place at the right time. That's what we're talking about when lightning strike. Right? But again, even when after lightning struck and it showed, when the fog cleared, then the lightning came back and hit it again. You still can't. It was picking up there near $10 after trying to retrace some. Came back down, hit 9, hit 8, kept getting hot. I got short around about 850, somewhere around 860. Added to it, took a little off, added a little bit more to it. Now I brought my average down to 776. Right now, the price of Luckin Coffee is at what is that now? I was just showing it earlier, about $5.21. That man got at least got like a $2 and change cushion. Now we've seen stocks reverse on its dime and run back up to $6, $7, $8. It can happen. It can happen now. Again, I'm not going to tell you nothing that can't happen, but just based upon the fundamentals behind this whole issue that got them to this point where they dropped from $26. You don't drop from $26 just on a mistake. Right? Those kind of mistakes just don't happen where it's just a technical glitch. Because if not, it would have got bought right back up and ran back up at least about $17, $18. We've seen that happen. People put out a fake press release to kind of drop the stock, to shake up the shareholders. And they come back and verify the news. They turn out it was fake news, like a Trump be saying, and they buy the stock right back up. They got at a discount at that point. Well, this one ain't did recover. It actually is going lower. It did not recover. Right? It did not recover. So. And we know because we follow the news that they still in a lot of trouble, right? They got to be able to prove that CEO did, and it turned out that he did. And that's actually in China, that's against the law. You could be killed for that. In China, they got the real harsh laws. You break those kind of rules like that, the penalty is death. They put a lady to death over there, like they put some CEOs to death like that. A lot of that happened in China a lot. See what I'm saying? So guess what? The stock, look where it fell from again. That's the drop on the daily. Came from 640 today. Before that, again, it was pinging up there near, $7 and change here. Obviously on the overall aspect of the day. You go back. Let me see. You go back a little further. There we go. So up in here when it was at what? $10 share, $9 share. Right? Eating into it. That was yesterday on the second. I was getting short up around there, around like $8 and some change. Right? Confirmation added to it, watch it break down. So I swung it. Took a little bit off, added a little bit more to it. Again, now I'm average at 70.76. I'm looking for that drop. If I see it go before underneath 5, it's gonna be ugly. It go underneath $5, it's gonna be ugly. Right? So I can afford to swing it another day or two. Right? But again, I'm trusting my due diligence though. I'm trusting it. I could be wrong. Don't mean I can't be wrong. Anything can happen. But I'm insulated in a trade where they're gonna have to prove to me that they, all right, they need for me to cover and get up out of there. All right, they're gonna have to prove that to me. Right now, that company on a lot of fire. So again, it's old pseudo Starbucks anyway. Old pseudo company. I'm using brother. We're old pseudo. Oh, hey, old pseudo.
That's right.
Old pseudo company. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't worry about it. But again, that's all I'm saying. We find value. We just follow the tea leaf. We follow stock. We follow opportunity, and we try to get after it. Yeah, that's how many share? Much a share? Well, I got 1,300 shares of it right now, 1385. So roughly, again, you do the math in terms of that average of 776, right? So that's how you do it. You do 776. Excuse me, yeah, $7.76. Excuse me, right? And at 13, you know what I'm saying, at 1385, right? In that perspective, well, basically it'll be that minus, right? 776 minus, where it's at right now, right? So it's like 521 now. So 776 minus $5.21. That's how much you get per share, which is roughly about what, $2 and some change, right? $2, like about $2, roughly $2.50 a share. And you do $2.51 per share, which is just the share right here, right? That's 1385. That's how you come up with obviously, the unrealized value until I claim, sell it. I think you can go a little lower. I think we could break 5 next week. If we get any kind of damning news coming out of the weekend with this coronavirus and the markets are spooked, right? This one here definitely gonna implode. And that's not even counting the fact that if they get any news that come out over the weekend, that's even more damning on the fact that CEO, did what he did, which it came out to be validated. It's validated at this point. So it ain't like it's a hit piece. That's gonna even be worse for the company. Right, that's gonna be worse for the company. So it could either break down and go on the 5, or it might just kind of ping back up near $5, $6, and just kind of act nutty. But either way, I'm insulated in the trade. I've taken some off the table, add a little bit. You just kind of wash, rinse, repeat. Hey, what they say, he just got his they got that Yum money. They got my first 19 cents for Yum. Look at that, they got that bag. Now that same 19 cents. That same 19 cents, get what? There's a stock out there trading at what? 7 cents, 10 cents, 12 cents. All right? Put that 19 cents to work. Figure out how to flip that 19 into what? Into 38. Right? That's grinding. Flip that 19 into 38. Flip that 38 into what? And just keep what? Keep wash, rinse, repeating. Now some people are like, man, that's only 19 cents, man. Okay. He pushed the button and got 19 cents of a stock called Yum. But more importantly, he owned now what? Shares of what? Yum. If that coming to pay out a dividend, guess what? He also still gets some of that dividend too, even on 19 cents, 19-cent worth of shares.
That's right.
True story. Now you get dividend off that 19 cent. So again, I'm just saying. So they did a special dividend, and they did what they call special dividend. They paid out additional $1, or some company too, like additional $1. or $2 a share per share on top of the regular dividend too. So he'll get that differential of that of what of 19 cents on that, and also get another two piece chicken box basically off that Yum stock. And the reason why I said that because Yum Brand, actually, y'all know, I spoke about that earlier about the who Yum Brand is. A lot of people didn't know about Yum Brand, like who are they really, right? And so this again, it becomes a moment where you put in that work, you put in that research, right? You say, well, okay, well, Yum. Well, first thing, if I hear the word Yum, what I start thinking about? Food, right? Right, that's food. I got to deal with some food. Man. I guess that makes sense. So, guess what you do? You say, okay, let me go see what these come. Guess who underneath the Yum brand umbrella, right? We're gonna close out, get up out of here. All you $5 fill up people, $5 fill up, $5 fill up people at KLC. All you Pizza Hutters out there, all you Taco Bellas out there, all you the Habit Burger and Grill. All y'all jokers out there didn't even know that this company right here own some of y'all favorite little restaurants. True story. True story. And they all over the globe. Look where they at. They're in all these different countries, guys. God, dog, bro. You talking about some footprint. You just got a footprint in everybody's backyard. Slinging that little dirty little chicken, that little dirty little horse meat taco at Taco Bell. I ain't talking no trash. Cause y'all like, hold on, man. Move on after I go. I still eat up in there. They still slinging that chicken in the back. Sitting there little horse meat tacos out of there.
Fake
right?
meat.
Then a lot of people didn't know that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We got that fake meat over here. We got that fake meat. Right? KLC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. You know what I'm saying? Again, this ain't nothing that, you know, it ain't far. It's not out of our wheelhouse. They got 50,000 restaurants in more than 150 countries. KLC's, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, Happy Burger Grill. So again, people didn't even know that KLC is owned by Yum Brands. One more real quick. Then we get up out of here. All right, some of y'all, when y'all buying that chicken sandwich, right? Some of y'all went and bought that Popeye chicken sandwich. I'm gonna call it what it is, sandwich, right? I gotta go old school, y'all now. Some of y'all were beating down talking about Popeye to get that little sandwich. You want to fight jokers and talking trash just to get you a little. Who owns Popeye's chicken? Or is Popeye's chicken a publicly traded company?
Restaurant Brands International. That's publicly traded for sure.
They publicly traded?
Yeah.
Popeyes? Who's the company?
Restaurant Brands International.
Restaurant Brands.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take them through the gauntlet. So, what's the ticker symbol?
I don't know it right off the top of my head.
I got to pull it up for him on the back chat. Yep, you already on it. Our Oversun line got in the back chat. QSR, y'all didn't know that. So guess what? Yeah, keep going to buy them little dirty little chicken sandwiches. Keep going to buy them. I'm gonna own the stock because I don't eat the sandwich. That didn't me again. Talking no trash, but
That's right.
That's what. So again, if you're gonna just be fighting people to get that little chicken sandwich, then go own the company. Then might as well. You may as well. Guess who else they also own? Let me
Burger King.
look at that. Tim Hortons, Popeyes, right? Oh, them some of the other ones. I'm sorry. Yeah, but Tim Hortons, Popeyes, Restaurant Brands, right? Run right over to our RBI real quick, and we get up out of here. That's one. But I'm just showing y'all this is how you find out what's going on. Again, Burger King, Tim Hortons, Popeyes. They got a couple other little small ones underneath there probably too. But I mean, y'all seen them right there all over. Tim Hortons definitely up north. Canada all up in there. A lot of these would be on some of Tim Hortons be on military bases too. But Burger King definitely everywhere. Popeyes, come on, man. That chicken sandwich crushing it right now. Right? Now y'all know the ticker symbol. Yeah, go buy some more of them chicken sandwiches. You just go right on there and buy what QSR stock, right? At the point when all the coronavirus stuff gives a kickback and get back
Get
in the
my
game.
chicken sandwich. Yeah.
Right. Before the coronavirus, before Rona hit, it was up in there $65 a share. Rona just said, like, "No, let me get some of that." Rona came right on in there and said, "Let me get some of that." All right, took it down to $28. I mean, it was up in there $77 a share. Literally about what August of last year. Popeye chicken craze. That right there, that little stretch right there was all Popeye chicken buying right there. From 65 up to about 76, that was all people buying that chicken sandwich up at Popeye. Wasn't it like last summer when that chicken sandwich was popping last year, 2018? They brought it back. They kept bringing it back, but
Yep.
man, they said they did the numbers on that Popeye chicken sandwich. They made, I mean, millions of dollars off the free marketing advertisement. When people were posting on Facebook, they were buying that chicken sandwich. They were fighting, beating up their cars, running to the side of the building. People taking had guns at the Popeye, robbing people. Man, over a chicken sandwich.
Right.
And guess what QSR board of directors was doing? And the CEO and the CFO, what they were doing?
Sitting back,
chilling.
like, yep. Collecting that bread.
So y'all need not be confused now. So guess what? We're gonna do one more. These are the restaurant stocks that y'all, you probably go and eat it. Take your main woman or your main man or whatever. You go eat your little, another company, right? Y'all need to know. This company right here, Darden, well known. They got more bigger name, bigger upscale company. Guess what they own? Olive Garden, Longhorns, Cheddar's, Yard House, Eddie V's, Bahama Breeze, right? Season 52, upscale, the Capitol Grill, upscale, right? Publicly traded. And they're doing numbers. Look at their real estate. They got to do some numbers because they own what? Expensive real estate on some of them places. Some of them, they ain't like it, like a little, Burger King on the side of the road. It's a Darden brand. So guess what? You love going to Olive Garden, getting your little unlimited breadsticks and salad. Guess what? You can get on that stock.
Right.
You can get on Darden brand stock if you really, find value in it from that perspective. Right? You look at the Darden stock. We just look at the QSR, which is Popeyes, Tim Hortons and all them. Look where it's at. $45 a share. Actually put up $1 today. Went up 2.64%. And the market so low, it went up today. I guess people ordering out to Olive Garden and Longhorn. They got delivery now. How many people ordering Burger King and Popeyes delivery over Olive Garden and Cheddar's and Longhorn? Yeah, they probably get
a lot of people.
right. They probably get more of that kind of stuff than let me get that Popeye. Let me get a 5-piece chicken box and Uber on up to the house. I mean, some people are doing it, but again, y'all know more expensive restaurant. They got that a little bit more bigger bank backing. Right? So again, same way. Before Rona hit, same reality. It was up here near $120 a share. Before Rona, about $120. Right? Look where it's been over the last 5 years. $61, all the way up to 121 or 100 actually, $120 a share. That's a 5-year plan. That's a 5-year plan. You see what I'm saying? So that's how you long-term invest. That's how you think long-term. And so I mean, them some good little restaurants underneath is it's cadre there. So yeah, man. So that's how you got again, guys. This ain't rocket science. Just find a company, think of a name, think of a company, pull it up, and then say, well, let me see who the parent company is. If there's a parent company, if it's not a parent company, it's a private company, then okay, you probably can't invest in unless they got kind of where you can come in as a like angel investing and just come in as a seed investor. If they got rounds that they're still doing, most of them already got did all their little investment rounds to get to raise capital. But either way, again, you can keep your own because at some point it might go public. Because everybody, like right now, what's the next big company to blow? That everybody waiting on to go public.
Airbnb, Saudi
And
Aramco.
that's it. You stop it right there. Just Airbnb. Saudi Aramco already went public internationally, but we're trying to get them to go public in America, right? That's when the American investors going to tear it up, especially if they stabilize the oil price and that dirt cheap prices now. But they just should have went IPO back in 2017. They were just playing around. But again, Airbnb, that's the next one, right? Uber and Lyft was the next ones to blow. They went, right? Peloton, Snapchat, and them went. Now everybody waiting on Airbnb. Ain't nobody renting no Airbnb right now with that Rona, right? Unless you have a Rona party and the police gonna break it up, but you have to wait it out a little bit. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, brother Raul?
What's good? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries, fam. So yeah, just making it make sense, guys. Y'all get it, man. This ain't rocket science. It's not rocket science, guys. Just not be resourceful with your smartphones. Put them things to work. Put them to work. Cost you nothing. You got it. Use it.
Damn, I see all these links in the chat. I'm gonna watch all these this weekend.
Yeah, people got content for that. I mean, I got like a gazillion. I already know if I start doing data dump, man, we'll be here for about 8 more, 9, 10, 12 hours. I got data dump like crazy. But I do it. I piece it out. I'll be responsible because I do realize again, I want to overload, but we'll pick a day. Like I was saying before, I just come on. Today we're gonna do like a data dump, right? I call it a data dump day. I titled the video "Data Dump." We'll go through some archives, drop them free PDF books. We'll drop those, the YouTube sites. We'll drop, websites, archive for training screeners. We'll go through that. We'll do that, and that's how you build up your, your network, right? You build up your little network, your little trading network, or archive material, basically, and then you can just kind of, in your free time, you go through them. All right, the audiobooks, right? Like Sister Camille was saying, the audiobooks are like money. You ain't got to read. Junk a lazy. You get that audiobook, man, you can ride out about 2 hours.
That's all the hard work for you.
Yeah, just put one little AirPod in your ear and, go on by your day. Just let it kind of permeate your cellular level, your mental cellular receptors. Let it kind of, move through your little neurons, right? And throughout the different lobes of your head. Let that the more you keep hearing it, the more you start owning it. The more you start owning it, the more you want to what? You'll want to practice it. Repetition.
Can I ask you a question?
Right. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like on a day-to-day basis, like when you wake up and you're ready to start trading and stuff, like what do you do? Like as soon as you wake up, like do you look at certain like news? Do you look at certain like charts, or what do you do when you wake up?
Check my scanner.
Okay.
I go straight to my scanner first.
Scanner, baby.
Yep. Then after that, guess what I go to? I go right over to Google. Free 99.
Okay.
Go to Google, right? Because when I say Google, right, you got that. Some of y'all got Android. I think they offer it on Apple too. I'm finna show you exactly which one they. Because they got the Google web browser. Then they also got Google what? Google what? Google what it's called? Yeah, they got Chrome. Then they got actual Google, right? So Google on a smartphone is where you can have it set up for what news, right? Like the regular Google.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Real quick, let me show you mine. Real quick, show you exactly what I'm talking about here. So y'all know I ain't doing. I ain't got nothing extra, right? I ain't got nothing extra. Y'all can see my cell phone right here.
Yeah.
All right, this is the regular Google app, right? Let me back out. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about right there. See right there? That's regular Google app right there, right?
Yeah.
That's Chrome right there. That's regular Google. You hit Google. I have it set up for like investing stuff because after you start querying things for so long, it'll automatically start populating that into your what? Your news feed. Like it's like the stocks apparently. So we're gonna keep putting news out that had to do with what? Stocks. True story. Right? What they call it, geotag and geolocation. Right? Facebook data harvest and all that stuff. True story.
Those cookies.
Yep, cookies. Same thing. Antitrust people beating up these companies with now. So guess what? Let me see if you can see it clearly there.
I saw something about Boeing.
Yeah, the little camera be acting retarded, man. I can't get it to come through, but you see Boeing a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
some coronavirus stuff.
Yeah.
Got that.
crypto, Bitcoin stuff, right?
Everything.
Yeah,
That's
Rite
smart.
Aid closes two Newcastle County stores. Reporting the news, right? Russian cargo jet doing in Reno, right? There's some political news. Trump says oil cut deal with Saudis and Russian to what? Halt price route, right? That's important. Justin Trudeau warns U.S. against what? Denying exports of medical supplies to Canada, right? That's a 3M thing. We're talking about 3M, right?
Mhm.
So PGE, y'all know I've been shorting PGE forever. Right? That's another bankrupt stock, right? That just definitely pops up. PGE in California, right? Biggest power company in the nation, right? They import Micron, Market Watch, news, Tesla stocks what soars after what deliveries data. Deutsche Bank now what expects Q1 profit. Well, what the stock did though, it still sold off after it ran up. So guess what? Whatever, they pumping, right? Treasury makes what coronavirus loan terms less favorable for what for small businesses. Turns out, guess what? They will shoot smoke for everybody. We talked about that.
Didn't they double
People
the interest rate or something?
Well, I mean, I had to go through it, but I knew we found out they had a lot of small print to it. So they were just talking a good game like they always do. Politicians doing what they do best. Now snake oil. Turned out a lot of stuff ain't as easy as they tried to make it out during the press release. Snake oil
What
salesman,
was you doing?
right? Pentagon had just placed what order for what 784 what
78
F-35
F-35 fighters.
fighters. So who make those planes? Now you finna go look and see who
makes
make
those
that
planes.
F-35. So somebody do that real quick. I'm gonna get ready to get off because I gotta go eat. But
All right,
somebody
let's
do a
go.
quick research in Google. See who make the F-35 fighter jet planes. This all I'm
Is it
breaking y'all.
Lockheed Martin? Lockheed Martin. Have you heard of that?
Boom, 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 right? Boom, right? So let me do this real quick, right? I'm doing this on the fly. I'm showing y'all exactly what I do. So y'all ain't finna say, well, he got some special. He ain't telling us everything. You know how people do that? He ain't telling us everything. As if I own the stock market, right? I don't own none of this. Right? So I don't know when that news came out. It might have came out early in the day, right? So let's see what time it came out. It says what? That news came out, 1 day ago. So if it came out 1 day ago, what happened today? It went from what 350 all the way up to what? 354. It made money off the news.
Mm-hmm.
It sold off on the back of the day, but guess what? It was still the catalyst enough to dry the stock off the lows, right? When it opened up and you picked up about $4-5 off the day off of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you day trade, you just day trade that news catalyst. Buy the rumor, sell the news, watch, rinse, repeat. After you hit the crest and so what you start shorting it, now you just roll it back down. Make more money out on the way back down. True story. So that's it. So again, you see it here, right? I mean, again, not rocket science, not rocket science, right?
Okay.
So I'm again showing y'all this ain't nothing that y'all can't do. How the Fed historic leap into what buying corporate debt is working even before the merchants was coming from the purchase formula. Yeah, so again, we know they buying debt. Buying the bond market, they trying to buy up all these notes, trade to say the stock market. U.S. payroll plunged 701,000, right? We know that news came out earlier today.
Yeah.
And so it just keeps dropping. Gold, right? Real world problems, the current state of gold market, right? In plain language. Stuff I just look at everything. Cobra versus Apache, all this stuff. So and you see, this my feed, so you ain't gonna see nothing crazy in mine. Because this all I read. Like, everybody gonna have stuff like Popeye chicken sandwich, real sports. And I ain't getting nothing wrong with that either. But I mean, all my stuff got to deal with some money, right? This is all
The
gonna be
Corona got Corona.
right. Corona Beer stops production. Who owns Corona Beer? Who's the company that owns Corona Beer? Who's the
Looking
parent
it up.
company that owns Corona? They also own Modelo Beer, right?
I
Those
think it's
not those naked, but y'all
AB and
Anheuser.
Bev.
Nuh-uh, y'all close. Who own Corona Beer? Close. They also own a major
Corona Beer.
marijuana company too. I'm gonna get. Yeah, who own Corona Beer? They also
Constellation
own
Brands. Constellation Brands.
Boom, there you go, over Chris.
Yeah.
Constellation Brand. They had earnings this past week, right? This past 2-3 days ago. They just had earnings just recently. So guess what? This is news that 2 hours. This news just came out 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. That means Corona beer stopped what? Production. Now think about who the company that owns Corona beer, which is who?
Constellation.
So Constellation brand. If this news just came out 2 hours ago, what you think the stock looking like right now? Possibly just after that news. That's their main seller, right?
It went
That's their
down
main.
22 cents after hours.
Yeah, it ain't down a lot, but apparently it was up early in the day and then it sold off. So if it's on the news reel 2 hours ago, that means the news probably been out even a lot earlier, right? That just when CNN probably picked it up, right? So that means somebody knew about this news even before then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes news moves slow unless you got them kind of, So guess what? It was up near 135.
It
whatever,
definitely could come back down to the lows. It tested like 125-ish a couple times.
Boom. It
I
was
could
up
see
near
it coming back
135.
down.
You see what I'm saying? 10 points. 10 points. When that news probably went through the blog and people picked it up, they sold into it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, nothing, nothing out of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Veterans stimulus stuff, U.S. Special Forces are over again. Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Calvin Klein, PH. Y'all know PVH, right? That's what Van Heusen, right? Van Housen, however you want to say it. The company make the belts and the little pants and all that stuff. They just had earnings recently. Calvin Klein, is owned by this company, PVH. Van Housen, however you say it, whatever. Right? Parent come and say what? Pandemic will accelerate. So guess what? Who buying a lot of their products right now? That's a retail company too. They got online presence a little bit, but a lot of their stuff is brick and mortar. They hurting right now.
Yeah.
Go look at this stock. Hey, have a good day, Eva, Camille. Thank you for coming through, sis. Thank you also for dropping knowledge today as well. We appreciate you. You already know it. We appreciate you, sis.
Bye, Dr. D.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So again, all my news feed is always about what? Money. Coronavirus stimulus check, right? When expect. Look at this guy right here. $20 million what? Abandoned cart system. I don't know what that's all about, but YouTube is something crazy. Shopify. See? Shopify email hack. So again, it's all tied back to it. Market bottom on what? Tough times ahead. Guess what? Cattle industry. They going through it too. I don't know if that's just a bull picture or not, but whatever. Expensive, cheap grocery store. I mean, I'm just showing y'all my news feed. Let y'all know I'm a real person. I'll keep you 100. 100. All right. So that's all news feed. And then, so again, even if I update it, I don't know what's gonna pop up, but update it. And let me get out this COVID stuff. I don't know what that's about. But I'm just showing y'all, it ain't nothing new to,
Yeah.
I always try to show this COVID stuff. But anyway, you just kind of scroll down and just, do like anything, cycle out and come back in. Like
that's
anything.
Nice. It populates it from all the other sources into one area.
Yeah, and new stuff might pop up out of the blue that might came, and again, you just keep running it. FedEx Boeing 77, 3, 4, 7 hours ago, forced to what? Avoid terrain following wrong turn. Crazy stuff. So again, as you can see, some of it stay the same, some of it move around, but that's it. That's it. So this is part of my regimen. I go through there after I come through my scanners, right? After I go through my scanners and go through here, right? Then I go to what? I go to social media.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Social media.
So all I'm doing is taking notes, right? Mental notes. Even if I don't write them down. Sometimes I write them down, but with my mind where I instantly already know what to pick up on, right? I'm already saying, okay, I know that stock, I know this stock, I know that stock, I know this stock. And then I go look at the social media. I want to see if anybody else talking about it. Twitter, stock twist. A quick little scurry through the Discord. Let's see if anybody else getting ramped up about it. Because that's what you call investor sentiment, is it not?
Yeah.
That's investor sentiment. I'm going collecting data, seeing how many other people talking about it, who getting excited about it. That don't necessarily mean it's gonna pop up or it's not, but that's a good sense to gauge if a lot of other people seeing that news reel too, and they getting excited about it. Right. And then after that, I go to the what? The charts. Where they at? Round it all together. By 8:30, 9 o'clock, I'm already kind of formulated an idea of a watch list for the day. In terms of new stuff, stuff that I already was swung trade from the previous day, which I already know about. Obviously, make sure there ain't nothing crazy going on in no stock. Right? Don't want to get ran over or give it nothing back, and then you just go out there and get it done. So this is simple. So all this stuff came free of charge. Cost me nothing. The only thing I had to pay for obviously my scanner, but even without a scanner, before I got with Black Box, right, I had trade ideas too. Before I even got with those, I was just doing it like the old school way. Hit up Google, hit those free screeners up. The screeners were good for that too. They lagged, but they still had forward-looking information that you can go validate through social media, this, that, and the third. Same way. Find a watch list, build it the same way. Right. So again, this ain't nothing that's out of you guys' wheelhouse that y'all can't do it. Right. Ain't nothing out of this. Mortgage. Look at mortgage rates. What tumbles? What as lenders? What face increasing? What difficulties? Why they got difficulties right now if interest rates is at zero?
Because no one's paying their rent or utilities.
Or buying houses right now, even though rates is at zero.
Oh yeah, mortgage rates. Sorry.
That too, same reality. It's all tied to it, to a degree.
I see what you're
saying.
What you're trying to say. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like the fact that this is a company, like how is it going to affect that company? But there's a parent company, so you should look into that as well. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all relevant, right? It's already so you learn a little bit about everything. You learn how to be resourceful above all things. That's what a researcher does, right? That's what a stock trader or investor does. He learns how to be very resourceful with information, and then again, translate that into what? Profit dollars, this, that, and the third. Opportunity. It's like an outline, right? You do an outline, you draw the little circle, put the main subject in the middle, and then after that, you start drawing the branches from it, right? Stocks are the same way. Stocks are pretty much the same way, right? It's all relevant. 1 hour ago. It's 1 hour ago, 11 hours ago. Okay, so anytime you see anything in the news that just dropped an hour ago, 15 minutes ago, and that's just on this little thing, right? That's before you even take it to Google, like Google Chrome and go through all the bigger search. There's just cell phone stuff that's, kind of categorizing all of it into one in a small little package, right? But again, you do this stuff from your bed, bro. You do this from your bed.
Literally.
Literally. I'm telling y'all what I do. You ask me what I'm telling you the truth. I bring my Mac upstairs. I open the Mac up, put it on my little nightstand, pop it up. I set my little tablet up right beside it. Go straight to what? TD Ameritrade, free what? Trader TV, and watch CNBC.
Yep.
Right? Free stuff. Got that plan, scrolling, taking mental notes. If I have to write some down, I write it down quickly. If not, or I just check the stock real quick on the little Mac and keep it pushing. Right? This right here. This right here was 1 hour ago. Trade Talks Nasdaq welcomes what? Zentalis what? IPO. To your family. This thing just IPO'd today, possibly. Apparently it did. Right? Zenta. I don't know what they do, but guess what?
Yep, it did IPO today.
Yeah. Right? Zentalis.
Went down a little bit, but
yeah, they came out of a coronavirus time.
Yeah.
They're gonna fight. they got something for COVID-19. They're gonna have to fight.
Oh, it's a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, battery just went dead. How about that? Ran it out. But yeah, y'all get it. So you guys get it. Y'all get it.
Yep.
All right. So
it's a grind.
It's not again. It is not as hard though. It's just like simple as.
I mean, it's so fun. It's exciting,
that's what makes it exciting because it's a thrill of the what? Of the hunt.
Exactly.
Find that one. Find that two. Find that three. Find those assets that might be what? Be that gift giver for the day. You find that, you ain't even to be upset because you had to do that. Man, you broke a fingernail. Man, I'm sorry. Right? You end up getting pink eye from staring at the screen a long time. I'm sorry. Again, you ain't crying about that when you got 100 shares waiting to throw on it or 1,000 shares waiting to put on that. If that thing gonna flip and if it do what it's gonna do, it's well worth it. But you're doing this from the comfort of your own little. Because some of y'all woke up this morning knowing that you can't go to work, whatever. And outside of probably getting up, getting yourself together, and going to eat breakfast, all that, whatever. And you probably picked up your phone, probably went straight to what? YouTube, or if not YouTube, what?
Like Twitter,
Facebook or
Instagram.
Twitter. Right. You start doing that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
No disrespect, but y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all doing that kind of stuff. Let me see what somebody doing. Let me see if somebody, hit my little stuff and all that stuff. I'm like, man, let me see where there's money at. Let me see if we go shake this money tree, this money bush. That was my time. We read that money bush. And then I'll double back and check all that stuff later. And that's just obviously in relation to, making sure the content, or making sure some news ain't out that I might have missed. Because Over Chris be on it. He dropping that data. Over Sunline, they dropping that data. That's what it's all about. You build a coalition of warriors that's out there doing the same thing because it's benefiting them too.
Yeah.
Who in your friends group that's about that, about business, and others who are just kind of just on there for the social aspect of what it really is about. But if you use it for a tool, even Facebook, we use Facebook like a tool. I know my Facebook page like a tool. You ain't finna, that's just me personally, but I keep it, business as much as possible on my little page.
Right.
Much as possible.
Yeah, I made a new account on Twitter just to follow stock stuff, so nothing else gets like in the way of it.
Yeah. Because I always tell people, once you get invested, I tell you get get you another a dummy email account, Chris. You remember that, Chris? I said, start your dummy email account because you're gonna sign up to a lot of these different websites.
Yeah, the newsletters. That's exactly what I did. Just made a new email, put all like the newsletters and all the emails that they send out every day, get it all there instead of like cluttering my other stuff, so then I can have it organized as well.
There you go. Direct all that traffic right over there. That's your work email. Literally, that's your work email now.
It literally is. It's a grind.
That's what it is.
No, that's what I'm gonna do. Like later today, I'm gonna start like doing what you said. Like, what's this company? Look for the companies that are connected with it and stuff like that. I'm gonna try to like organize something for myself.
Yeah. The more you do that, the more you take ownership of the opportunity. You start owning it now because like I'm putting in this work. This information better be valid. It better work for me.
Mm-hmm.
You take ownership of it. Same when you write something down, as opposed to just trying to speak it. You write it, you actually remember it better, right? The whole memory hand and all that mess. Forgot what they call it, but y'all know what I'm saying. It's the same way with the investing world.
Yeah, it's literally. Did you ever take any science courses by any chance? Because you seem to know a lot about like medical stuff.
Autodidact, outside of what I got out of school system, but a lot of this stuff autodidact same way.
Yeah.
A lot of it, I mean, it's online. Think about it, medical journals, right? Peer-reviewed articles, all that stuff right online.
Hey, I agree. But then we still got people in charge still not knowing anything, like with the facts, even. And then you come on here and you know how like the virus is spreading at like all these stages and all this stuff. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, study it. Again, I'm in that naturopath side of things too, so I got to stay on all of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And most people think that most people who are naturopathic, they're instantly, anti-vaxxers. That's not the case. We into what? Proper science and proper reality. All medicine ain't good medicine. I tell people that all day, and they think, "Man, you crazy, man." These people science, they wouldn't lie to me. Okay, well, that's why they got side effects and death to come from them. Some stuff get rushed through trials too quick for profit value, and it need more efficacy testing, right? It might have just barely came in at the threshold enough to FDA approve it, but it didn't. It still have some more research. I see that all the time with companies that do that that are publicly traded, and guess what? Somebody dies from the drug. And what the stock do? Stock get cut in half, if not more than half, 70-80%. It could have been a one-off. It could have been an issue. But again, you still, just like anything, you research everything. You don't just take anybody's word for it. So that's my mentality. Do your research. Don't take anybody's word for it. Do your research. Before you put anything in your body, do your research. But that's typically not the mindset of most people, because you trust people who are already in business as if they are intelligent enough to, because anything you say, well, I can sue them, right?
Like you're their best interest, but you're really not.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Just make it, thorough research. There's research. It ain't gonna cost you nothing to research. Cost you nothing. So I got WMD books out there. I got all kinds of stuff. I got them books right here in the house. On my little bookshelf. Again, y'all saw my books. I got Holistic Healing, Dr. Lee Lab. I got a lot of that stuff right here too. I got all sides. Right? Research everything, both sides, opposing and for views.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Never go into pretty much like I said, a gunfight with just one type of weapon. No, have everything. Right? You don't know what you're gonna come in contact with. So it's just the same way when it comes to the market.
Mm-hmm.
You strategize. Like I just did a quick little rundown of some of my little basic little regimen. That's to me is basic, but again, some of you like, man, that seems like a lot. It's not really. It's just the same thing you would do when you wake up and pick up your cell phone. The first thing you open up in your cell phone is a directive. It's a attention grabber. If that thing grabs more than 10, 15 minutes of your time, that means you wasted 10, 15 minutes of your time if there wasn't nothing that was really fruitful. People don't look at their cell phone like that. It's hard for them to not see it in that perspective. I'm going strictly where all the money's at. I'm going searching where the money's at. If I get caught scrolling on Facebook or Twitter and I know it's just some party and BS stuff, I'll be there scrolling for hours. Next thing you know, 2-3 hours in past, you still sitting there scrolling, looking at people's stuff, and it's all over the place. You window shopping. Y'all know, like I ain't telling them that y'all don't know, and we all been there at some point. You just window shopping.
Yep.
You just,
Can't even lie.
you just scrolling. Boy, that's how scroll on lock. Boy, they need to call you to scroll. Scrolling through.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah. More people got a lot of time on their hands right now. How many people using that time wisely right now? Guarantee you. I bet you not even maybe a third of Americans right now using their time wisely. They think it's a vacation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know people who definitely aren't using the time wisely. So
it ain't far fetched. I mean, ain't nothing against them. Y'all know what I'm saying? Ain't that? It just it depends on where people are at. In certain stages, or for us, again, this is how we kind of operate. We study, to be able to kind of capitalize in the market. We get up and go to work. A lot of people get up and just go to twerk.
Like literally.
Yeah. Yeah. We get up and go to work. We can go look where them bags at. Who got that that 15-cent drop today, or that dollar upside move.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the twerking we looking for. So, but yeah, guys. So
yeah, I'm a grind. Love it.
Give yourself the time. You'll see yourself in again 3 years from now, 2 years from now, a year from now, starting to increase. A lot of what again you might have at one point took for granted. Again, ain't nothing against that. You wasn't ready at that point. That's all you gotta say to yourself. So it's never a swipe or a slight against that mentality. Just that some people just ain't quite ready yet. Once you get there though, you'll know, because that's what it was for some of you guys where you are now. When the light bulb actually went off, now it's like, man, shucks, I should have been that's when you start saying that. Man, I know I shouldn't have. Man, I had that money. I could have blowed it. I could have put it in the market. Man, I blew that junk on this or that. You're like, oh man.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm happy I heard this stuff from you young, because this is like life-changing stuff for sure.
Well, it is. It truly is. Again, it ain't far-fetched to wake up to a bag.
Yeah.
Then that bag turned to a bigger bag, and you might lose a little bit long way, but you constantly keep building on it, keep building on it. And again, 3 months, 6 months, a year from now, you're like, okay, man, okay, that was pretty interesting. You up, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 over six figures, and it's like, okay, this is different. Right? It's different. Y'all seen that other meme when dude be like, this is fine. Like he just watching the house burn down around. Like, this is fine.
Fire.
Right. This is fine. For us, it's more like this is different. This is different because we constantly evolving. You know what I'm saying? For us, that's what it is. This is different. We evolving at that point. When it's this is fine, that means what? You stagnated. This is fine. You settling. This is fine. You burning down, everything burning down around you. This is fine. So no, we ain't gonna play that game. We're gonna keep learning and learning. So, but yeah, so that's it, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna get out of here. Go get my little dinner for the evening. I think we had a very informative day. And again, I leave that to you guys to make that decision. But I would say this: we're gonna grind. We're gonna make it make sense. We're gonna dumb it down, put it in layman terms, so if it invigorates or excites some of you guys in a way where you can invest a little bit more of your time in terms of want to learn something like this, then we done our job for the day, literally. Because again, we don't work for nobody. We work for who we come on for, meaning the people. We're doing it in a village setting so we all can take something from it, right? And then go apply it. So it's simple as that. Right? So I'm getting ready to close out. So again, thank you everybody for coming out today. As always, y'all know I'm humbled and honored as always. Sister Camille, I know she's off now, but definitely thank you, sister, as always, for what you share. Over Chris, you already know what goes without saying. Thank you for always coming through, sharing your knowledge. Just everything that keeps the platform running. Definitely, Raul, definitely, man, you've been a big contributor here. Since start coming on live and obviously being, just showing people again, we average people. We ain't nobody, claiming to be nobody. We not. We just average people.
Right.
That have an interest, an implied interest that we all come together on, and it's an important one, right? It's a very important one, right? Financial literacy, right? Put it in a nutshell, it's really financial literacy, right? So, what better way to burn time and learning something that can, just very again life changing and game changing in terms of financial literacy, right? So. I appreciate you guys as always, and everybody in the back chat. So closing out again, Raul, I know you just kind of jumped on. I know you was busy all day, but in closing, you got any last closing words?
I'll just say, as always, thank you to everyone. Thank you, Brother Emporium. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to the back chat, Dr. D, and everyone who comes on and gives their knowledge and advice. Thank you for this community setting that we can all build together, and just like showing us that it's possible, that there's no secret to the game. It's just that it's hard work and dedication and focus. So thank you as always.
Peace, power, and profit. As always, you're 100% right. Wise words. Gonna go far. I love it, man. I love it. Over Chris, last words, family, closing out.
Just remember, there's a guy that goes by the name of Ash Slapper that is
right.
That's making a big bag right now.
Right. That guy.
The perfect way to end it. As always, he always has the perfect finishing words.
That guy, man. He. If that's not a good reality for you to see that this is real, and this ain't no pump fake, you know what I'm saying? And all you got to do is, just like when you get a job, you got to learn how to do the job. You got to come in, get training and all of that. This is the same way. And you do this on your own time. I trade while I'm at work. Or I'm on the clock. Mr. Charlie ain't stopping me from making money, getting the bag in the market. There we go. Ag Slapper. 5 figures. That says it all. His name is Ag Slapper.
Look at his bio. Got ask.
Pat Daddy. Like Cat Daddy, he Pat Daddy.
Yeah. So I definitely appreciate, Oba as always. Love my brother. Love the insight he brings.
Likewise, family. Love you too, family.
The simple things, making it simple for us to understand and to apply. Brother Raul, he coming up the ranks. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate his questioning. He asked the right questions.
Thank you, bro.
Asking questions, period. You know what I'm saying? Just to get an answer. You know what I'm saying? So we can really understand like what we dealing with. This is our livelihoods, that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Just think about all the time we wasted, not necessarily our fault, but, this information that we didn't grow up and have, and we have it now. This is, as a capitalist, we got to capitalize on this information.
Facts.
In a capitalist society, we have to. So, come on, y'all. We can all do this. This is bag team.
Facts.
Enjoy your weekend.
That's it, guys. So again, extend to everybody a great thank you again, everybody in the back chat, over Sunline, over Eddie in the house, over Brandon in the house, brother T is always coming through, over T. Man, everybody came through that wasn't able to speak. Our sister Beautiful One came out today, firing away on all cylinders, asking questions like she spoke. So that's how you get it done. You ask them questions. Ain't no such thing as a dumb question when you're trying to learn the market. If somebody giving the game, you need to be asking a million questions, right? Because it costs nothing.
Right.
So I came through with a game question and got a lot of more clarity today. I guarantee you, not saying we somebody again gurus and all that, but she got a lot of clarity today, right? And that's what it takes when you
Mhm.
build in a village, right? So that's gonna light her lantern in a way where she's gonna go do a lot of research now. She's gonna go. I mean, y'all know when women get on the trail, you think, brother, well, when a woman get on the trail, bruh,
Oh
that's
yeah.
why some of the women make some of the better traders because they when they get serious and get focused, it's a wrap. Get out the way. Get out the way.
hmm
Right.
They
So
cut
again, that's what
everything
it's all
off.
about.
Yeah, but when they go
Exactly.
looking, they find stuff. So
Exactly. So she's gonna get the knowledge. Right. So definitely,
Right.
man. So appreciate her as always. Thank you for coming through, sis. Bro Trade Dot, thank you for coming through today as always, family. Thank you. Peace, power, and profit. Again, everybody, if I missed anybody in the YouTube world, you already know how I feel about you, man. You welcome here anytime, brother. Everything monetizable over Zane, over Marcel came through today. I'm in hotel, right? Again, a lot of family came through here and there. For those who couldn't necessarily talk, brother Mathis, E, but Monica, as always, definitely can lead the sis out.
Right.
So again, Tri-City, I keep messing the name up here, but thank you for coming through, family. Again, everybody. So again, my goal is to try to go live again. If I don't do nothing special about tomorrow, but definitely Sunday before the futures market open up, I'm definitely try to do something live, maybe around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. So we can kind of game plan for the market, because you already know it's gonna be some fireworks coming out over the weekend with this coronavirus. And then anything Trump say or do at this point, people watching him, so they always give it a press release. I think every Sunday at a certain time, so that can be detrimental to the market. So I want to be able to capture it if I can and go live, and so we can kind of break it down, decipher it, whatever, so we can game plan, right? See what stocks are pumping or not, so we can be prepared, right? All right, so that's it, guys. So with that being said, again, enjoy. Again, you ain't work hard all week, so I can't say you worked hard all week and relax. Turners in the background, give them bucket garden in the ground. Just in case they shut down the grocery store. You ain't plant no tomatoes and no turnip greens in the backyard. You ain't been working hard. So again,
At all.
you know what I'm saying? So definitely enjoy yourself. Again, just use this time though to study when you can though. Again, pop in an audio book. Yeah, you can, y'all know how to do it. You ain't gonna you got to just go ham unless you just really own it. But use the time wisely, guys, and we'll meet back up and we'll kind of parlay again and and have our own little, what they call think tank soiree, so to speak, and game plan to get this bag, right?
Yes,
All right,
indeed.
guys. So with that being said, peace, power, and profit, and I'll see you guys again. If not, if I don't do nothing special tomorrow, I'll see you guys Sunday.
see you
All right.
soon. Peace, everyone.
Peace, power, and profit,
All right, guys.
everybody.
Have a
Peace,
good
family.
weekend.
Peace, everyone.
Stay safe.
Good weekend, everyone.
Later.
Peace, family.
All right. Peace.